Chapter 14 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Janet Wedge. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. How to Read History. Chapter 14. Biography and Biographical Reading. Biography is closely allied to history. We have observed that it is only by reading the lives of distinguished personages that we can most satisfactorily acquaint ourselves with much that is valuable in history. It has been forcibly said that history is the essence of innumerable biographies. There is an important distinction, however, between biography as the interpreter and representative of other times and biography as the record of an individual life and the exponent of individual character. It is with biography in the last sense that we have now to do. The written lives of individual men are as various as the men who are described, and the writers who describe them. Their interest and worth depend upon two circumstances: the significance of the events and characters recorded, and the skill and fidelity of their narrators. It is also true and worthy of notice that the interest with which any biography is read, its value and usefulness, indeed, may depend nearly as much upon the tastes and culture of the reader as upon either the worth and interest of the character which is recorded or the genius of the biographer. This, in a sense, is true of all books, but it is especially true of books of lives. To many readers, biography is especially uninteresting and unattractive. Not a few persons have been heard to say, "I hate biography. To me it is the stupidest of all reading." It would seem at first to be a general fact that the taste for biography must be acquired, like the taste for tomatoes or olives. On a second thought, however, the suggestion might occur that the fact is capable of some sort of explanation. The first solution would probably be that biography must always put the reader upon a course of analysis and reflection which is unnatural to most men. As the majority of readers do not care to examine their own motives and springs of action, much less do they concern themselves with those of other persons. Very many, again, do not like soberly to estimate themselves by any very high standard, whether it be of public opinion, of conscience, or of God, and for a similar reason prefer not to judge the being and doing of their fellows. To this should be added that the capacity for this sort of analysis is not developed, if ever, till late in life, and hence is especially unsuited to the tastes of youth. The first class of biographies which we name are those of incident and adventure. The subjects of such lives are always heroes, and the life, whether true or exaggerated, is more or less of a romance. In biographies of this kind, two things are conspicuous: the striking events and uncommon positions by which the life of the hero is distinguished, and the spirit, skill, and courage with which he meets and overcomes them. Books of this sort are favorites with the young, especially with boys. It cannot be said that such biographies are stupid or uninteresting to that usually very fastidious class of readers. Very few boys are indifferent to such lives as those of General Francis Marion, Commodore Paul Jones, Charles XII, Admiral Nelson, General Andrew Jackson, Napoleon Bonaparte, General Sherman or Stonewall Jackson, Baron Trenck, Frederick Douglass, Mungo Park, Captain Parry, or Dr. E. K. Kane. It matters little in what particular field of adventure the hero may be engaged. It is all the same to the boyish and often to the older reader, provided the adventures are sufficiently stirring and hazardous, and the spirit and resources of the hero are equal to the occasions. Whether it be on the battlefield or in a prison, in a storm or a shipwreck, whether the conflicts be with bad men or good, with villains or policemen, if the adventures and heroism move the sympathies and excite the admiration, the life is always interesting, even to boys. Upon this principle, we explain the strong hold which Plutarch's Lives have had upon the minds of so many boys and so many men for so many generations. The grandiose attitudes in which the great men of antiquity stand out to view, not so much men as moving and walking statues, and the grand lights in which their biographer displays them, both contribute to this impressiveness and have stamped their influence upon all the generations which have read them. The lives of great criminals, especially when narrated by themselves, the confessions of famous murderers, pirates, and forgers, derive much of their interest from the same sources. By these we explain the potent and often dangerous fascination which attracts so many to stories of lives which were stained by daring crime and dishonored by gross excesses of cruelty and violence. The excitement of the incidents and the pluck of the hero are more than a match for any horror of cruelty or aversion to crime in the youthful reader. It cannot, we think, be said that any of the biographies of the class to which we have referred are especially unattractive, or that the reading of such lives is especially stupid. To the same class we refer the lives of great generals and captains, which have fascinated so many young readers with the thought of a military or naval career, and have so long been the favorite reading of multitudes of older people. Who has not delighted to read the story of Alexander of Macedon and Julius Caesar, of Prince Eugene and Gustavus Adolphus, of the Duke of Marlborough and Frederick the Great, of Napoleon and Wellington, and of the Napiers and Lord Clive, of General Havelock and Captain Headley Vickers, of Generals Grant and Sherman, and last but not least, of the many youthful heroes who fell in our recent Civil War. No books are more popular than the lives of old or young soldiers, with both young and old. The Harvard Memorial Biographies has largely this element of interest, as well as many that are far higher. Akin to the interest with which military biographies are studied and read is that which is attached to distinguished historical personages. Such characters are indeed often military heroes, but whether they are or are not, their career is of that public and heroic sort which attracts the attention of those readers who require startling scenes and splendid actions. The lives of kings and queens, of courtiers and court favorites, have always been noticeably popular. The more minute and detailed are their descriptions of the scenes in which they figure, so much the better. Whether the scene be public or private, whether it be a pageant or a ball, whether a frivolous or a criminal intrigue, is altogether indifferent. The elevation of the station, the splendor of the surroundings, and the wide-reaching character of the results will always invest the life of the central personage with a real or a factitious importance. The biographies of Alexander and the Caesars, of Charlemagne and Alfred the Great, of Henry IV of France and Henry VIII of England, of Charles V and Francis I, of Philip II and William the Silent, of Frederick the Great and George III, of Charles I and Oliver Cromwell, of James II and William III, of Elizabeth and Mary Stuart, of all the queens of England down to Victoria, are read with breathless interest in many a log hut and thatched cottage, simply because the personages were kingly or great. The reading of kings and courts introduces to the imagination brilliant pageants, splendid dresses, imposing state, thrones, crowns, gorgeous robes, and long processions of personages magnificently grand. Indeed, as we have already noticed, much of our pleasure in reading history arises from our sympathy with the fortunes and the story of the great historical personages who have figured prominently in its scenes of splendor or depression, of victory or defeat. Closely allied to these are great statesmen and political leaders, diplomatists and orators, who have helped and hindered sovereigns and nations, whose intellect and skill have sustained or thwarted the plans of kings, have inspired the achievements or marred the fortunes of great nations. The interest in the events and the heroes is in these cases of a more elevated description. The arena is intellectual. The struggles are of sagacity, eloquence, or craft. The issues are the progress or regress, the triumph or downfall of a great party or a great empire. The reader who has intelligence enough to comprehend the nature of such struggles and the courage and skill which are required for success always follows with interest the personal career of this class of great men. The lives of Wolsey, Sir Thomas More, and Cranmer interest us as deeply as the life of Henry VIII. The personal character and history of Burleigh, Leicester, Essex, Raleigh, and Bacon we follow with as keen an interest as the career of the imperious but capricious Elizabeth and the pedantic and conceited James. The lives of Land and Strafford are, if possible, more exciting than those of the ill-fated sovereign whom their counsels so fatally misled. Sir John Eliot, John Hampden, Lord Falkland, William Pym, Sir Henry Vane, and Colonel Hutchinson have left lives as fraught with exciting interest as that of Cromwell himself. We follow the lives of Algernon Sidney and of Lord Russell with far more breathless attention than we do the stupid and senseless course of the bigoted monarch who sent them both to the scaffold. Richelieu, Mazarin, Sully, and de Retz each had a personal character and a personal career which has an interest separate from the character and career of the great monarchs whom they served. Lord Somers and the great Whig leaders of the Revolution of 1688 interest us by the adroitness and personal courage with which they planned and achieved a bloodless victory for the rights of the English people and the establishment of constitutional restraints upon the crown. The lives of Chatham, Fox, and Burke are as exciting as a drama to one who knows what were the forces against which their lives were a perpetual struggle, and what were the weapons of argument and oratory, of sagacity and leadership with which they strove. Pitt presents in his life a history as interesting as that of the great soldier against whom he subsidized the armies of Europe with the wealth of England. We follow in the career of Brougham and Romilly, of Mackintosh and Horner, of Macaulay and Cobden, the great thoughts, the courageous daring, and the persevering tenacity which have overturned the traditional policy of England and rooted up the prejudices of centuries, though backed by the wealth and prestige of the crown and aristocracy. If we think of our own country, we find the interest of a drama in the more or less complete and satisfactory biographies which we have of the lives of James Otis and Samuel Adams, of Joseph Warren and Patrick Henry, of Benjamin Franklin and Alexander Hamilton, of Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr, of John Jay and Timothy Pickering, of John Randolph and DeWitt Clinton, of John C. Calhoun and Henry Clay, of Daniel Webster and Martin Van Buren, of Thomas H. Benton and William H. Seward. The life of each of these statesmen and orators must be intensely exciting to everyone who can comprehend the great objects for which each of them lived, and the energy and skill which each displayed in bringing over the nation to his own opinions and policy. It may be questioned whether the great men of history are not the objects of the most intense personal feelings of like and dislike, chiefly because we view them as struggling for or against some great cause or party which we ourselves accept or reject. It is certain that everyone follows the career of his favorite orators and statesmen with somewhat of the same excited suspense with which he watches the course of a living party leader in a present or impending conflict. In England and America, where so many intelligent persons take so warm and active an interest in political questions and the party leaders, it is not strange that the most positive and excited interest should be felt in the personal history and personal character of the great men who have organized or led those political parties in other generations whose traditions and passions are still active in the present. Those readers who rise above party sympathies and considerations and are interested in the conflicts and struggles which result in great reforms, whether they are distinctively religious or political, moral or social, find the most abundant excitement in the life of any great reformer. The incidents and the heroism kindle the imagination and stir the blood. In any soul in which the sense of public justice is wakeful, and the sympathy with human suffering is glowing, and the courage to contend against popular opposition is determined, there is the capacity to be stirred by the life history of any man who has dared to have power and faction and public opinion in favor of suppressed truth, an oppressed class, or a much-needed but long-delayed reform. The lives of Savonarola, of Luther, of Ignatius Loyola, of George Fox, of John Wesley, of William Wilberforce, of Thomas Fowell Buxton, of John Brown, and of multitudes more never want for sympathizing readers, even among men who do not sympathize with the principles or the spirit of their heroes. In the interest which is aroused by such lives, fanaticism and imprudence are overlooked and forgiven, and bold words and bolder deeds are admired and applauded. The dramatic interest of the shifting positions of the contest and the imposing attitudes of the central figure, often fighting single-handed with myriads of foes, engross the attention and carry off the admiring sympathy. We admire and sometimes adore the heroes of a cause which we cannot but detest. The biographies of self-made men are almost universally attractive. No man of any generosity or spirit can avoid being excited by the determination and perseverance which these exemplify. Only a snob or a tuft hunter or a toady to the rich or great is ashamed of a strong interest in the men who have risen from humble beginnings. They are especially fascinating and instructive to those young men of limited means who aspire to make something of their own lives. Smiles's self-help abounds in brief sketches of and allusions to a great number of men of this class, and one is surprised in reading such a book to find how large a number of those who have been eminent in every condition in life have risen from lowly conditions at the start. The interest in such records is felt alike by those who have already risen in life and those who are just beginning to rise, preeminently by the latter. This leads us to observe that those who are earnestly devoted to any art or profession are equally attracted to the lives of those persons who have attained special eminence in a similar profession or employment. Especially is this the case if their own career is as yet incomplete, if their aspirations are high and their difficulties are manifold, if the goal is bright but distant, and the path to it seems long and steep. The ever-present consciousness of the difficulties under which we labor leads us to compare our own conditions with that of another like ourselves. The desire to overcome these difficulties and to attain eminence speedily leads us to consult the experience of those who have succeeded and to inquire minutely what was the secret of their success. We are never tired of studying their devices, of hearing of their discouragements, of fighting over their battles, and of triumphing in their victories. The young advocate who is looking impatiently for his first brief, or who is forced to wait for days for the welcome step of a new client, reads with intense excitement the story of Erskine's speedy and brilliant entrance into a crowded practice. The young lawyer who proposes for himself a successful professional career, which shall be adorned and elevated by noble aspirations and liberal culture, can find few books which are so inspiriting as the lives of Sir Samuel Romilly and Francis Horner, of Patrick Henry and William Wirt, of Daniel Webster and Rufus Choate. The physician who wonders whence his patients are to come and whether he can ever win his way into a lucrative practice, reads and rereads with fresh interest the life and experience of any city or country doctor which he may chance to encounter. The lives of John Hunter and Sir Charles Bell are fraught with inspiration to him. Many a journeyman printer has been inspired and, as it were, remade by the records which Franklin has left of his own experiences at the press. Many a young writer has read and reread the story of Franklin's patient attempts to attain a good English style. The popularity of Franklin's life in America and England is a complete refutation of the assertion that biography is to the mass of readers essentially stupid and uninviting. The life of the learned blacksmith has encouraged not a few laborers at the anvil. The lives of Watt and Arkwright, of Fulton and Whitney, of Stephenson and Goodyear have stimulated many an inventor to renewed patience and courage. No romance can excite a more kindled interest than Hugh Miller's My Schools and Schoolmasters, as no book can possibly be more instructive to the working man who will follow its guidance and yield to its inspiration. Horace Greeley is nowhere more interesting and wise as a guide to readers who have their own fortunes to make than in his recollections of a busy life. The young physicists and scientists who are so numerous at the present day can find no reading which will please and reward them so well as the lives of Franklin and Ferguson, of Davy and Faraday, of Newton and Dalton, of George Wilson and Edward Forbes. Artists never tire of reading the lives of the unhappy devotees of their craft, like Haydn, and the more fortunate like Reynolds and Turner, Gainsborough and Wilkie, West and Austen. Literary men of all classes gather fresh inspiration and instruction from the biographies of literary men, an ample and most valuable class of lives to which we shall again return. The partial review which we have taken of these few classes of biographies, and the grounds of their attractiveness for their several classes of readers, enable us to gain a more satisfactory view in regard to biography and biographical reading in general. We have seen that biography is attractive for the incidents which it records and the sympathy which it arouses with prominent actors. Biography is interesting to this or that reader just so far as he cares for and comprehends the incidents, the feelings, or the characters which biography describes. The lives of some men present pictures and emotions into which all, even the youngest and the most unreflecting, easily enter. In all cases, however, the interest must depend very largely upon the skill and success with which the scenes and characters are depicted. If the incidents are beyond the capacity of the reader to comprehend, through defect of age, culture, or reflection, if the feelings and character are such as he cannot or does not care to study or interpret, then the life cannot be interesting. It may be positively distasteful. We cannot expect the life of a metaphysician, a philologist, or scientist to be intelligible or interesting to a child or to a full-grown man whose knowledge and culture are limited. William Wordsworth was known to his neighbors only as a kind-hearted and frugal neighbor. Sir Walter Scott was esteemed by a large class of well-to-do acquaintances, not as the magician of the North, but simply as the sheriff who gave glorious suppers and was great in his talk of dogs and horses. Burns had a jolly set of associates who cared more for his good fellowship than for the poetry of his songs. What could any of these friends of Wordsworth, Scott, or Burns know, or what should they care for the events or the characters which make the record of their lives so intensely interesting to the student of literature and the student of man? That which made their lives so famous, and the story of them so exciting to a certain class of readers, lay entirely beyond the range of their comprehension and their sympathy. While then, as we have seen, there are not a few biographies which are within the range and comprehension of all classes of readers, there are many others which are reserved for men whose culture takes a special direction or is of a higher order than is accorded to the many. The first of these which we name are those which are eminently psychological, that is, those which involve an analysis and record of the inner processes or growth of the soul. There are not a few biographies of which the chief interest arises from and turns upon the changes in the inner life which they record. The external incidents of the life may be unexciting, the career of the man may have been very uneventful or very humble, but the record of the progress of the man, of his varied experiences of feeling, of the development of his intellect, and the changes in his opinions, of his new views of life, his strengthened faith, his refined culture, and his intellectual or moral achievements, lend an indescribable charm to the narrative and gather around it a circle of excited readers. It is obvious, however, that no man can be interested in such a biography who has never given attention to the progress of his own inner life, or watched the several steps by which such progress has been made. Those who recognize the improvement of one's position in life as the great end of living, and who measure progress by the vulgar tests of gain and wealth or power, cannot be expected to understand or care for the inner life of a man who esteems the culture of the intellect, the refinement of the tastes, the victory over the selfish and sensual passions, and the enlargement and confirmation of all right and noble principles as the most elevated ends to which any life can be devoted. Those who never look within, but always look without, must find the biography of that which is within to be necessarily stupid and uninteresting. But those who care for their own improvement in good habits and noble achievements, and who are accustomed closely to watch and carefully to judge of their progress or failure in these particulars, may naturally be expected to study with intense and wakeful interest the inner record of any noble life, provided the story be told with requisite skill. Those who include moral culture and religious growth in their conception of true progress will follow with a lively interest any such record which is sincere, provided the subject of it be otherwise so gifted as to attract the attention, or the story be told in such a way as to satisfy a pure and simple taste. Even the absence of any special gifts of nature or attainments of culture will often be abundantly compensated by pure aspirations and honest endeavors. The record of an honest and unlettered mind, if unskilfully made, like the life of John Woolman the Quaker, can be so elevated by simple purity of heart, or like the life of John Bunyan, can be so irradiated by flashes of seraphic fire as successfully to vindicate the essential superiority of moral and religious greatness over greatness of every other sort. But no gifts of genius in the subject or skill of portraiture in the writer can or ought to compensate for the absence of moral earnestness in a professedly ethical biography, or for the presence of the debasing alloy of Pharisaism and cant in a professedly religious life. Hypocrisy is always hollow. Pharisaism and affectation are invariably offensive in proportion to the elevation of the ideals to which they pretend to rise and the purity of the saintliness which they profess to imitate. Hence, while a good biography of a truly good man is the best and often the most inspiring of all biographies, if it be written with tolerable skill, and inflated, overstrained, and laudatory life of a man who was very imperfectly or defectively good is often one of the most offensive and depressing of books. The temptation to error in the form of overdoing in the quantity and quality of moral and religious biography is exceedingly strong. The religious public is frightfully inundated with the lives of persons whose lives had better not have been written, or if written, would better have been privately printed. It is the dictate of friendship to magnify the virtues of the departed, and to fail to notice their defects when we look at either through the tears which we weep at their graves. But no man is, for such a reason, justified in setting forth the life of a person of merely commonplace goodness simply because he was good, while every good life is far more eloquent and winning in the circle which it illumines than any book can be. Those lives only deserve to be brought before the public in a book which had characteristics sufficiently uncommon to make the goodness specially attractive when it is portrayed. Second, the lives which we have called psychological are usually most successfully written in greater or less part by the persons themselves who were the subjects of them, in part by their recorded conversations, their diaries and letters, or wholly informal autobiographies. Hence the most satisfactory sayings, their private journals, and extracts from their correspondence, set in a framework of explanatory history. Boswell's Life of Dr. Johnson is, for two reasons, the best example of a life made up of sayings and conversations. The sayings of Johnson were well worth reporting for their intrinsic interest and value, or for the manner in which they were expressed, and Johnson had an admiring Boswell always at hand to report them. It has of late become much the fashion to make up the lives of significant men very largely from their journals and their letters. Some of the most instructive and delightful biographies of modern times are of this class, such as those of Robert Burns, Charles Lamb, Robert Southey, John Sterling, Walter Scott, John Wilson, Thomas Chalmers, Samuel Romilly, John Foster, Dr. Thomas Arnold, of Charlotte Bronte, J. Blanco White, Thomas Fowell Buxton, Edward Irving, Richard Whatley, B. G. Niebuhr, Frederick Perthes, John Keble, Frederick W. Robertson, Henry Crabb Robinson, Baron Bunsen, Theodore Parker, Margaret Fuller, Horace Mann, and Lyman Beecher. In all these instances, the persons named were more or less distinguished for public and literary activity. This fact suggests the remark that the lives of this class of persons are generally more instructive and interesting than those of any other. The reason certainly cannot be that their intellects were superior, or their principles were more elevated, that their feelings and tastes were more refined, or their influence was more commanding than were those of others whose lives remain wholly unwritten. It is rather that such men more frequently leave behind them copious materials of this sort. But even this is not universally the case. It is only men who write easily, and of such men only here and there one who leaves behind him a journal or diary in which he notes events as they occur, or records his views in regard to them, or his own principles, feelings, and aims. Many journals which are extended and copious are chiefly objective, and fail to express the individuality of the man, and to manifest his inmost feelings and the springs of his character. Very many really able and communicative men fail to write letters with that fullness and freedom which should satisfy a biographer. But when all these conditions are present, when the character or career is worth describing, and the character and aims are copiously expressed by the individual himself, then we have the conditions of such a life as Lockhart's Life of Scott, or Stanley's Life of Arnold, or the lives of R. G. Niebuhr and Frederick Perthes, of Thomas Fowell Buxton, and the Reverend F. W. Robertson. The lives of men devoted to science or letters are specially interesting for another reason. Such men reflect the sentiments of their times more completely and vividly than men of any other class. In great part, they form these sentiments, or are the central points around which they gather. They give to these sentiments a concrete and personal interest, and cause the times to revive and live before the eyes of the reader. They are very often symbolic and representative men, men who either originate or impersonate some striking tendency of thought or feeling. At all events, they record in their own diaries and letters, more or less fully, by allusion or formal discussion, the phases of thought and feeling which prevail in the community, and so preserve fresh and living pictures of transient and momentary events. These pictures are usually colored with the hues of their own personal feelings. They are warm with love, clouded by displeasure, or disturbed by anxiety or terror. English literature has of late been greatly enriched with many biographies of this class, of the choicest description, biographies interesting from the excellence of the character which they record, from the variety of incidents which they narrate, from the exciting phases of prevailing thought and feeling which they reflect, and from the insight which they open into the inner springs and motives of the persons described. Autobiographies have for many, not to say for most persons, a peculiar charm. They do not always give so complete a picture of the inner life as we desire, nor do they reveal so fully what was characteristic of the man as we hope to discover when we begin to read. But they almost uniformly delight the student of human nature by their honest and naive detail of what we are more or less curious to know. They are usually brief, almost every writer of his own life being apparently overcome with irresistible modesty when he attempts to introduce to the great public his comparatively humble self. They are often unfinished, the writer getting on very comfortably with the recollections of his childhood and the experiences and feelings of his early days, but growing suddenly timid as he is obliged to look in the face the follies and perhaps the sins of his later life, and not liking always to speak so freely of others, whether dead or living, as would be necessary should he speak freely of himself. It is worthy of notice how many brief sketches of this sort are suddenly broken off, as if the writer had become disgusted with thinking and talking about himself, and had left for his children a mere fragment where they expected and longed for a full and detailed narrative of his entire life. We have, however, a few autobiographies that are tolerably complete, and they are all in their way fraught with interest. The life of Franklin is attractive for many reasons, but preeminently because it was written by himself, and because he tells a story which of itself is fitted to interest every poor boy who is beginning life with a simplicity and directness which enlists the sympathies and holds the attention of every reader. No book has been more popular in our country than this. None has exerted a more powerful influence, not always of unmixed good. Tried by the more elevated standard of either pagan or Christian morality, it is often defective. The persistent self-seeking which crops out so offensively now and then, and the absence of faith in the more generous sentiments, as well as the sarcastic condescension with which Franklin treats revealed religion, are not always healthful. They have lowered the tone and weakened the faith and the principles of not a few. But with all these abatements, its attractions are at this moment as fresh as at the first. It has in these days the additional merit of giving a vivid picture of simple times forever gone by, as well as of unfolding the inner movements of a very unique personality. For the same reason that the apprentice and clerk read Franklin with special interest, the scholar never tires of reading Gibbon's Memoirs of My Own Life and Writings, or the brief autobiographies of Hume, Voltaire, and Lord Herbert of Cherbury. The lovers of excitement and adventure will return again and again to the autobiographies of Cellini, Vidocq, J. Wolfe Tone, and Madame de Bury. These autobiographies, with many others, are found in what professes to be a collection of the most interesting and amusing lives ever published, written by the parties themselves, London, 1826 to 1832. This collection certainly contains a very great variety of very amusing and instructive reading. The fragments of autobiography, which often precede the more elaborate lives of prominent men, are almost invariably read and reread with careful attention. We cannot think that biography is especially uninteresting and unattractive. On the other hand, we believe that the want of interest in any life or class of lives must arise from one or more of three prominent causes: a want of capacity to comprehend the character described, a want of sympathy with his aims and principles, or some defect of skill in the biographer. While, as we have seen, there are some biographies which interest both the young and the old, the uncultured and the refined, there is a very great number which, from the nature of the case, can only interest a few, according as they understand or care for the style of man which the life describes. It is therefore impossible to furnish any but the most general rules for the selection of this class of books, and it is, for this reason, less easy to select any list which may be called the best. What are the best for one age, or one degree and kind of culture, may be wholly unsuited for another. There is no class of reading which is ethically more profitable than this. When I am sick of the world in church and state, and in society, says a sharp and stern thinker, I turn for relief to the portraits of two saintly heroes which hang in my library, and say to myself, these two were honest and noble men, and they teach me never to despair of mankind or of myself. In like manner, there is nothing so quickening and elevating to the generous and high-minded as to read a few pages in the biography of one who has been a prince among men for greatness and goodness combined, especially if his life and character are largely interpreted by him. No young man can rise from the perusal of such lives as these of Buxton and Arnold without feeling his mind and heart made better and his best resolves invigorated. Horner says of the life of Sir Matthew Hale that it filled him with enthusiasm, and of Condorcet's Éloge of Haller, I never rise from the account of such men without a thrilling palpitation about me, which I know not whether I should call admiration, ambition, or despair. A snatch of such reading is like the injection of fresh and generous blood into the veins, or the drinking a generous and refreshing draught to one who is thirsty and faint, or the breathing copiously of a highly oxygenated atmosphere. That young man or young lady is to be congratulated who has his or her favorite biographies to which he or she habitually turns and returns, if indeed they present noble ideals. The lives of Dr. Arnold and of F.W. Robertson have done more for the quickening and encouragement of Christian culture and of Christian nobleness in the present generation than the personal influence of the two men when living, inspiring as were the teaching and intercourse of the one, and the preaching and conversation of the other. In no sense is it so eminently true that the good which men do lives after them, as when the spirit and essence of their lives are embalmed in a worthy biography. More sweet than colors caught by him who sails near splay shores of Araby the blest, 1,000 times more exquisitely sweet the freights of holy feeling which we meet in thoughtful moments, wafted by the gales from fields where good men walk, or bowers wherein they rest. But how is it with the evil which bad men do? Is not this equally powerful to ensnare and corrupt? To this we reply, such evil is not often so frankly and fully exposed, and never by themselves. And herein is very strikingly illustrated the homage which vice pays to virtue. It is rare that a bad man confesses to the world in his letters how bad he is, unless he does it with repentance and shame. It is rarer even that a man writes down in his diary, as an eminent scholar was once in the habit of doing, "This day read the Antigone of Sophocles, after which I was desperately drunk." Or if a man occasionally forgets decency in his letters, and self-respect in his diary, it is rare that his biographer will spread out such revolting details for the perusal of the public. If he is forced to allude to the sins or foibles of his hero, he usually endeavors to palliate and excuse them. No libertine or drunkard, no unbeliever in duty or denier of God, ever shines attractively in an honestly written life, or inspires his readers with a desire to be like him. But while the lives of bad or imperfect men do not attract, they very often warn. In the realm of biography, the saying is emphatically fulfilled: the name of the wicked shall rot. The memory of the wicked does rot, either in the withering neglect of succeeding generations, to which it is so often doomed, or in the putrescent phosphorescence at whose lurid light posterity starts and shudders. In view of these considerations, we advise for all those who have leisure and opportunity a large and liberal reading of biography. We advise that the taste for this description of reading should be fostered. If fostered, it certainly will grow more active and intense. The study of biography is the study of man. A generous familiarity with the lives of men of all sorts of opinions tends to liberalize the feelings and to enlarge the understanding. Its influence in this regard is like that of a very extended and varied acquaintanceship with living men. Nor need we fear to study the lives or to converse with the characters of men from whom we differ very widely in opinions or diverge very materially in our sympathies. If our own principles are fixed, we shall find sufficient strength and inspiration from the lives of the men with whom we agree in opinions and character to enable us to withstand, as far as we ought to desire, any counter-influence from the lives of those with whose opinions we do not entirely sympathize. No man of liberal culture can afford to be without. No such person ought to desire to be wholly without the liberalizing influence which comes from a study of the lives of men of the greatest variety of opinions and characters. On the other hand, no man whose opinions are fixed, or whose principles are earnest, can fail to have his favorite biographies, his lives of men most loved and honored, to which he continually resorts. It may be to enjoy with them a few moments' converse in their most elevated moods, or perhaps to rise by their aid to those noble positions which the soul is more competent to gain for an hour than to keep for a day. Of biographical reading we may say that the man who has no heroes among the truly noble of the earth must have either a sordid or a conceited spirit. He must be too ignoble to admire that which is really above himself, or must be too satisfied with himself to care to concern himself with the characters or the claims of others. He who reverences and admires no one of the great and good of other times is likely to reverence and admire the man who is least worthy of honor and admiration, and that is himself, and to bring to his altar an unshared and solitary worship. Two rules may serve in the selection and judgment of biographies. The first is, see that the man whose life you would read had a marked and distinctive character. The second is, see that this character be set forth with truthfulness and skill. A man with small individuality, either of gifts or of goodness, is not entitled to have his life written, and certainly has no claim that his life should be read. The circumstance that he held a high position in life, or attracted honor or attention from his wealth or rank or office, is of the slightest possible significance to those who come after him, provided there was nothing in his genius, his industry, or his goodness which entitles him to the consideration of others. Mere goodness, which is commonplace, however useful and honorable in the living, cannot shine as an example through a written life unless there was something distinctive enough to attract the attention and to impress the feelings of lookers-on. The number of stupid biographies which encumber our libraries, of lords and generals and bishops and of clergymen and physicians and lawyers who were simply significant from their position, is something frightful to contemplate. Now and then they fill several bulky volumes. They are glanced at by a limited circle and stand upon the shelves of our libraries to be consulted by an antiquarian or a genealogist, and this is all the service which they render. The following protest, directed against the indiscriminate publication of an author's remains, is equally appropriate to these lumbering biographies in which little wise selection rules. The imperfect thing or thought, the fervid yeastiness of youth, the dubious doubt, the twilight truth, the work that for the passing day was wrought, the schemes that came to naught, the sketch halfway twixt verse and prose that mocks the finished picture true, the splinters whence the statue grew, the scaffolding 'neath which the palace rose, the vague abortive throes, and crudities of joy or gloom, in kind oblivion let them be, nor has the dead worse foe than he who rakes these sweepings of the artist's room and piles them on his tomb. Whether a particular biography will meet the conditions prescribed must be left in most cases to the judgment of the reader himself. To attempt to make a selection from the very rich and copious library of works of this class with which English literature abounds would be difficult, if not impracticable, within our limits. We must ask the reader to accept in its place the classification which we have made and the illustrative examples which we have cited under its several heads. We add that brief biological sketches of eminent personages may be found in any good encyclopedia. Some of these have been prepared with great care by very able writers. Biographical dictionaries also abound. Among these may be named the two most recently issued, as very convenient and carefully prepared. Lippincott's Universal Pronouncing Dictionary of Biography and Mythology by J. Thomas, 2 volumes, and a brief biological dictionary compiled and arranged by Reverend Charles Hole, American edition by William H. Wheeler. The last gives only the names, professions, and so forth, with dates of death and birth. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. Novels and Novel Reading. From history and biography to fiction and poetry, the transition is natural and easy. It is none other than from true to what Lord Bacon calls feigned history, the one being the narration of events which have actually occurred, the other the narration of events which are only supposed to have taken place. The form of the two is the same, the matter is different. The story which the novelist and poet narrate would be history if what is narrated had actually taken place. But the end in both cases always is or always should be the same, that is, the communication of truth, not always what we call real truth in the sense of actual or literal occurrences, but always real truth in the sense of those relations and impressions which are real in that import which is most comprehensive and profound. Whenever the imagination, by its creations of incidents and drapery, can assert or impress truth of this kind more effectually than the memory by its transcripts from reality, then is it at liberty to do so, provided it does not disturb the relations of truth to veracity. There are other ends for which the truth is conveyed than the ends of instruction and science. It may often be largely for ends of amusement, but it is truth nevertheless. The mirror of the imagination must always reflect nature, though with enlarged and altered proportions. The criterion of every good work of imagination is well expressed by the description of the Arcadia of Sir Philip Sidney, as a work of which the invention is wholly spun out of the fancy, but conformable to the possibility of truth in all particulars. We have already defended works of imagination from ignorant and prejudiced objections. We have also sought to show that the highest advantage which can come of literature and reading of all kinds is the service which they render to the imagination, as they enrich it with multiform and varied images of beauty, elevate it by noble associations, and inspire it with pure emotions. We shall neither repeat nor expand our argument in vindication of fiction and poetry. If anything needs to be added, it will naturally present itself in our suggestions concerning the wise and profitable use of both. Prose fiction is of comparatively recent growth in English literature. It is within the present century that it has attained its gigantic proportions. Our grandmothers read Rasselas, The Vicar of Wakefield, Sir Charles Grandison, The Castle of Otranto, and a few other tales. Some of our grandfathers allowed themselves now and then the entertainment of Tom Jones, Humphrey Clinker, and Tristram Shandy. There are thousands of their grandchildren who would be puzzled to tell what novels they have read, or to recite the names of their authors. Both are so numerous. 2 novels a week is the smallest number that is produced as an average from the British press, if we say nothing of the novels translated from the French and German, and the names of all the leading popular novelists it would be difficult for even the most desperate and practised novel reader to recount. The year 1814, in which Waverley was published, ushered in the new period of English, and we may say of modern fiction, and since that time the number and variety of novels has been steadily increasing. The writing of fiction has been widened and enriched as an art, and the reading of fiction has been more distinctly recognized and worthily appreciated as a means of culture and a source of enjoyment. Juvenile fiction has of late been increased to well-nigh enormous dimensions. The writing of novels has become one of the regular professions. The reading of novels is the chief occupation of a certain class of persons who are exempt from the ordinary claims of business or study, and even the criticism of novels has become a speciality almost as much as the criticism of art or music. The world of fiction in many minds overbears and outweighs the world of reality. To not a few, the creations of the imagination are more interesting and absorbing than those of real life. With many persons, the successful conduct of a plot excites more interest and elicits a more active criticism than the direction of a campaign, and the development of a fictitious character is watched with as keen an interest as the life and fortunes of a great general or an eminent statesman. The issue of a tangled story is followed more anxiously than the result of an exciting criminal trial or a closely contested political canvass. Professor David Masson, in his very able and readable work on British novelists, divides British novels since Scott's appearance in the field into 13 classes as follows. 1. The novel of Scottish life and manners. 2. The novel of Irish life and manners. 3. The novel of English life and manners. 4. The fashionable novel. 5. The illustrious criminal novel. 6. The traveller's novel. 7. The novel of American manners and society. 8. The novel of Eastern manners and society. 9 and 10. The military and naval novel. 11. The novel of supernatural fantasy. 12. The art and culture novel. 13. The historical novel. This classification cannot be accepted as exhaustive, but it may serve to impress the reader with the variety of topics that are treated in modern novels, as well as be convenient for reference and illustration. A broader and simpler classification is that which divides all novels into two groups, according as they are more or less conspicuously novels of incident or novels of character, that is, according as they are more or less occupied with pictures to the objective fantasy, or as they present strongly marked and strikingly individualized characters. There are no novels of incident in which various personages do not figure largely, but there is only now and then one in which these personages have the relief and reality of living men and women with a distinct personal existence and a strongly marked individuality. On the other hand, there are no novels of character in which there is not more or less of a story or plot, but the interest in all novels which deserve to be so called turns invariably upon the illustration or the development of character. Novels of incident are especially fitted for the young because their tastes are eminently objective. They like an exciting and picturesque story, no matter how grotesque and improbable it may be. Persons are as real and objective to them as incidents and events. It is what these do and suffer for which their readers care, not what they are or how their characters are expanded or made known. With the analysis of their motives, their inner conflicts of feeling, and the developments or changes of their character, their readers have little concern. The excitement of the story is the chief attraction, and if the story is exciting, they neither care nor inquire whether the events are probable or possible, or whether the characters are natural or true. Nor are they fastidious in respect to either imagery or style. Indeed, provided the imagery is bold, they do not care if it be coarse and highly coloured, and provided the language be strong and passionate, they do not mind if it be declamatory and raving. The taste of young people in respect to novels is very like their taste for food. They do not totally reject the more delicate fruits and dishes, but they swallow them without discrimination and without appreciating their exquisite flavour. But the stronger and coarser edibles they devour not only with no offence, but often with an astonishing relish, as unripe apples, squash-like melons, rank soups, and ranker meats. They are not insensible to Robinson Crusoe and the Pilgrim's Progress and the manifold delicatesses of modern fiction, but they do not see the difference between these and the pirate's own book, Jack Sheppard, Beadle's dime novels, and the sensational stories which inflate the English language till it almost bursts with the expansion, and whose heroes scream out all the possible varieties of hysterical passion. There is nothing which is more amazing to a refined and cultured mother than the favourite stories of her obstreperous boy. But all this is in the course of nature, and will be outgrown in the progress of time. There is hope that the boy will grow up to his mother's tastes, if her tastes in reading are cultured and refined. But what hope is there for him, if her favourite novels are, in point of culture, not higher than his coarse and sensational stories? As long as the savage sees lines and shades of beauty in the tattooing or the war paint that makes the face hideous, and the wild African grins with ecstasy at the flaunting colours which shame the noon, so long will sensation novels of the vulgar sort be read with eagerness, and be written, lauded, and sold. It is well to remember that the acquisition of wealth does not necessarily bring refinement in the intellectual tastes, and that much which is called culture of the superficial sort, and which enables a person to be self-possessed and at ease in society, does not, of course, involve culture of the imagination or the intellectual judgment. Fashionable people and people who aspire to give tone to society may delight in low and vulgar novels. Even persons who are morally pure and right-hearted may want the capacity to discriminate between what is high and low-toned in fiction. It now and then happens that a family rises suddenly to wealth from abject poverty. Its members pass in a month from rags to satins, and from squalor to diamonds, and assume the airs of their new position with what success they may. Usually, however, some defect in their new appointments betrays that their culture is not complete. Sometimes their shoes, or their lace, or their jewellery reveal their essential vulgarity. Sometimes it is the low and vulgar character of the fiction in which they delight. In cases that are not so extreme, there are people whose aristocracy is unquestioned, and whose manners have the unmistakable confidence that bespeaks a well-established social position, who, by the novels which they habitually read, betray the essential vulgarity of their intellectual tastes and the low grade of their aesthetic culture. Few things are more properly offensive to the traveller than to see a second or third-rate novel in the hands of a well-dressed and well-mannered lady, or an intelligent and otherwise well-cultured youth. Few indications are more depressing than to enter a house in which wealth and comfort abound, in which taste and refinement are everywhere manifest, and perhaps a high tone of moral and religious feeling is maintained, and yet to find that the library of the family is made up of a score or two of third-rate novels, with perhaps a few books of devotion. If we suppose the taste for different kinds of fiction to be developed in a normal way from youth to age, from rudeness to culture, the novel of mere incident will gradually give way to the novel of character. The personage with a name and nothing more, who figures in so many stories for children, and in so many sensational novels for grown people, will be required to give some indications of individual personality. The reader will learn to look for men, and men of definite and unmistakable individuality, in the leading characters of any novel which he tolerates or delights in. He will by and by learn to notice that character cannot be made known with skill or success by mere description, but must be expressed in the words or deeds of the personages portrayed. That a long-winded and elaborate setting forth of what sort of a man this or that person is, attended perhaps with a commentary upon the characteristics of his class, is not nearly so satisfactory to the reader as the brief or pithy sayings which are put into his mouth, or his characteristic actions when brought into a critical position. The second step of progress in the taste for fiction may be said to be attained when the reader has learned to prefer the novel of character to the novel of incident, and can distinguish the one from the other. The third stage is reached when the reader learns to study and analyze the characters which he finds in fiction, when they not only enlist his sympathies by assuming distinct and personal being, but he can study them in their motives, trace out their springs and discover their leading traits, and illustrate them to his own judgment by examples from real life. This interest is greatly heightened if the characters are complex, perplexing, and apparently contradictory, and if the real secret is veiled and withheld till the development of the plot is complete. Novels of character must of course differ greatly in the style of character which they furnish, and their adaptation to the power of the reader to comprehend them or his capacity to enjoy them. The perplexities of a hero or heroine may arise from speculative studies or religious difficulties, or from social inequalities, or a morbid mood induced by a childhood of wealth and luxury, or by some reverse of fortune. Whatever may be the occasion, if the kind of human being is not such as should be looked for in the ordinary experience of human life, and can only be developed from an exceptional nature or a very rare conjunction of circumstances, the power to understand the character will be possessed by few. Or again, if the principal interest in the hero arises out of the peculiarities of his profession, as of a musician or artist, like Charles Auchester, the idiosyncrasies of his nature can only be fully appreciated by a few. Then, if the habits of the novelist be scientific or philosophical, and he wishes to exhibit a hero occupied with his speciality, or exemplifying certain limited habits, or if he sets forth the character by technical or scholastic terminology, or a professional or philosophical dialect, he can expect no more than a limited class of readers. All the so-called novels of purpose, or as they might be termed, propagandist or doctrinal novels, whether they be Christian or infidel, Romanist or neological, high church or evangelical, Episcopal or Presbyterian, royalist or republican, conservative or radical, slavery or anti-slavery, poor law or anti-poor law, protectionist or free trade, so far as they involve any properly theoretic discussions as distinguished from pictures of personal or social life or public and individual tendencies, can strongly attract those readers only who have some special knowledge or of interest in the subjects discussed, whatever may be the interest of the plot or the individuality of the characters. In general, novels that are in any way specialized, whether because the topics handled are necessarily limited, or because the mode of handling is not adapted to the habits and tastes of men of ordinary culture, must necessarily be reserved for a limited class of readers. No man in his senses would aspire to read all the novels, or even the majority of the novels that are written and published. It is within the limits of possibility that a person who should restrict himself to this kind of reading, and should devote to it, say, 6 or 8 hours a day, and allow himself no respite for sickness or holidays, might, in a certain sense, read the most of the novels that are now published in the English language. But who would desire to do this? Who would not refuse the task with disgust and revulsion if it should be imposed upon him? Most persons would rebel for higher reasons than because the occupation would be a task. The task itself would be most ungrateful. To be forced to occupy one's mind with feeble or extravagant portraitures of scenes and incidents, with inadequate or distorted delineations of character, with false and repulsive conceptions of honor, duty, and life, to give oneself up for the waking hours of every day to the control of the depraved or frivolous taste, or the prurient imagination of now a weak and then a strong but corrupt nature, should be esteemed an intolerable bondage. No man with a moderate endowment of human feeling or manly spirit could endure it long. There is a show of reason why the reader of history should be obliged to read many histories which he would prefer to leave unread, or why a philosopher or critic must read many weak and illogical treatises that give very poor returns of thought. But a poor novel is very poor and unsatisfying. It is not only so weak as to sicken, but it is so offensive as to disgust the man who has any positive tastes which he cherishes, or who sets much value upon his time. We might add, in the case of many, by any man who has any regard for his reputation, for the man or the woman who systematically dawdles away his or her time over a succession of third or fourth-rate novels, weak in imagination and doubtful in morality, deserves a very low place in the estimate of people whose good opinion is worth regarding. There is no description of filth that is so filthy or so tenacious as that which comes from handling an equivocal or obscene novel. A white-gloved hand is forever soiled by a smutch that cannot be drawn off with a glove, if seen to hold a low-lived and trashy tale, such as many a fashionable miss and pretentious coxcomb are known to handle. If we cannot and would not read all the novels that are published, we should read the best. What the best are, it is not always easy to decide. The novel which is the best for the child is not the best for the youth. The best for the youth is not the best for the man. The best for one man is not the best for another. The child and the youth, as we have seen, delight in the objective novel, the novel of incident above the novel of character. By the same rule, the man of introverted and reflective tastes not only prefers the novel of character, but requires that the characters delineated should themselves be of the speculative and introverted cast, and that the plot and dialogue should turn upon some recondite theme, or illustrate some important speculative truth. The tastes of men in respect to the novels which they prefer are as various as their tastes in dress, in manners, and in companions. The only limits under which this rule can be safely and wisely applied are that every man should have tastes which he can safely follow, and that he should know what his tastes actually are, and that, having tastes that are not evil, and knowing them well, he should have the courage to consult and follow them, despite the rigours of conventionality and fashion. Every man has his moods as well as his tastes. The novel that is fitted for one mood is not suited for another. If simple amusement or relaxation is required, a novel may be just the book for a man who would not care to read it at a time when his aims were higher and more severe. If instruction is required, the novel may be tolerated which would not satisfy it if it were required to amuse, elevate, or enrich the imagination. A novel may be good for travelling, which it is scarcely worthwhile for a busy or earnest person to read at home. A reader of independent and liberal spirit would also carefully avoid giving himself up to the control of any single novelist. While every reader ought, on the one hand, to be select in his reading of fiction, he should shun being so select as to limit his reading to a single writer, even though by general consent the writer should be pronounced the best. At least it should be required that the author be the best for him by his fitness to his individual habits and tastes, and even to his prevailing moods. The reasons for this rule are two. No class of writers, except perhaps the poet, can diffuse himself so completely into his writings as the novelist, and can do it so insensibly to the reader. The reader may seem to find nothing but a description of scenery, or a picture of domestic life, or a delineation of a person, or the record of conversations, or the development of a plot. All these elements may be so skillfully woven together, and may stand out so prominently from the canvas as to give the impression of objective reality. The whole may be finished with the careful minuteness of Gerard Dow, or with the defiant boldness of Rubens, and still the picture, whether of nature, man, or human life, will be the picture as seen by the novelist's eyes and reflected in the novelist's mind, and it is through his eyes and his mind that we must look at it, if we see it at all. Or he seems to open to our inspection the workings of a highly individualized character in extraordinary circumstances of trial and perplexity, like Morton in Old Mortality, or Becky Sharp in Vanity Fair, or Oliver Twist as described by Dickens, or Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte, or Mary Barton by Mrs. Gaskell, or Dinah in Adam Bede, or The Preacher of Salem Chapel by Mrs. Oliphant. All that we seem at first view to see is the individual skillfully described. At the second view, we discern perhaps that this seeming individual is also a representative human being, combined and created by the dexterous hand of the artist, working after the nice observation of the artist's eye. It is not often that we take a third observation and discern that it is some representative man, not merely as discerned by the dispassionate eye, but as judged by the principles and coloured by the feelings, and distorted, it may be, by the prejudices of the writer. Thackeray and Dickens and Miss Bronte and George Eliot have each a private practical philosophy of their own. even though it is unconsciously held, according to which they must construct all the types of human nature which they draw. It would have been morally impossible that either should conceive or portray the characters depicted by the other. This practical philosophy of life, this creed concerning the ends of human excellence and the ideal of human perfection, is that which sweetens or sours many superior novels and causes them to emit the aroma of health and life or the poison of disease and death. Again, second, no class of writers exercises so complete control over their readers as novelists do. This control reaches to their opinions and prejudices if it does not insensibly control and reshape their entire philosophy of duty and of life. The fascination which they exercise becomes of itself a spell. No enchantment is so entire and delightful as that with which they invest the story which they recite. It is a very glamour which they pour not only over the scenes which they depict, but over the senses of the beholder. With this enchantment and fascination come the ready and even the forward acceptance of their practical philosophy, and even of their accidental prejudices. A favourite novelist becomes, for the time being, often more to his enamoured and enchanted reader than preacher, teacher, or friend, and indeed than the whole world besides, casting a spell over his judgments, moulding his principles, forming his associations, and recasting his prejudices. The entranced and admiring reader runs to his favourite when he can snatch an hour from labour, society, or sleep. He broods over his scenes and characters when alone. He quotes from him as often as he dare. He cites proverbs and favourite phrases from his leading personages. He even aspires to be familiar with his slang and his cant. He warms with incensed ardour if his reputation is attacked. He defends him if he is criticized or unfavourably judged. He is impatient if another is preferred to him. The partisan of Thackeray and Dickens is always ready to couch a lance for his favourite. Indeed, we may go further and say that the devoted reader of a favourite novelist often becomes for the time an unconscious imitator or a passive reflex of his author. Like the chameleon, he takes the colour of the bough and leaf from which he feeds. He is more likely to absorb and reproduce his defects than his excellences. The admiring and passionate devotee of Dickens is in danger of copying his broad caricature, his not very elevated or elevating slang, and the free and easy swing of the society in which Mr. Dickens delights. On the other hand, the intellectual and high-toned devotee of Thackeray is likely to be not a little satirical, suspicious, and dissatisfied. To affect the nil admirari and the air of one who is compelled to live in a world of which he has already seen the hollowness, and for which he is a little too good. The admiring students of George Eliot take a pensive view of our human life, sympathize hopelessly with its sorrows and its tragedies, and above all with its moral enigmas, seeing for it no redemption and no hope. They are as sad as night only for wantonness. Their burden is, the times are out of joint. Oh, cursed spite that we were ever born to set them right. Charles Kingsley's readers, on the other hand, are ready to set everything right by the force of muscle and pluck, of bravado and faith. The admirer of the witty O.W. Holmes is crisp, Voltairish, and satirical. The devotee of Hawthorne is unrelenting in certain moody prejudices, Epicurean in his tastes and aspirations, and dreamy and uncertain in his theory of this life and the next. The admirer of Mrs. Stowe is generous, rash, one-sided and positive, and given to a variety of overdoing. So complete a subjection to a single novelist, even for a limited time, is not desirable, because its tendency is to make us one-sided and unnatural. For the same reason, we should not confine ourselves entirely to current and contemporary novels. Strong as is the temptation to do this, by reason of the greater freshness of the novel for our own times, this temptation should sometimes be overcome, if for no other reason than to give the reader a wide range of vision, and to bring him back to his favourites of the passing hour with a fresher eye and a less partial judgment. Nor should novels constitute our sole reading. The temptation is strong to make them so, especially with young persons, and those who are responsible only to themselves for the use or abuse of their time. It is not easy to turn to a history or scientific essay when an attractive novel is lying by its side, particularly for one to whom novel reading is new. There is no fascination connected with reading to be compared with that experienced in youth from the first few novels. The spellbound reader soon discovers, however, that this appetite, like that for confectionery and other sweets, is the soonest cloyed, and that if pampered too long, it enfeebles the appetite for all other food. The reader of novels only, especially if he reads many, becomes very soon an intellectual voluptuary, with feeble judgment, a vague memory, and an incessant craving for some new excitement. It is rare that a reader of this class studies the novels which he seems to read. He knows and cares little for the novel of character as contrasted with the novel of incident. He reads for the story, as he says, and it usually happens that the sensational and extravagant, the piquant and equivocal stories are those which please him best. Exclusive and excessive novel reading is to the mind as a kind of intellectual opium eating, in its stimulant effects upon the fantasy and its stupefying and bewildering influence on the judgment. An inveterate novel reader speedily becomes a literary roue, and this is possible at a very early period of life. It now and then happens that a youth of 17 becomes almost an intellectual idiot or an effeminate weakling by living exclusively upon the enfeebling swash or the poisoned stimulants that are sold so readily under the title of tales and novels. An apprenticeship at a reform school in literature, with a spare diet of statistics and a hard bed of mathematical problems, and the simple beverage of plain narrative, is much needed for the recovery of such inane and half-demented mortals. Why then, it may be asked, should we read novels at all? Why not set them aside altogether, especially as the quantity of light literature of other descriptions is so great, and the quality of it is constantly improving? These questions are certainly fair questions, and merit answers as explicit and as fair. We have to answer first. The reading of fiction furnishes a kind of amusement and relaxation which no other reading can give. There can be no question that this description of feigned history serveth and conferreth to delectation. No intellectual enjoyment is so delightful as this. No withdrawment from one's customary occupations and associations is so complete as that which a good novel effects. No breaking up of the cares and the sorrows, of the weariness and the fears of the ordinary life is so entire as that which an absorption in its scenes and an interest in its personages so easily accomplishes. That this indulgence is attended with special dangers and peculiar temptations we cannot deny. But that the amusement and relaxation are innocent and desirable, every rational man will acknowledge. Many of the bravest workers for God and man have found this sort of relaxation to be the most complete, and have used it with the happiest results. Why it should be so is not difficult to discern. Do we delight in a vacant hour to survey a quiet nook, a placid river, a luxuriant valley, or an ample and varied panorama? We open a novel, and one scene after another rises before the mental vision more rapidly and in quicker succession than any which nature can present. Does it rest the brain because it amuses the mind to gaze upon a crowded street and to watch the motley and brilliant succession of the passers-by? But over the pictured page of animated fiction, one group follows after another of men and women, of children and youth, in country and town, crushing and jostling in the alleys and thoroughfares of the city, lounging upon the open lawn, or sauntering along the shaded lanes of the country. Tournaments, races, hunting courses, fishing parties, rushing cavalry, marching infantry, gangs of robbers, stealthy assassins, a cavalcade of knights, a tribe of Bedouins, a gang of gypsies, a band of pirates, pass and repass in swift succession before the mind's eye? Does it refresh because it excites us in a new direction to tell and hear the news of our neighbours, or of the last fire, shipwreck, or battle? But it refreshes us more because it excites us less painfully to follow the fortunes of a few imaginary beings with whom the novelist acquaints us completely, and in whom he contrives to interest us profoundly, as they pass from sunlight to shade, and from shade to sunlight, till, in our anxious or our curious sympathy for them, we lose for the hour all thought and care, even for our personal joys and sorrows. The novel instructs as well as amuses the reader, and it instructs him by methods and in directions in which no other reading can. It instructs him in history, as has already been explained in our remarks upon the historical novel. It instructs him in respect to scenery, as no traveller ever does, and as few travellers would dare to attempt. The pictures of the Oriental plain, jungle and forest, of the Irish bog, pass and shealing, of the Scottish heath, loch and manse, and of the English lawn, cottage and rectory, of hedgerows and oak vistas, of clumps of yew and game preserves, of the American prairie, forest and the settler's clearing and log cabin, of the southern Negro quarters, rich fields and hunting grounds, which we find in countless novels, are invaluable as substitutes for views of those scenes which we cannot receive by the eye, and as reminders of those which we have actually seen. No man with a moderate amount of curiosity can well afford to dispense with such pictures. The cultivated person whose curiosity has not yet been awakened may need, most of all, that this curiosity be excited in ways which, and for ends in respect to which, there can be no substitute for the novel. The novel instructs in respect to the domestic and social life of other countries, or grades of life in our own country, to which few readers can have direct access, and fewer, if they have such access, can observe and judge of fully. The reader of Scott and Wilson, of Hogg and MacDonald, learns to understand and to sympathize with Scottish life and manners, and to appreciate the Scottish character as he could not possibly do in any other method. In a similar way, Lever and Lover have made it possible for us to understand Ireland and the Irish, in their blunders and their genius, their frugality and their improvidence, their wit and their folly, their beauty and their squalor, on manifold more sides of their character than any personal observation or reports of fact or history could qualify us to know and love them. Bulwer and George Eliot, Mrs. Gaskell and Trollope, Dickens and Thackeray enable the foreigner to understand somewhat of the secret of English society, with its singular contradictions of conventionality and independence, of suspicion and confidence, of blandness and gruffness. They even introduce us to the sacred privacy of the English home, without the doubtful experiment of letters of introduction, or the more questionable impudence of thrusting open the door. Does not every English reader of the tales of Miss Bremer and Miss Cullen feel that he owes to them obligations of gratitude which he cannot repay for the fresh and delightful pictures of Swedish manners and Swedish life with which their tales abound? Have not Freytag, Tortves and Auerbach and Spielhagen done the same for German life? And have not Balzac, Paul de Kock, George Sand, Eugene Sue, Alexander Dumas and Victor Hugo taught their readers more of the worst side of life in Paris and in France than it is desirable or healthful for many of these readers to learn? Of Italian life and manners, Manzoni and Ruffini and T.A. Trollope give us delightful pictures. That the wise reading of novels is fitted to enlarge our acquaintance with human nature, and in this way to give the most valuable instruction, is sufficiently obvious. It invites and often compels us to enter into the thoughts and feelings and to share in the experiences of men and women most remote from our personal observation or our possible acquaintance. It opens to us the heart of the skeptic in his torments of doubt and his gropings after certainty. It makes us watch the tempted man as he maintains his doubtful step along the narrow and swaying bridge that overhangs the fearful gulf, or to recoil with horror as he makes the desperate plunge. It opens to our inspection the inner being of the condemned. It enables us to overhear the fearful soliloquies of the cell and the procession that leads to the scaffold. In manifold methods does it enlarge our knowledge, enlighten our personal experience, and widen and make yielding our sympathies. In short, it lets us into a wide range of human experiences under the greatest possible variety of conditions, of excitements, and of issues. It places at our service the results of the sharp observation, the subtle analysis, the earnest sympathies, and the skillful interpretations of many of the most gifted students of humanity, who present the products of their observation and their skill in a form best fitted to attract the attention of the unreflecting and to excite the curiosity of the listless, the form of an exciting and artistic tale. If the representations are often too extreme and too highly coloured to correspond to the observations and experiences of fact, and if it may reasonably be objected that for this reason they are actually misleading as representations of human nature as it is, it cannot be charged that they misrepresent the ideal possibilities of human nature, that they either overpaint human nature as it is desirable it should be in its good, or degrade its evil lower than it is conceivable it should sink. If either happen, it does not follow that the most important results of substantial truths are not attained. If stronger impressions concerning the evil or the good of human nature are thereby achieved than could possibly be reached in any other way, then the mind is taught the most essential truth, while the imagination is enriched in respect to the range and variety of conceivable or ideal human experiences. The objection may sometimes hold good against novels of incident, that they excite mischievous expectations of extraordinary turns of fortune, and beget, even in sober and sensible people, a romantic and dreamy habit of mind in respect to the chances of success in life, and the conditions by which it is to be achieved. Nothing too severe can be said against the mischievous influence of a certain class of so-called romantic stories upon uncertain, shuffling, indolent and brooding sort of people with feeble energies and strong self-indulgence. It is not such novels that we commend, but novels of character. A similar objection might be urged against the influence of novels of the latter class, that they encourage extravagant views of what a person may become in character, or of what he may demand of his associates or expect from his fellow men. If such a tendency should now and then be observed, we may set off against it the very desirable and elevating influence, in the other direction, which comes from elevated ideals of character in ourselves and in others. If our conceptions of character be correct as to their principles or elements, they cannot be too elevated or noble in the scale after which they are adjusted. They should be human and practical and ethical and Christian, but they cannot be too unselfish or aspiring. The sordid, the mean, and the prosaic, the selfish, the trickish, and the bullying, the uncultivated, the sensual, and the vile, are already so rampant and unblushing in our religion, our politics, our literature, and our society, that there is little danger from excess in literature in the direction of the nobly romantic and the ideal. Whatever fiction can contribute to quicken and elevate the imagination, so far as its ideals and estimates of character are concerned, is only actual and positive gain to the sum of good influences, and it is a gain of a kind which cannot easily be spared. It is not a trivial advantage of the novel reading of our day that it suggests elevated and quickening topics for conversation. This advantage is not a trivial one when we reflect that conversation too readily degenerates into gossiping personalities or unmeaning twaddle about the weather, or the last insignificant occurrence that happens to interest any person present. For young persons especially, it is of no little service to have topics at hand that are fruitful of thought, that awaken a warm interest and call out positive opinions. The last new novel is suggestive in all these directions. It stimulates to the analysis of its characters and the criticism of its plot, and calls out likings and dislikings which the holders of either are forward to assert and defend. These opinions and the reasons by which they are defended invariably turn upon the observations of actual life, characters and manner which the parties may have made, and in this way stimulate to activity of thought and independence of judgment. Even if the novel is second-rate, the incidents unnatural and the characters extravagant, the effect of discussing these is usually good. Novel reading is a powerful educating influence in whatever aspect it is regarded, and though it may often educate to evil, its power to stimulate from barrenness and frivolity should never be overlooked. Having already answered the two questions, what novels we should read and why, it may not be amiss to inquire how we should read them. What we have already said upon the general topic of how we ought to read all books will apply with preeminent propriety to the reading of novels, because there is no description of reading in which there is greater exposure to the worst of habits. Coleridge has pungently enough described these habits. As to the devotees of circulating libraries, I dare not compliment their pastime, or rather kill time, with the name of reading. Call it rather a sort of beggarly daydreaming, during which the mind of the dreamer furnishes for itself nothing but laziness and a little mawkish sensibility, while the whole material and imagery of the dose is supplied ab extra by a sort of mental camera obscura manufactured at the printing office, which pro tempore fixes, reflects, and transmits the moving phantasms of one's own delirium, so as to people the barrenness of 100 other brains afflicted with the same trance or suspension of all common sense and all definite purpose. We should, therefore, transfer this species of amusement from the genus reading to that comprehensive class characterized by the power of contrary yet coexisting propensities of human nature, namely indulgence of sloth and hatred of vacancy. In addition to novels and tales of chivalry in prose or rhyme, by which last I mean neither rhythm nor meter, this genus comprises at its species gaming, swinging or swaying on a chain or gate, spitting over a bridge, smoking, snuff-taking, tete-a-tete quarrels after dinner between husband and wife, conning, word by word, all the advertisements of the daily advertiser in a public house on a rainy day, etc., etc. These remarks are pointed and explicit as to how not to read novels, and the reader can very easily infer by the rule of contraries how to read them. They also forcibly suggest the inquiries, what is the method after which children read the majority of the books called tales and stories, which make up so large a share of juvenile and Sunday school libraries? What is the average value of the great mass of juvenile books which are prepared by the score every month to quicken the intellect and elevate the imaginations of the rising generation? Are not the most of these books eminently juvenile in the greenness and crudeness of their authors as well as of their work? End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. Poetry and Poets. What is poetry? We ask this question because in order wisely to select the poetry which we read, as well as to read with intelligence and sympathy that which we select, we need to know what poetry is, so far at least as to be able to discriminate the real from the factitious and the counterfeit. But to answer our question, we do not need to construct or defend an elaborate theory of poetry, nor need we study and criticize the several theories which have been proposed, from Aristotle and Horace down to Matthew Arnold and F.W. Newman. We may be satisfied to adhere to the definition of Lord Bacon, that poetry is a species of feigned history. Every description of poetry may with no great violence be brought under this comprehensive definition. Narrative poetry of every sort, from the stately epic of the ancients down to the familiar tale of the modern bard, from the Iliad to Aurora Leigh, will easily be classed as history. This feigned history must indeed also have a human interest. Every descriptive poem, even if it set forth some objective scene, supposes this human interest, even though it only concerns the single human being who is the looker-on, and out of whose experience have sprung the feelings with which he colours, and the ends for which he constructs the picture, of which nature furnishes the materials. Beneath every sonnet of Wordsworth and every description of Browning, there lies a chapter of human history. The lyric, in every one of its varied forms, from the loftiest ode to the most trivial love song, is the breaking forth in verse, suited to song, of the feelings of some human soul under the circumstances of some real or supposed personal history. And these must be known or supplied by the reader to enable him to understand and appreciate the ode or the song. The meditative and the moralizing, the didactic and the satirical, cease to be poetry and become prosaic and heavy the moment that there falls out of either some form of human life, enacted or conceived. Every drama is eminently a story acted and not alone described. Dramatica poesis est veluti spectabilis, a story in which the parties are made to live again before the eyes of the reader or hearer, to speak their own thoughts and to pour forth their impassioned utterances as they seem to be freshly excited by the deeds and words that are produced upon the pictured stage or upon the written page which the imagination dresses up as a mimic theatre. But not every feigned history is poetry, else every novel were a poem. Poetry is feigned history in verse. The feigned story, whether it is narrated or suggested, must be told in verse, that is, in measured and rhythmical language. We are accustomed to call verse an artificial structure, in contrast with prose, as more natural and obvious. If it has become artificial in our less excited and more critical modes of existence and action, it certainly was not so originally in the earliest times, when the most literal truth was framed into a poem under the excitement of love and admiration, and was set forth with measure and cadence from the lips of sages and bards. Then the prophet, the lawgiver, and the historian were also poets. Admonitions to duty and rules of living and the records of the past were all committed to some rude or measured form of verse, out of which now and then the flashing war song would gleam as the lightning, or along which the paean would thunder in triumph. Whether this preference of verse in the earlier days is owing to the predominance of imagination and feeling, or to the greater convenience which verse affords to the memory when its effect depends not upon what is written for the eye, but upon what is heard by the ear, the fact is unquestioned that the earliest compositions take the form of verse. We know also that to the individual man in the dawn of intelligence, verse is far more pleasing and easy to be retained than prose. The ditty with its readily recurring refrain, the song that suits the simplest air, are forms of composition which are most pleasing to infancy. Whether it be more natural in the earlier ages to compose in verse than in prose, we will not inquire. Whether with the poetical modes of conception which are natural at that period, in the forms of affluent imagery and elevated feeling, there springs up for man's use a fit medium of expression in the gift of numerous verse, we need not ask. We are forced to confess that this gift is not universal when literary culture is refined and matured. As in this condition, man finds it less easy to write in verse than in prose, so he reserves for this form of writing his choicest thoughts and his best emotions. The constraints of verse also compel a selection in the words employed and a special nicety in their arrangement and combinations. Hence, he is insensibly led to require as fit for verse sentiments that are rare, usually that are rare for their nobleness, and emotions that are uncommon for their elevation, strength, and purity. So far, Matthew Arnold is in the right when he insists that there must be something of the grand style in every composition that is truly poetic. This leads the reader or critic almost instinctively to reject the trivial and the low, or even the familiar and the homely, as beneath the dignity of poetry. It was an exaggeration of this feeling that led so many of the poets of the last century to adopt a peculiar stilted and factitious poetic dialect as alone suited to the elevated uses of poetic writing. This diction became by its traditionary character not only empty of meaning, but was followed by the double evil of repressing that freshness and individuality of language which are indispensable to poetic power and freedom, and of appearing as a substitute for thoughts and feelings which were in no sense poetic. Against this, Thomson and Cooper entered their practical protest by refusing to conform to the rule and example of their times, and Wordsworth set up the theory of poetic diction which gave so much offence and aroused so warm a controversy. Moreover, the oft-recurring pauses and turns of verse do not admit protracted or complicated arguments, refined abstractions, or a philosophical terminology. Hence there grows up the sentiment and the demand that everything which is fit for verse should be simple in phrase, should be lively with imagery, and be readily followed by the common mind. For this reason, offence is taken at metaphysical discussions, protracted reflections, laboured conversations, and even elaborate descriptions as unsuited to poetry. Hence the reasonableness of those criticisms and complaints which are often unreasonably urged against Milton, Wordsworth, Tennyson, and the Brownings, that they are abstract, metaphysical, over-refined, and difficult to read. Simplicity, however, is neither silliness nor commonplace. It does not exclude the extremest subtlety of thought, nor the most delicate refinement of feeling, but its rule demands that the poetic diction should be direct, brief, and easily followed. In this way, out of the very exigencies which the use of verse prescribes, do we derive the usually accepted characteristics of poetic thought and expression. These characteristics we often find abundant and conspicuous in prose writing. In such cases, we say truly and with an intelligible meaning, this or that passage is highly poetic. We call Jeremy Taylor the Shakespeare of divinity. We say that Milton in his prose writings surpasses himself as a poet. We are amazed at the bewildering beauty of many a magnificent passage in Coleridge's prose. We say of this or that person of our acquaintance, he has a highly poetic mind, simply because his thoughts and emotions are intensely ideal and imaginative, even though he may never have written a line of verse, or even may be unpractised in any form of written composition. We also ought to add, as pertaining solely to the matter of poetry, that it deals chiefly with those thoughts and sentiments which are universal to the race, as distinguished from those which are in any sense limited or conventional. The poet speaks to the heart of man as man, and he must therefore speak from his own heart as that of a man, uttering only those thoughts and sentiments to which all other men will respond, and leaving unexpressed much that is peculiar to his race, his time, his civilization, or even his religion, except so far as this answers to what is common to the race, the time, the civilization, and the religion of another, and thus addresses the intelligence and enlists the sympathies of all humankind. The truth with which the poet deals is common and universal, in the sense of being accessible to all men who have attained that degree of culture and of thought which is supposed in the use of the simple diction that poetry requires. It is, moreover, truth in an attractive form, that truth which is worthy to be draped with the singing robes of poesy. Pleasure as truly as reflection, delight as truly as impression, are ends which poetry may never lose sight of. The measured cadences which soothe or excite the ear, the flowing diction which is rippled with sparkling imagery, are all unsuited to any truth but that which pleases by its intelligibleness, its weight, its liveliness, and its emotional attractions. Poetry, says Wordsworth, is the breath and finest spirit of all knowledge. It is the impassioned expression which is the countenance of all science. Emphatically may it be said of the poet, as Shakespeare hath said of man, he looks before and after. He is the rock of defence for human nature, an upholder and preserver, carrying everywhere with him relationship and love. in spite of difference of soil and climate, of language and manners, of laws and customs, in spite of things silently gone out of mind and things violently destroyed, the poet binds together by passion and knowledge the vast empire of human society as it is spread over the whole earth and over all time. Poetry, says Matthew Arnold in memorable words, is simply the most beautiful, impressive, and widely effective mode of seeing things, and hence its importance. But while the poet must invariably be universal in the spheres of thought and feeling, he is nonetheless emphatically an individual in both. Indeed, his power and genius depend entirely upon that intense individuality which can set forth that which commands universal intelligence and sympathy in the form and colouring of individualized thoughts and emotions. Not only must the local colouring of his own race, nationality, and civilization tinge every stroke of his pencil, but the private thoughts and feelings of his individual self must impress themselves upon every sentiment which he utters, and should give direction to every turn of his language and imagery. Homer is a Greek in every fibre of his being, and none the less because his pages move alike the stately Latin, the fierce and moody Scandinavian, the sentimental German, the reserved Englishman, and the talkative Gaul. Isaiah and David are none the less Hebrew in thought and imagery, because their odes are the fit vehicles to express the praises and prayers of men of all races and of all times. Shakespeare was English of Elizabeth's time, and Milton a Puritan of the times of the Commonwealth, and Dryden a wit of the days of Charles and William, and yet they speak to the hearts of every nationality. While the universality of the poet requires that he should use a language which all can understand, his genius impels him to employ a dialect of his own which no man can imitate. The poet, especially the poet of modern times, must reflect the culture of his own generation, and in that form and degree in which it has affected himself personally. His own individuality determining very largely the use which he makes of it. Neither Tennyson, nor George Eliot, nor Robert Browning could have written what or as they have done in any other than the present generation. The In Memoriam, the Spanish Gypsy, The Ring and the Book, all treat of themes and follow trains of thought which their authors did not wholly create. Nor could they have imagined these had they not found them existing already in the minds of multitudes of their countrymen. The so-called poets of the Lake School, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey, and Wilson, found already existing a readiness to be moved in the direction in which they thought and wrote, much as they accomplished in giving that direction permanence and force. They could scarcely have gained a hearing in the generation previous, however earnestly or boldly they might have striven. On the other hand, Tennyson, Browning, and Eliot are no more closely united by sharing in the thought and feeling of their times than they are severed by the pronounced individuality for which each is distinguished. However closely the Lake poets resemble one another in certain common aims, each individual poet is distinguished by features which are unmistakably his own. It by no means follows, however, because every poet must deal with those thoughts and feelings which are common to human nature and are as universal as the race, that every poet should be popular in the sense of being easily understood and passionately loved by men of every type of thought and every shade or degree of emotion. There are and there ought to be poets for the multitude and poets for the people, as well as poets who, while they move the multitude to a certain degree of appreciation and pleasure in single poems or passages, move the few far more profoundly in every line which they write. Even those who are called poets for the multitude, the poets in whom all men delight the few far more intensely whose taste has been ripened by culture and has become more appreciative by critical training. As culture advances and thought becomes more just and profound, as society is in a certain sense more artificial and yet comes nearer to the simplicity of nature and the frankness of honesty tempered by love, we may anticipate that poetry will follow in the line of culture wherever it can find an audience fit though few. If the time should ever come when what is now called science, thus familiarized to man, should put on, as it were, a form of flesh and blood, the poet will lend his divine spirit to aid the transfiguration, and will welcome the being thus produced as a dear and genuine inmate of the household of man. It follows that a taste for poetry, especially that of the highest order, is to a great extent the product of special culture. It is true, as we have observed, that an ear for verse and an eye for bold and brilliant imagery are natural to all men, and that children, even in their earliest years, are charmed with any measured refrain that sets forth a stirring or plaintive story. The drum and trumpet lyrics of Macaulay suit the martial bravado of the storming boy. By and by, the pictured tales of Scott will enchant his fancy, while his ready ear responds to the rapid lines that hurry the attention along by the simple rush of their own movement. Gentler ballads of olden times, of deserted children and ladies sore oppressed or captured and immured by giant or robber, plaintive tales of the Edwins and Angelinas of later days delight the ear, and move the heart of the little maiden, in whom the poetic sense begins to stir and flutter. This is the period for reading and for learning verses of all sorts, both ballads and hymns, provided the ballads and hymns are fraught with poetic feeling and imagery. Much of the stuff which passes for poetry with young folks, and their parents also, should be carefully shunned. Its rhythm is jingle, its words are strained, its pictures are hazy, its sentiment is silly. But if the imagery be sharp and bold, the diction concise and strong, the measure be smooth and sweet, and the sentiments manly, tender, and correct, then the more that is learned the better. It were not amiss if books of ancient ballads were studiously sought for and learned by heart, and by this means the leading scenes and personages of English history were permanently fixed in the mind. There are not a few boys who are capable of enjoying the Iliad in a translation, and scarcely one who might not be trained to delight in Scott long before it is dreamed that they can relish poetry. Certainly such reading is greatly to be preferred to the rubbish of the sensation novels, whether moral or otherwise, with which nowadays the appetites of so many are weakened or debauched. But this early relish for poetic tales scarcely deserves to be called a taste for poetry. That which is really such supposes a nicety of eye, a reflecting habit, and above all, a delicacy of feeling which are not native to impetuous and objective childhood, least of all to boyhood, after the gentleness of infancy has entirely given way to the storming and outward life of school and the playground. It is not unfrequently observed that the sister, who is younger by many years than her older brother, has developed a taste for poetry long before he has dreamed of such an experience. Perhaps she is forced to endure his ill-suppressed contempt that she is growing sentimental, because she begins to delight in Cooper or Milton, while as yet he finds no interest in either. The reason is obvious. The girl begins to reflect sooner than the boy, and sooner finds in the poet whose verse detains her ear some transcript of an observation of nature without, or of the heart of man within, such as she herself may have made, only the poet has expressed them so much more fully and successfully than she could have dreamed were possible. Or, it may be, some romantic preference may have called into life the latent poesy of her nature, and to her girlish enthusiasm nature has suddenly become flushed with the roseate light, and man himself transfigured with idealized perfections. However it may come, and whether sooner or later, the day is memorable to boy or maid when he or she begins to read genuine poetry with interest, not for the tale nor the verse, but for the transcript which he finds of what he himself has seen or felt or thought. Should perchance a sensitive and thoughtful boy find a volume of Cooper opened at the winter evening or the winter walk at noon, and caught by some striking line, read on till what he has seen in nature or observed in life should seem imaged as in a mirror, there is awakened within him a new sense, and he has found a treasure of enjoyment of which he had never dreamed. Or let Whittier's Snowbound be effectively read of an evening to a family circle. The listless boy or romping girl sits impatiently and wishes the hateful task were over which defers a promised sport, when all at once some striking scene from life starts into view, and the recognition is waked as in a moment, that I have seen and felt myself. Such a sense may be gradually quickened and developed under the readings of the school in a well-selected class book, or be suddenly called forth by some impressive recitation of descriptive or impassioned poesy. Such a taste is not, of course, matured because it has sprung into being. It is simply an awakened capacity of feeling which needs the direction of judgment. Its very freshness and strength may be the more misleading if its impulses alone are consulted. It may, through perverseness and conceit, remain what it was at the outset, crude, coarse, and confident, or weak, silly, and sentimental. It may even be degenerate in its judgments, and teach itself to prefer rant to inspiration, or weak bombast to solid brilliancy, provided it refuses to defer to the guidance of others, or blindly gives itself up to the influence of the single author who first waked its poetic feeling into life. Poetic sensibility is not poetic taste, however frequently the one is mistaken for the other. The capacity to be pleasantly affected by poetic composition, and even the capacity for a high degree of excitement under its influence, may coexist with a perverted taste and a misguided judgment in respect to the comparative merits of an author, and an almost entire absence of any just conception of what constitutes poetry. It is a rash conclusion, which not a few admit, that because the end of poetry is pleasure, therefore all writing in verse which pleases must of course be poetry, or this or that composition does not please, and therefore it is not poetry. Yielding to this hasty inference, not a few young persons never rise above the first favourite author, who was well enough fitted to awaken the earliest romance of youthful feeling, but should long ago have given place to writers of a higher tone in sentiment and diction. Or, not pursuing poetic studies, they judge of poetry by the depreciating estimate which in later years they form of the authors that once enraptured, but now disappoint or disgust them. Or if asked to read a poet of superior grade, and they fail to find the excitement of their youthful readings, they conclude either that there are no poets like their early favourites, or that poetry itself has become one of the lost arts, and is fast dying out from the world. We may not then judge of poetry by our earliest likings or our first impressions. It were as reasonable to judge of colour and form in nature and art by the crudest impressions of childhood. The coarsest tints, the most flaunting hues, as well as hideous forms and violent contrasts, should be approved, because they attract and please the uninstructed eye. This is so far from being true, that an accurate taste in poetry and in all the other arts, as Sir Joshua Reynolds has observed, is an acquired talent which can only be produced by thought and a long-continued intercourse with the best models of composition. We should therefore begin our reading of poetry, or should direct the reading of others, just as we should begin the cultivation of the eye or the ear in drawing or in music, with the distinct expectation that our capacity to feel and to judge is to grow more correct and become more refined by what it feeds on. We should indeed not disdain what pleases us at first by idly imagining that we ought to enjoy something higher. As for the pretence that we enjoy and comprehend what we neither understand nor love, we should shun it as a paltry affectation, if not as a mean dishonesty. But we should expect that our taste is to be elevated and refined, as we exercise it wisely and lovingly upon what the advice of others may recommend, and as we strive at times to see beauty and finish in writers who at first neither excite nor overwhelm us. No spirit is so hostile to progress in any of the finest studies or the nobler arts as the spirit of satisfaction and conceit with present ideals of perfection, or as an obstinate unreadiness to open the mind to those which are higher and nobler. With this precaution, we may use the liberty of selecting our poets according to our present tastes, and if we select for others, according to their prevailing tastes and capacities. We should not force upon ourselves, least of all should we force upon others, the works of poets whom we or they do not fancy, and whom we or they by any effort cannot learn to enjoy. This is especially true of poetic reading, because enjoyment and sympathy and heartiness are its very atmosphere and life. The Miss who delights in Mrs. Hemans or Miss Landon, and can find neither meaning nor music in Coleridge, Jean Ingelow, or Tennyson, may be let alone for a while, in the hope that perhaps her taste may ripen, and in becoming mature may be changed. The objective youth, whose ear is captivated with the ring of Byron's verse and the boldness of his passion, should not be crammed with Wordsworth or Tennyson. Whittier and Longfellow are better for many a reader, at a certain stage of their culture and taste, than Bryant or Dana. As age advances and reflection matures, as the ear becomes more delicate, the sensibility to choice and pure words is more refined, and the choice of imagery is more wisely and honestly more fastidious. The old and familiar poets will disclose new beauties, and poets before unappreciated will be understood and enjoyed. With this progress in the tastes, there will be some change in our favourite poets, or at least in the reasons why our favourite poets are loved. We have already sought to illustrate the truth that although the poet should recognize that which is common to the race and which in a certain sense attracts the sympathies of all men, he may also reflect the thoughts and feelings which are distinctly recognized by men in peculiar circumstances or of special experiences. Tennyson's In Memoriam speaks to the heart of man as man, yet it is only the man of the present century who is acquainted with the speculations of the time and has been staggered by its doubts and misgivings, who can fully appreciate thousands of its masterly strokes and its delicate suggestions. The Princess of the same author and the Aurora Leigh of Mrs. Browning can be adequately enjoyed only by one who has read much and thought deeply on the social problems of the time. But it is none the less true that the poetry is genuine and excellent for all. Shakespeare and Milton, and even Burns and Cooper, contain many passages of which only the man of much reading and of grave reflection can adequately estimate the meaning or enjoy the subtle flavour. It is most unjust to say of the works of Wordsworth and Tennyson, of Browning and Eliot, or of the passages of Shakespeare and Milton referred to, that they are not poetry, because they are not understood by men of all classes and in all stages of culture and thought. The mature and refined thought of an age of daring speculation, and the subtle emotions which spring out of its life of doubt and faith, of fear and hope, may properly be reflected in its poetry. Poetry should never be technical or select, in the sense of using the language of a coterie or a school, but it may express the feelings and thoughts that are produced by an age or a generation of special culture and special conflicts. It is implied in all these hints and rules that poetry, to be fully appreciated and enjoyed, must be earnestly and perseveringly studied. This may seem to many like an obvious and a startling paradox. How can that which is chiefly designed for pleasure require study which is universally associated with painful effort? We reply, a poem must be studied for the same reasons and in the same way that a painting, an engraving, or a drawing must be studied, in order that the refinement of its perfection may be revealed. If the poet has a soul that is finely touched, it is to fine issues. And in order that he should be adequately estimated and judged, he requires a soul akin to his own, a soul in some sense as fine to receive as his is fine to give. How shall one sing joyous songs to him who is of a heavy heart? By this same rule, let the poet's imagination be ever so fertile and refined, how can it create for the reader who cannot recreate after him at his suggesting words? What are the words that speak his thoughts or feelings, if the reader does not translate them into meaning by his own answering thoughts and feelings? To require that the poet should inject his thoughts into a lazy intellect, or kindle emotions in a torpid or stupid heart is to insult his very name and office. If the priest should not be allowed to approach the altar except with unspotted robes and after many lustrations, let not the worshipper enter the sanctuary with soiled feet and careless tread. When it is fit to inspect a choice engraving with careless eye and divided attention, or to handle a Sèvres vase or an exquisite chasing with a rough hand and a heedless grasp, then shall it be seemly to read the choicest works of a poet's inspiration and a poet's ear with a dawdling nonchalance, or to answer his thoughts and feelings with energies half aroused or an attention that is slack or divided. Many of the poet's best productions are so subtle as to escape the notice of any other than a close and fixed attention. His felicities of thought can only be appreciated by a mind that concentrates its eye for subtle differences. His images and illusions, his pictures and emotions are often the more beautiful because they do not spring into the eyes of the reader, whether he will or no. Beauties that are modest and even shy are often specially attractive in poetry as they are in life. It is to be remembered also that great writers, and especially poets who are great, are usually wiser than their readers. They know more of the art in which they excel than many of their readers or critics. They are often too proud ostentatiously to display or set off their wares by a rhetorical tour de force. If the genuine poet often require, he will always bear study and repay it. That man has a most dishonourable and unjust conception of poetry, and the poet who regards poetry as valuable only to while away a lazy or listless hour. If poetry, to be appreciated and enjoyed, must be studied, much more does it require to be studied in order that it may be intelligently criticized. But the study is not painful, though it must be faithful. It brings its abundant and exquisite enjoyments, though it requires faithful and persevering effort. No luxury of literature is so exquisite as that which comes of a really superior poem, of which the diction is finished and smooth, the imagery is bold and brilliant, the sentiments are inspiriting and elevating, the pathos is tender and sweet, and the faith is reverent yet bold. It follows that it is well, at least for the time, to have a favourite poet, who engrosses our chief attention, and whose best works are read and read again, till they become altogether familiar. It may expose to a certain narrowness and bigotry when our taste is crude and unformed, but it is wise after this taste has become catholic and self-reliant, because in this way we really master the works which we have in hand. A poem of all literary products deserves to be often read if it has superior excellence. It cannot be appreciated without. Neither the diction, nor the imagery, nor the allusions, nor the feeling, nor the truth. If we give ourselves up for a little while to a single writer, we live in his atmosphere and form with his mind and heart the sympathy of almost a personal friendship. There are not a few men who make a single poet the favourite of their lives, for some conspicuous fitness of his to their own tastes and needs. Thus Shakespeare is cherished for his many-sided fullness, or Milton for his majestic music and his stately and solemn truth, or Dryden for his comprehensive common sense and ready wit, or Cooper for his domestic sympathies and habits, or his religious tenderness, or Scott for his romantic spirit, or Wordsworth for his sympathy with nature as a peace-giving and elevating friend, or Tennyson for his struggling faith in goodness and in God, or Whittier for his love of simple men and simple manners combined with a fiery enthusiasm for the right, or Longfellow for the clearness, the music, and the pathos of his rhymes, or Lowell for the abandon of his affluent and quick-moving genius. It would not be difficult to show that the familiar study of one of the great poets of England brings an education of wider reach and higher elevation than that which is often attained at the most pretentious and costly schools. We have seen men and women of the olden time, trained in the old-fashioned schools of plain living and high thinking, of rugged face and form, of manners unstudied yet most refined, with whom Milton or Cooper or Shakespeare or Burns had been a lifelong study, and who had gained thereby a power of thought, a refinement of feeling, and a sagacious insight of which many a flippant bohemian can have no conception, whose mind has been inundated by the sewerage of modern poetry, made up of the good, the indifferent, and the bad. We have been told of a wrathful farmer with whom Miltonic studies were always fresh, who, when selling a basket of eggs and talking politics, in the same breath vented his indignant impatience at the inevitable law by which bad politicians unite and honest ones divide, in the words, "Devil and devil damned, firm concord hold, men only disagree." The farmer's family, in a secluded valley in New England or on the remote prairie, in which the girls can effectively and lovingly read, and the boys can intelligently and responsively appreciate Milton or Shakespeare or Coleridge or Whittier, may boast of a better culture than many a saloon in the most pretentious avenues of the wealthiest and most luxurious cities. Many a Scottish cottage draws from its well-thumbed copy of Burns more refinement of thought and feeling than is attained by the cultivated coxcomb or the accomplished miss, whose manners and accomplishments are consummate in everything but the nobleness and refinement of sincere and elevated feeling. Better still than to confine ourselves too long to a single favourite poet, is it to read very frequently from a choice selection of the best poems of a variety of authors. Very busy men, who in their youthful and less occupied days have become familiar with the circle of the best English poets, may refresh their recollections and deepen and strengthen their best lessons by having always at hand, and frequently in hand, a good selection of the best brief poems and parts of poems in which English poetry is so abundant. We know more than one such person, who often takes Palgrave's Golden Treasury as a travelling companion, and never tires, as who could possibly, of reading again and again one of its many gems in the vacancy of the crowded rail car, or the ennui of the steamboat trip, or the prolonged delays of the waiting room. Such a resource is worth not a little if it enables one under such depressions to rise in a moment by the withdrawals of the imagination. Above the smoke and stir of this dim spot, which men call earth, and with low-thoughted care, confined and pestered in this pinfold here, strive to keep up a frail and feverish being. Such a snatch of reading is more than refreshment. It elevates and purifies the imagination, and gives new spring and tension to our nobler nature. It is reasonable to hope that many may thus, by due steps, aspire to lay their just hands on that golden key which opens the palace of eternity. Dana's Household Book of Poetry is indeed a Hausschatz, as similar collections are called in Germany, from which may readily be drawn the beguilement of many a weary hour, rest from eating cares, and deliverance from petty irritations. We have already anticipated in part the answer to the question, why should we make much of the reading and study of poetry? We may be more explicit and add, they are valuable for the peculiar and elevated pleasure which they give. Poetry pleases the ear. The charm of rhythmical verse is universally confessed. There is nothing in well-turned prose, however choice in words, or weighty in thought, or eloquent in emotion or appeal, which can be compared with a consummate passage of superior poetry, whether it be graphic in description, or passionate, intense, and elevating in lyric effect, or suggestive in reflection, or lifelike in the action and emotion of the drama, provided only the diction answers to the sentiment. The limitations and the demands of verse require something in language which cannot be enforced of prose writing. The satisfaction of these demands is gratifying to the well-trained ear, not with a merely sensuous effect, but with the effect of sound as expressive of and corresponding to the soul of sense and meaning. The practised student of poetry may augment this pleasure if he will train his ear by the hearing of poetry well read. Few accomplishments are more satisfactory in the use than the skill to read with effect and feeling the poetry which we or others admire and love. The gift of song may be more admired because it is more rare, But the gift of reading musically and well is an excellent thing in man, and preeminently in woman. To hear good poetry well read is always pleasing, and even to imagine we heard it read as we follow the rhythm in appreciative and critical judgment gives no trivial pleasure. The study and reading of poetry exercises and cultivates the imagination, and in this way imparts intellectual power. It is impossible to read the product of any poet's imagination without using our own. To read what he creates is to recreate in our own minds the images and pictures which he first conceived and then expressed in language. The unimaginative soul cannot enjoy poetry. He cannot understand it, because he cannot interpret its words by responsive pictures of his own creating. On the other hand, the man who does read poetry, and with effect and appreciation, must use his imagination, and by use make it more dexterous in its power to create, and more refined in its capacity to judge. We do not intend that such a training involves the power of expression either in prose or verse, for the reason that this gift, and preeminently the gift of expression in verse, is the product of another and an entirely different species of training. But that poetry strengthens and refines the imagination is evident from the fact that it trains the mind to view nature and the human life under poetic aspects. The student of Thomson, Cooper, of Wordsworth and Tennyson cannot read them with success without forming the habit of seeing nature under poetic aspects and with poetic eyes. He cannot be taught by these writers to muse upon the human life which they describe in its ideal and imaginative relations without reflecting himself upon the human life which he sees under similar lights and shades. He must inevitably view its darker shades as transfigured with poetic beauty, and its brighter aspects as tinged with graver shadows. Whatever he sees, however commonplace or prosaic, he learns to look into a picture. Whatever he thinks of, he must invest with ideal beauty and refinement. That these habits are favourable to purity and nobleness of feeling, and to magnanimity and morality of word or deed, we shall not argue over again. We are contented to cite a second time the words of Bacon, that poesy serveth and conferreth to magnanimity, morality, and to delectation, and therefore it was ever thought to have some participation of divineness. What Coleridge says of the writing of poetry must be true of the reading of it. Poetry has been to me its own exceeding great reward. It has soothed my afflictions, it has multiplied and refined my enjoyments, and it has given me the habit of wishing to discover the good and the beautiful in all that meets and surrounds me. Wordsworth's lines recur to us in this connection. Blessings be with them, and eternal praise, who gave us nobler loves and nobler cares, the poets who on earth have made us heirs of truth and pure delight by heavenly lays. The habitual reading and study of poetry, especially of the loftier types, is eminently useful as a preparation for the writer or speaker who is required to compose in moving discourse on grave and elevated themes. It was the counsel of a very eminent Christian preacher to one who was just entering upon his profession. Always have some fine poem in hand. Dramatic is to be preferred, if you would keep yourself in tone for the successful composition of sermons, and the advice is pertinent to every species of elevated prose composition. That the poetry which elevates and excites the imagination is also favourable to religious aspiration and religious faith need not be argued. It is evident from the single fact that however grievously the highest gifts of imagination have been occasionally abused, no great poet has ever failed to express at times the semblance of high religious aspiration. Every poet of the higher type has often fired his imagination at the altar of religious worship. Whether the aspirations and worship which he has offered are inconsistent or not with fixed principles and high moral purposes, or whether they are the passing flush of the excited fantasy, makes little difference with our argument, that the imagination cannot soar without flying upward towards God, and in seeking God must approve that which is holy and pure, as well as unselfish and self-controlled. The imagination, in order to rise and soar, must at least feign that she believes and worships. Shelley and Byron and Goethe are memorable witnesses to this important truth. But what poets shall we read, and in what order? And why should we select certain poets above others? Upon this topic we have sought to furnish principles rather than rules, to enable the reader to select for himself rather than rely on the authority of another. But we may for a moment glance at a few of the leading names in the long list of English poets. Chaucer leads the way, the morning star of English poesy, fit leader of a host so brilliant, for we may say, without conscious exaggeration or fear of dispute, that the poetry of England is the richest, the most varied, and the most brilliant of any which the world has ever seen. As it should be, reflecting as it does a manhood which has been developed most variously and most nobly, and a life the most heroic, the most fervent, the most affectionate that has marked the world's history. Chaucer must be studied in order to be read, but when Chaucer has been studied so as to be easily followed, he confronts you with the dawn of a brilliant day, dewy, fresh, transparent, and invigorating. He gives you the Odyssey of the English poetry, and reveals the springtime of English life. Next comes Spenser, wearisome for his meandering verse laden with its wealth of bewildering imagery, but affluent to excess with pictures that are clear and bright, and always noble, chivalrous, pure and Christian. He gives English feeling in its knightly aspect, as it was exemplified in the life of Sidney and others of the selecter spirits of great Eliza's golden time. Then comes Shakespeare, the myriad-minded indeed, reflecting in the manifoldness of his products and the power with which he lives and feels in all. The fervent and manifold life of England's population in his times, the admiration of the modern world in its height of culture and its depth of philosophy, the challenger of critics, before whose mysterious power to think and express they confess themselves abashed, and by the unsolved enigmas of many of whose characters and whose truths they continue to be dazed and overcome. Milton follows, representing another type of poets and another aspect of English life, learned, grave and stern, bearing the impress of one who has indeed been caught up into paradise and heard unspeakable words, but still human in his unmatched love of nature, his tender sympathy with human life, and his delight in music, whether he hears the pealing organs blow to the full-voiced choir below, in service high and anthems clear, or rejoices in the sweet rising of the earliest morn with charm of earliest birds. Milton gives us the life of the English people, when believing in God as the greatest of kings, they dared in his name to vindicate the rights of human subjects, and showed the virtues of that stern knighthood which had received such a fiery consecration. We name Dryden next, the best and the manliest poet of English thought and feeling at the beginning of a sad degeneracy, the man of the world, frank, brave, outspoken, with a brilliant genius, but often untrue to his better self through the corruption of manners and the degradation of the higher imagination. Pope follows next, sententious, acute, brilliant and felicitous, the servant of an age which he was content to flatter and to please, but never attempted to elevate, who fixed for English poetry that factitious and stilted poetic diction which was echoed and re-echoed by imitators till it became ashamed and vexed at its own empty reiterations. Against this excess of factitious emptiness there came an inevitable reaction. Thomson dared to follow his own luxuriant fancy, and rose to occasional flights that remind us of the earlier and better times of Milton and Spenser. Cooper, with no suspicion of his own genius, and often homely and uncultured in his diction, was by the very unconsciousness of his power left more free from the trammels of allegiance to poets or critics, to follow the promptings of his love of nature, humanity, and God. Crabbe, more homely even than Cooper, was also more literal than he in his transcripts of the humble life with which he was familiar. Burns, having no impulse and little guidance except from within, sung from his own heart songs of penetrating sense and wondrous tenderness. Campbell, Scott, and Joanna Baillie represent types that are unique, but each gave an impulse to the better spirit. Byron was stirred by pride and wrath to use the genius which he could not repress, breaking other of the traditions of the past besides the poetic, which he fancied he kept as against his rivals, the Lake poets. With Byron, Shelley may properly be connected, though in many respects more spiritual, refined, and noble. Meanwhile, the Lake School had been gathering strength and began to act as a redeeming force. Wordsworth, with his cool defiance of the prevailing fashion, promulgated an extreme theory with a practice still more extreme. Coleridge, Southey, Wilson, Landor, and Lamb were agreed not in adopting the theory or following the practice of Wordsworth, but in their emancipation from any fashion of poetic diction, and in their fresh and liberal imitation of, or rather inspiration by, the elder poets. From their triumph commences the new era of English poetry in England and America. Milman, Tennyson, Barry Cornwall, Henry Taylor, the Brownings, Hood, Ingelow, Arthur Clough, and Matthew Arnold in England, Dana, Pierpont, Percival, Bryant, Longfellow, Lowell, Whittier, and Emerson in America follow in greater or less measure the impulses of the modern school, which we need not characterize. Last of all comes William Morris, with his antique and objective spirit, as a healthful and needed counterpoise to the extensively subjective tendencies of the same recent school. In religious poetry, English literature is rich. Milton, George Herbert, Watts, Doddridge, the Wesleys, Keble, and Faber are examples of its different types. In poetic translators from the ancient bards we have of Homer, Chapman, Pope, Cooper, Lord Derby, Sotheby, Newman, Bryant, and others. Of Virgil, Dryden, and Conington. Of Horace, Lytton Bulwer and Conington. Of Dante, Carey and Longfellow. Of Tasso, Fairfax, and of various works of the modern Germans, Coleridge, Scott, Lytton Bulwer, and others. But it is time we had ended. The golden roll of English poetry is embarrassing from its wealth and tempting suggestions. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. The Criticism and History of Literature. Within the present century, there has come into being a new description of books and reading, viz., those which are devoted to the criticism and history of literature itself. Our libraries and bookshops are furnished with many books which consist of criticisms of other books. Not only is there a countless number of essays devoted to the criticism and interpretation of single authors, and even of single works, but entire volumes are occupied with commentaries on great authors, or some one of their writings. We have more than one series of essays, and even whole libraries, occupied solely with critiques upon single writers as Homer, Goethe, and Shakespeare. Active controversies have arisen between the partisans of opposing theories. Indeed, critiques and counter-critiques are so abundant that it almost seems as though this was the age of nothing but criticism, and literature were nothing if not critical. It is certain there now exists a special department of literature which is employed in the interpretation and judgment of literature itself, and that it has enlisted the services of many of the ablest writers of their time, some of whom have not only been distinguished as critics of the productions of men of surpassing genius, but have themselves been known as foremost writers of their own generation. We need name only Goethe, the Schlegels, Coleridge, Wordsworth, Madame de Stael, Sainte-Beuve, Professor John Wilson and Matthew Arnold. Criticism itself has become a department of literature, and is justified in its claims by being also historical, philosophical, and almost creative of itself. This new criticism, in the eminent sense of the phrase, may be said to be of German origin, though it has attained a vigorous growth on English soil. That it should first have taken form in Germany was natural. It is the natural outgrowth of extensive reading, joined with an appreciative imagination and reflective sagacity. It must necessarily have been somewhat late in its development, as men must act poems before they write them, as one or many must act the hero before others can recount their exploits or celebrate their praises, so literature must be created before it can be criticized. There must be brought into being a considerable number of productions in the forms of poetry, fiction, the drama, history, biography, and eloquence before the materials are prepared with which the critic can begin. When we assert that the species of criticism which we have in mind is comparatively of recent origin, we do not say that criticism of every kind is recent in its growth, nor indeed that before the present century there were no profound and genial critics who took historic and philosophical estimates of the great writers who had gone before them, but only that criticism as it now exists has come into organized being with distinctly recognized functions and fixed principles and laws for its direction. Dryden and Johnson were both penetrating and to a certain degree large-minded critics, but neither Dryden nor Johnson rose above very narrow traditions or personal prejudices. We speak of the old and of the new generally when we say that formerly criticism confined itself almost exclusively to the forms of literature as the choice of words, the rhythm of verse, the proportion of parts, and the order of development, the effectiveness of the introduction, the argument, and the peroration. And these, with the illustration and explanation of the meaning of a work or a writer, constituted its principal aims. Now, while it does not neglect the form, it thinks more of the matter, i.e., the weightiness and truth of the thoughts, the energy and nobleness of the sentiments, the splendour and power of the imagery, and the heroic manhood or the refined womanhood of the writer as expressed in his or her works. Formerly, it judged of the form by the fashion of the day in respect of style and diction, and pronounced everything barbarous which was not after the newest type, very much as the dress or hat which are most becoming in themselves are declared to be dowdy and frightful if worn a year or a season too early or too late. Now the form is regarded as that which, in some respects, must be transient and changeable, according to the shaping power of the matter itself, the temper of the writer, and the temper of the times in which he lived, and in which he wrote. Formerly, the critic was regarded by others, and too often regarded himself, as the natural enemy of the author. Now it is exacted of him that he should be the expounder of the author's thoughts, and the sharer of his feelings, that he should almost see with his eyes, hear with his ears, and judge with his mind. But this estimate of the characteristic features of the new criticism is general and superficial. A closer and more careful examination gives the following results. First, the new criticism starts with a more enlarged and profound conception of literature itself. The word literature, etymologically considered, is necessarily somewhat loose and general in its import, signifying whatever is committed to a permanent form by writing. When this import is somewhat narrowed, it signifies whatever survives a merely ephemeral existence and attracts the notice of second generation. In this sense, any book or tract would come under this designation, if it be worth retaining in a library or if it happens to be so preserved. With the older critics, literature included only those works which were eminent and attractive, from perfection in style, beauty and fitness of imagery, or elevation of sentiment, those being preeminent which combined all these excellencies in one. By a practice that was almost universal, the word was restricted to those works whose prime object was to address the imagination or to please the taste. Under this usage, literature was confined to poetry, fiction, and the drama. also to various lighter effusions, but they all must have the common characteristic of being designed to amuse rather than instruct, to gratify some aesthetic interest rather than to convince or to arouse to action. If a work had any higher end than these, it was by general consent excluded from literature and deemed unworthy of the notice of the critic, as it was exempt from his censure. The poetry of Milton was literature, but his Areopagitica, with its magnificent prose, and his Defensi Populi Anglicani, with its splendid invective, were not, because they were political tracts. The poems of Donne and Cowley were literature, but the sermons of Jeremy Taylor, though luxuriant with the wealth of an Oriental imagination, were not literature, because they were composed with an earnest Christian purpose. A work profound in thought, if it was designed to convince of truth, impassioned in eloquence, if it was written to persuade, bright with humour, if it was intended for practical effect, was excluded from the roll of the literature of the period, as too severe and earnest, however finished it might be in style, rich in imagery, or elevated in sentiment. A conception of literature so narrow must of necessity be belittling and trivial to author and critic. It could not but make the writer trifling and heartless, and his censor fastidious and flippant. Nowadays, literature is restricted within no such narrow limits, and as the result, both literature and criticism have been elevated. While it is required that every work which aspires to be called a work of literature should have a certain perfection of finish and of form, none are excluded by reason of their solidity of matter or earnestness of aim. A history or a sermon, an oration or a political tract, even a scientific essay, if excellent in method and style, in eloquence and imagery, takes the place as a contribution to the literature of a period or of a nation, to which its merits entitle it. As a consequence, the conception of literature itself is greatly elevated and ennobled. Instead of being regarded as one of the accessories of culture and luxury, it is viewed as the best and noblest expression of the best powers of the ablest men of an age. Instead of being judged by the mere accidents of form, and according to the capriciousness of a changing taste, it is both studied and tested according to its perfect ideal. It follows, second, that while the older was narrow and conventional in its standards, the new criticism is catholic and liberal in its spirit. The tendency of the earlier criticism was to set up a single author who was supposed to be nearest the ideal perfection, as the standard by which to try every other. Every other author and the literature of every other period were measured by him, and the literature of which he set the fashion. Thus, in the days of Queen Anne, Dryden, Addison, or Swift furnished the norm of actual and almost of possible perfection. A generation later, Johnson and his imitators imposed, if they did not constitute, the rule of measurement. The earlier and nobler writers of the days of Elizabeth and James were now depreciated for their Latinized and lumbering sentences, and then counted half barbarians for that individual freedom which inspired their genius and constituted their real strength and glory. And a generation still later, literature was still more or less conventional, because criticism kept it in bonds to the factitious standards which were derived from Addison, Pope, and Johnson, inconsistent with one another as were the examples and the teachings of the masters from which she received her laws. In vain did Thomson give range to the impulses of his creative imagination, and Cowper plead the exemption from rule of one who claimed to be a rhymester and did not aspire to be called a poet. In vain did Burke give vent to the eloquence and imagery which his fiery imagination could not restrain, and Scott followed the bent of a romantic spirit which was inbreathed from his infancy. Criticism was still inexorable, till the more catholic spirit of Coleridge, Wordsworth, and others whom they incited and inspired awakened the English mind to the personal and admiring study of the older writers, and encouraged the young littérateurs to dare to use all the resources of their own affluent language with the freedom of the elder days, and to give utterance to their thoughts in a more copious and untrammelled diction. The cumbrous phraseology of the old writers, their involved sentences, their learned pedantry, their disregard of neatness, directness, simplicity, and taste, had previously made them outcasts from polite society, or if they were admitted, they were wondered at, rather than admired on account of the barbaric pearl and gold, with which they were so richly clad, because their ornaments were not in the mode, and their garments were out of fashion. But now these defects are little thought of in comparison with the greater copiousness and variety of their diction, the individuality impressed upon their style, and the shaping of the diction to the thought and feeling of the writer. To the victory thus achieved by this more catholic criticism do we owe it that in the last 2 generations the range of thought in our leading writers has been so greatly enlarged. The depth of their researches has been proportionately increased, their philosophy has been more profound, their strength and intensity of emotion has been augmented, their imaginative power has been more unrestrained and more creative, and their diction has been more varied and powerful. The modern criticism has not only been more catholic in its tastes and judgments of native literature, but also in its capacity to judge fairly and to appreciate adequately the literature of other countries and of remote ages. In this respect, the earlier criticism was eminently bigoted and narrow. Looking upon its own narrow domain as the celestial empire and the flowery land, it regarded all foreign writers as in a certain sense outside barbarians, who might indeed be worthy of consideration for certain excellencies of style or imagery, or for the purposes of grammar and philology, but were thought to have no special claim to attention, as varied expressions of that common human life which makes the whole world kin. The new criticism, in rising above such narrow prejudices, has not only done justice to its neighbour, but it has gained more than an equivalent for itself, reaping the double benison of charity, which always blesses him that gives as well as him that takes. In this it is sympathized with the general movement of our times. While many of the sciences, both physical and humanistic, have become liberal by becoming comparative, as anatomy, physiology, and philology, criticism has also learned to compare the literatures of different ages and different nations, and to estimate them by certain fundamental principles. Critics now bring to the same bar of judgment Goethe, Shakespeare, and Molière, and try them all in respect of their common adaptation to express and please the same human nature. Criticism concludes its examinations and allots its sentences without respect of persons. What is different in each writer, in language or nationality, serves to set in bolder relief what is common. And the various methods by which writers of different countries accomplish the same effect impress the reader with the varied resources of human genius. National peculiarities, whether of matter or form, are relished with a special zest, and the reader's attention is quickened as he turns from one to the other with a freshened interest. This leads us to observe. Third, the new criticism is more philosophical than the old in its methods, and is therefore more just in its conclusions. Indeed, it calls itself, by eminence, philosophical criticism. This claim is not extravagant if the criticism is at once really elevated and catholic, inasmuch as these terms are almost interchangeable with profound and comprehensive. In aspiring to be philosophical, it seeks to find those principles which explain and justify everything that is excellent, and to expose and reject whatever proves to be defective or bad. In respect of style or diction, it seeks for the permanent and common characteristics of good writing, in those endless and manifold peculiarities of an individual writer, which spring from the constraints of language, from the genius of his nation, from the temper and culture of his period, and from his own individual habits or circumstances. In respect of thought, it measures each writer by the circumstances of his people and his time, as well as by the special aims which he has in view, and the capacity or attainments which the workings of his imagination may have showed. If it estimates a poet or novelist, it judges his genius by all the local and temporary influences which made him what he was, as well as by his acceptableness to the private taste of the critic, or the critic's special coterie. It does not try Goethe by Molière, or either by Shakespeare, or each and all by a living English dramatist or poet, but according to a just standard for each. It does not claim from Auerbach and Freytag what it exacts from George Eliot and Anthony Trollope. In the same way, among English writers, it does not measure Scott by Dickens, or Dickens by Thackeray, or Thackeray by George Eliot, or George Eliot by Hawthorne. It does not test the subject of Tennyson by the object of William Morris, nor Robert Browning by the simple William Barnes of Dorsetshire, nor the Spanish gypsy by the Ring and the Book, nor Whittier by Longfellow. It finds what is good in each, and judges the good of each by the individuality of the author, the ends for which he writes, the audience to whom he writes, the times in which he writes, and the language through which he writes, as well as the people whose genius inspires what he writes. While it receives as the rule of its judgments the nature of man, it recognizes the truth that this nature exists and manifests itself under an indefinite variety of conditions, without ceasing to be the same. We add next, and fourth, that this criticism, in being more just, is necessarily more generous and genial, and cannot well be otherwise, for its cardinal maxim is, the critic cannot be just to an author unless he puts himself in the author's place. Its comprehensive rule is, if you would understand an author's meaning, you must learn to think as the author thinks, to feel as he feels, to look at nature and man through his eyes, to respond to both with his soul, to estimate his audience as he knew them, to measure the instruments of language and imagery which he had at command, in their several limitations, as well as their capacities. You must do all these things before you can even begin to judge him. This is only a special application of the principle which is expressed in the Golden Rule, whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. In putting in practice this rule of simple justice to any author who deserves our attentive study, there is wakened toward him an appreciative sympathy. It is only by seeking fairly and fully to understand a writer that we are enabled to enter fully into his feelings, to catch his spirit, and to weigh his reasonings if we are not convinced by them. So complete at times is this sympathy with a writer whom we desire to understand, that as we give ourselves up to his influence, we seem to be his other self. We seem with him to create, and borne on the rushing stream of his thick-coming fancies, to revel in the joy of exercising the gift which we have newly acquired. Criticism, thus applied, wakens enthusiasm rather than represses it. It teaches us to look for excellences rather than to search for defects, and when it has taught us to find them, it prompts to our unrepressed enjoyment of them. It wakens in the mind a generous, because an intelligent delight in the beauties it reveals. It bids the reader be lenient to inadvertencies and defects in a writer of positive merit, because it teaches him how they are to be accounted for. Fifth, the philosophic critic, in the very best sense of the term, interprets the author to the reader. Thomas Carlyle says in his peculiar way of Heine, the editor of Virgil, "I can remember it was quite a revolution in my mind when I got hold of that man's book on Virgil. I found that for the first time I had understood him, that he had introduced me for the first time into an insight of Roman life, and pointed out the circumstances in which the poems were written, and here was interpretation." This is indeed interpretation, and such interpretation is needed in a far wider and deeper sense than is commonly appreciated, and for a multitude of authors whose meaning seems obvious to a man of common understanding, while yet it may be imperfectly understood. What Carlyle calls the circumstances in which a work was written are very comprehensive in their significance. They include almost everything which may be known about an author, not the accidents of his external life, the day of his birth and death, or the number of years that he lived, but the sort of a man he was in character, and the sort of people with whom he had to do, and this, not so much in their manners and habits as in their conceptions of life, their moving principles, including their prejudices and superstitions. What they were willing to fight for and die for. What they loved most heartily and hated most bitterly. How they kept their holidays, how they spent their workdays, and all else that may give a complete picture of the life out of which sprung the poems, or sermons, or tracts which the writer composed, and for which he wrote them. Matthew Arnold says very pertinently that creative literary genius does not principally show itself in discovering new ideas, but its gift lies in the faculty of being happily inspired by a certain intellectual and spiritual atmosphere which finds itself in them. This is the reason why creative epochs in literature are so rare, because for the creation of a masterwork of literature, two powers must concur, the power of the moment and the power of the man, and the man is not enough without the moment. To understand the atmosphere on which a great writer depends for the development of his genius is not always easy. It requires much study and sagacity to find it out, much honesty and zeal to appreciate it, and often great skill to represent it for the ready apprehension of another. This is the reason why the greatest gifts of genius can be so severely tasked as well as worthily employed in this service of interpretation, and also why, when this service is successfully performed, it invests the author with manifold greater attractions for the reader, and binds him to his interpreter by heavy obligations. There is also another sense, perhaps a higher, in which the critic interprets his author, especially if he be a great dramatic writer, who must outline his characters by a few bold and masterly strokes, and manifest their inner life by means of a few significant words and actions. The reader, without the aid of the critic, may be astonished by bold deeds and be excited by passionate words, and yet be unable, except with his aid, to penetrate their significance or to fill out what the poet has only suggested. We select Hamlet as a striking example of what we mean. As we study this character, it seems to require some age and thought to interpret its obvious import. Let us concede, however, that an intelligent person, however young, can scarcely follow the fortunes of the unlucky prince without feeling a saddened sympathy stealing over his soul, even while he is more and more perplexed by the enigmatical character of much that he says and does. But let the reader study the analysis of the ideal Hamlet which Goethe has given in 2 or 3 pages of Wilhelm Meister, and return to the play. You will find it invested with a new interest, as well as enriched with a deeper significance. If we suppose Goethe's conception of Hamlet to be correct, it not only explains the play as a whole, but it also gives significance to incidents and sayings that would otherwise be unintelligible, if not offensive. The difficulty in fully understanding Hamlet without such a guide is, in part, as we have already intimated, that his character is rather sketched than completed, that it is suggested rather than developed, and also that many readers lack the experience of human life, and the sagacity to interpret what they observe, which are requisite to comprehend a character so complicated and strange. Goethe interprets Hamlet when he teaches the reader to imagine some one of his own circle who has had an experience similar to his, and to conceive what would be his conflicting emotions under a calamity so sudden and so sad. He goes even further and teaches us to understand the almost superhuman sagacity of the poet in making a word or an act, perhaps of irony or bitter scorn, to express or suggest so much. For Goethe to have interpreted Hamlet may not be so signal a proof of genius as it was for Shakespeare to create him. But no man who could not also create could have interpreted the character so well if he could have interpreted it at all. The acceptable service which Goethe has rendered to the readers of the great dramatist is one of the most important which modern criticism has achieved. While it illustrates the need which the reader may feel of the critic's assistance, it exalts the service to which the critic is called. What Goethe did for Hamlet has been done by other critics for many of the other characters of Shakespeare. We know it is often said that some of the most distinguished of these critics have found more in many of his characters than ever Shakespeare dreamed, and that by the extravagance of their fancies and the boldness of their suggestions they have displaced the originals which Shakespeare conceived. This may be conceded, and the fact still be unquestioned, that even where critics err by overdoing, they stimulate to healthful inquiry and wakeful earnestness. Certainly the modern world would lose much of stimulating and instructive reading if it should lose what Coleridge and Hazlitt and Mrs. Jameson, what Orici, Schlegel and Gervinus, what Henry Reed, H. N. Hudson and Richard Grant White have written upon the great English dramatist. If the gifted critic sometimes errs or overdoes by substituting his own fancies for the thoughts of his author, he more than compensates for this by making the suggestions of the author a text for brilliant thoughts of his own. As there is nothing more stimulating to a man of genius than the works of another man of genius, so it should not be surprising that the criticisms upon a great writer of such thinkers as Coleridge, Goethe, and Sainte-Beuve may contain the most valuable and inspiring original contributions. The thoughts need be none the less original because they are excited by the thoughts of another, any more than the thoughts of two persons who are brilliant in conversation are less original or less weighty because the one stimulates or arouses the other. The encounter, when the critic meets his author, may not be unlike that which the witty Thomas Fuller records of Shakespeare and Ben Jonson in the words which, though familiar, will bear repeating. Many were the wit combats between him and Ben Jonson, which two I beheld like a Spanish great galleon and an English man of war. Master Johnson, like the former, was built far higher in learning, solid but slow in his performances. Shakespeare, like an English man of war, lesser in bulk but lighter in sailing, could turn with all tides and take advantage of all winds by the quickness of his wit and invention. Sixth, philosophical criticism not only interprets an author by means of his times, but it interprets the times of an author by means of his writings. In other words, modern criticism is a most important adjunct to history, and for that reason eminently deserves to be called historical criticism. Not only must we know something of the history of an author's surroundings, his atmosphere, as Matthew Arnold calls them, in order to appreciate more justly either the man or his works, but we can also learn very much of these surroundings by means of his writings. The literature of the period is one of the most important adjuncts to the story of its history. It supplies certain descriptions of information which no other sources of knowledge can yield. It stamps and fixes impressions of much besides, such as no secondary or indirect information can possibly imprint, giving those vivid and lifelike images of the men and scenes of the past which are the best substitutes for having actually lived among them. The Odyssey of Homer is a fresh and detailed picture of the Greek life in its golden age. As we follow the story of the wanderings of its hero, we see and feel how the Greeks must have lived in the times when Homer actually wrote. What they thought, how they felt, how they furnished their houses, how they supplied their tables, how they entertained their guests, how they regarded their wives and children, and in what esteem they held their horses and dogs. We learn with what thoughts they looked up to the stars, with what longing and admiring eyes they looked out on the neighbouring azure sea as it lay along their sharp horizon, ever glittering with its rippling laughter, and with what a shuddering awe they thought of the mysterious and unexplored ocean which extended beyond, how far and whither they knew not. We are made to know how the Greeks viewed the present life and its wealth and friendship, its prizes and honours, its love of country and of glory, its comforts of home and its delights of love, and how they sought to penetrate into the life unseen, filling it with the shapes of beauty and of terror with which their brilliant mythology also peopled the earth and the air. We visit Greece with longing expectations. We rejoice in its transparent atmosphere and delight in its beautiful islands and azure sea. We admire the few remnants of its temples and shrines, but we are appalled at the misery and degradation of its present inhabitants, and cannot find the lively and polished Greek whom we look for among the loungers in the marketplaces of Athens or the attendants upon its university. We can only find him as we study the comedies of Aristophanes. We look for Socrates in the scanty and starveling groves which we fancy may be haunted by his shade. But we can only find Socrates where we find Alcibiades and Plato in the dialogues written by Plato himself, and in Xenophon's sketches from the life. We go to the Pnyx to hear Demosthenes, and to the Areopagus to listen to Paul. But it is only in the recorded words of each that we can either hear the orators or see their audiences. We visit Damascus, Syria, and Palestine. Simple history, even when it is the best constructed and the most faithful, can only give us imperfect impressions of the people who once inhabited the now half-deserted plains and mountains. The brief but graphic annals of Jewish patriarchs and kings supply us only with the facts concerning the external life of the tribes that once made these deserts bloom as the rose. But in these records we can neither find the people as they were, nor can we imagine how they felt and lived. We must go to Job to find the devout man of the desert, the counterpart of Abraham, the father of his people. But with Job and the Odyssey together, we begin to understand the monotheistic patriarch of the East. When we study the code of laws which Moses enacted, and the solemn councils with which he enforced these laws, we learn more of who the Hebrew people were. If we proceed to study those matchless psalms in which God was praised for the glory of the heavens, the beauty of the stars, the tumult of the storm, and the noise of the ocean over which he thundered with his awful voice, the psalms in which his holiness was extolled, the victories of his leadership were recounted, the nation's feasts of thanksgiving and sacrifice were solemnized, and the glory of Jerusalem was fitly set forth, in which also the prayer and praise, the penitence and thankfulness of the individual worshipper were expressed in words which have never been surpassed. Then, and not till then, do we learn in the spirit of Hebrew poetry, the spirit of the Hebrew people. If we follow on through sad lamentations of their prophets, their fierce rebukes, their faithful admonitions, and their glorious predictions, we learn to know this people more perfectly in their evil as well as their good, in their sad perverseness as well as their many repentings and frequent returns to God. Moreover, it is only in all these treasures of poetic and prophetic literature that we trace the rising of the star of promise, till it stood at last over Bethlehem, and heralded the angelic shouts of glad tidings of great joy. We wander lingering from Bethlehem to Calvary, in those holy fields, over whose acres walked those blessed feet, which 1800 years ago were nailed for our advantage to the bitter cross. Studying the path in which those footsteps lie, if perhaps we may catch some vision of the present Jesus. But both in Bethlehem and at the sepulchre we hear the answer to our longings. He is not here, he is risen. As we read the history which records his deeds, we cannot bring him back to the desolate land which he once inhabited. But as we read his own words in the most precious legacy which human literature has preserved, we seem to see him living, and while we worship at his feet, we rejoice in his benediction. When we go to Rome and Italy, we cannot find the old Romans, however earnestly we search for them in their sepulchres, in the Forum, or the Colosseum, or however sanguinarily we look to see them repeated in the population which now inhabits the eternal city. We cannot revive them to our imaginations by the unaided force of all the suggestions which haunt the Tiber or the Appian Way. We find them only as we consult the letters of Cicero and of Pliny, and the poems of Virgil, of Lucan, and of Lucretius, or study the treatises of Seneca and Antoninus. The old Roman life reappears in the incidental records of their thoughts and feelings, which we find in these and similar writers, and in the incidental glimpses which they give of the life of the people with whom they had to do. As we compare ancient literature with modern, we reach the confident conclusion that the virtues of the ancients were patriotism, hospitality, friendship, and honour, all restricted in their sphere, however noble in kind, and limited to certain external duties and elevated sentiments. We miss entirely the self-denying love of man as man, which Christianity sanctioned by the most characteristic act of its great founder. The Christian love to enemies, the Christian forgiveness of injuries, its sweet and contented submission to adversity, its patience under undeserved wrong, the overcoming evil with good, all being special virtues of the temper, springing from charity as the bond of their perfectness, were not known, we do not say in the practice of the ancients, but they were not honoured as elements of their ideal. All this we know from their literature, when it is critically studied as a trustworthy representation of the people's inner life. From the literature of the ancients, we learn with satisfactory certainty the place which woman held in the house and in society. We know that in the esteem and affections of the best and the purest, she did not hold the place, with the rarest exceptions, which she now holds in the confidence and love of myriads of households and of hearts. The ideal man of the noblest ancient schools was immeasurably inferior to the ideal man of multitudes of humble and uncultured Christian communities. We learn all this from what is plainly manifest in the literatures of the ancient and modern worlds. The importance of the critical study of literature as an aid to the interpretation of modern history is equally manifest. It is even more so because the appliances which literature furnishes for the exposition of many periods of modern history are so much more varied than those which illustrate the best known of any of the ancient generations. The reign of Queen Elizabeth is reflected as in a magic mirror in the plays and letters, in the sermons and diaries of her time. The times of the memorable conflict between Puritan and Cavalier can be almost literally reproduced from the direct and indirect sketches which were made of its various characters and scenes in the manifold forms of literature which were photographed from the life by unconscious artists. The writings of Swift and his compeers, the plays and songs of the hour, libels and street placards, sermons and letters, all these were materials which enabled Thackeray, with the rarest critical discernment, to reconstruct his admirable historical tale of the days of Queen Anne. It was out of the literature of their several periods that Scott was able almost to recreate these periods. The service of the critical study of literature is as great to the reader of history as it is to the writer. No one can fully appreciate the history of any people or of any period by relying on the descriptions and judgments of others. He must, in a certain sense, construct this history for himself, even when he reads it as constructed by others. At least he must reinforce the assertions and verify the conclusions of his authorities by looking for himself, so far as he may, upon the people and events described, and doing this face to face. This he can in no way do so effectually as by studying their literature. But in order to do this with the most eminent success, most readers require the aid of the philosophical critic to explain the relations of literature to history. Seventh, the critical study of literature is of service to biography as well as to history. If we can read the times of an author by the pictures of them which he reflects in his writings, much more can we learn the character of the author himself by the sentiments and feelings with which he reproduces his times, as they are seen in the shadings and colours with which he represents them. If a man's private letters are often the best materials out of which to construct his biography, it should be remembered that much of what he publishes as his works are in some sense his public letters, his epistles to the world and to posterity, as these convey not alone what he professedly aims to produce and record, but often much more of what he unconsciously reveals. Some books from their very nature reveal very little of their author's feelings and character, but very many books communicate much more at times than he designs or desires. The sonnets of Shakespeare, the poems of Milton, the playful and serious essays of Cowper, the meditations of Wordsworth, the passionate outbreaks of Byron, the vague aspirations of Shelley, and the prolonged lament of Tennyson, when skilfully interpreted, enable us to penetrate into the secrets of their hearts, and open us to the hidden springs of their character. It is the office of the critic to discriminate between what does and what does not express the man, and thus to interpret the man by many of his works, and the service which he renders to the reader is often of surpassing interest. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. The Criticism of English Literature. The features of modern criticism which have been enumerated may suffice. We may perhaps more profitably, as well as more practically, proceed to consider our own literature as a field for its exercise. We may aver with confidence that English literature furnishes the amplest, the most varied, and the most interesting materials for the critic, of any, whether ancient or modern. It ought not to surprise us that it should. The compound structure of the language gives an advantage to the writer as well as to the philologist, furnishing often a richer choice of terms, a greater variety of phrases, and a wider range of structure than is possible for any other modern tongue. That this structure pertains to its form alone is true, but the form in this instance happens to furnish large capacities for the embodiment and expression of a rich and manifold material. This material is rich and manifold chiefly because its people have been free, have been bold in thought and earnest in feeling. They have been moved and stirred by the largest spirit of adventure in commerce, in war, in colonizing, and in self-government. They have had an intense religious spirit, manifested in a sufficient variety of forms, and inspiring to fervent faith, to martyr-like boldness, and to consistent and heroic self-denial. They have had earnest political struggles for the crown and against the crown, for the liberty of the commons and the traditional rights of the people, and for the divine right of kings and the dignity of the royal prerogative. They have had sacred and happy homes, fireside enjoyments, hallowed by domestic love, and made doubly sacred and dear by ancestral recollections. They have had exhaustless and irrepressible humour, an inborn love of noisy hilarity, an infinitude of original characters to provoke this humour, and inspire the songs of a people ever ready to be excited to uproarious merriment. They have had a free press, a free pulpit, and free newspapers, in spite of occasional censorship, packed juries, and venal judges. If we trace the history and characteristics of this literature, we may well be amazed at its varied riches, and be excited to avail ourselves of its inviting stores by a more earnest, as well as a more critical use of its ample resources. We begin with Chaucer. In the Canterbury Tales, we have a worthy counterpart to the Odyssey, giving as they do a graphic and varied picture of the many-sided life, and the strongly marked characteristics which, even at this very early period, were manifest among the English people. Indeed, we could not desire a more satisfactory illustration of the truth and justice of all that we have said of literature as a field for the study of history than is furnished in these tales of Chaucer. The attentive reader cannot fail to observe how eminently true it is that the times illustrate the author, and the author illustrates his times. How, through these tales, we have a direct insight into the manners and the sentiments, the customs and the philosophy of our ancestors as they were and as they lived some 500 years ago. We have only to look through this magic show-glass, and we are transported back to the very scenes which were then transacted, and those early times live again before our eyes. It is not a lifeless chronicle which we read. It is not a grave description, not a careful analysis, not a logical generalization, such as the annalist and the historian furnish. It is not even an historical novel in which a writer of a later period has endeavoured to recreate the times as he conceived them, but it is an unconscious painter of the men and the manners with which he was conversant. How strong and bold-hearted were those men, how natural their manners, how brave and sincere, how humorous and tender-hearted, how beneficent and devout were the sentiments which they express. After a long and somewhat dreary interval, we come to the age of Shakespeare, and not to the age of Shakespeare alone, but to that of Spenser and Sidney and Raleigh and Hooker and Bacon and Ben Jonson, and the train of dramatists of whom Jonson was the representative and the head. We call this truly the golden age of English literature, and we ask what agencies could have produced such writers as these. We find our answer, first in the original force of the English stock, that under all the burdens of royal and churchly oppression had it never been corrupted or crushed, but had held its own in the halls of the gentry, the farmhouses of the yeomen, and the cottages of the labourers. This vital force was marvellously aroused by the Protestant Reformation, and when, after many struggles, a Protestant queen had come to the throne, it experienced, as it were, a thrill of newly created energy. Foreign wars, commercial adventures, romantic discoveries, all united to keep this young life excited to its utmost tension, and to move it by an inward ferment. The thoughts of men were great in those times. Their hopes were unbounded. Their feelings were fervent. Their self-confidence was untrammelled. Their power of expression was untamed. They had at their command the language not as yet shaped by critics or developed into any normal structure, a fit instrument for the young giants, rejoicing in their strength, who were ready to use it, each as he would. Could the reader desire a study more inviting than that to which the literature of those active and hopeful days invites him? Whether he would study the authors or their times, or both together, whether he would study the matter or the form of literature, thought, sentiment, and imagery on the one hand, or diction, rhythm, and periodic power on the other, he could ask for nothing more exciting or more rewarding than what is furnished here. The age of Milton follows, and not of Milton only, but of Taylor and Sir Thomas Browne, of Baxter and Bunyan, of Hobbes and Fuller. Here the English life, and with it English literature, appears in other forms, more fixed and serious and grave, but not a whit of its force abated, nor aught of its fiery energy repressed. Imagination is still as soaring as ever, and the manifold and seeming exhaustless varieties of diction illustrate the resources and the plastic capacities of the English language. This period was marked for its political struggles and its religious strifes, for its intense feeling and its strong thinking, for its ardent longings and its patient endurance, and above all, for its faith in God and in man. And all these influences shaped the literature, as the literature helped to form the period. The age of Dryden followed, and not of Dryden only, but of South and Locke and Boyle and Newton. It was a tamer period, in which accuracy of thought and exactness of language and symmetry and conciseness of style, and repression of feeling and caution in imagery were all conspicuous. It was an age of repression and of criticism, as was natural after the real and imagined excesses of principle and feeling which had characterized the times of the Commonwealth, an age in which religion declined and immorality was less restrained, an age of free thinking and unbelief which was scarcely held in check by the efforts of Locke and Boyle. With an age thus characterized by the life of the people, the literature of the period sympathized. First of all, it was the period in which the modern and the better English style was developed and fixed, preeminently by Dryden. Next, criticism itself was first applied with systematic aims and definite results. In this, Dryden was also conspicuous. With more accurate thinking and careful writing, there were not wholly lost the fire of feeling and the splendour of imagination which had distinguished the earlier periods. Then followed the age of Pope, and not of Pope alone, but also of Addison, Swift, and Shaftesbury, and these were closely followed by Bishops Butler, Berkeley, and Warburton, by Defoe, Richardson, Fielding, and Smollett. It was an age in no wise distinguished for earnestness or for faith, an age of conventionalities, gaiety, and frivolity, an age of free living, and of free thinking, an age in which satire and sneering criticism would be likely to flourish, and in which both were abundant. As was the life, such was the literature of the period, with here and there an exception. For the case and felicity of its prose diction, and for the correctness and smoothness of its verse to the ear, it has been called the Augustan age of English literature. But the perfection of form to which it brought this literature scantily compensated for the loss of those higher qualities by which the earlier periods had been distinguished. In the latter half of the same century there was a change for the better. This was the period of Johnson and of Burke, of Thomson, Goldsmith and Cowper. The national life grew more serious. The lower classes had been moved to greater religious earnestness by Wesley, Whitefield and others. The higher were tired by the emptiness and dissoluteness, by the heartlessness and frivolity of the generations before them. There was a longing after better things, and to this longing the literature of the period gave expression in manifold signs. Then came the French Revolution, filling many hopeful and sanguine spirits with ardent enthusiasm, and stirring their minds with inquiries which led to profounder studies of the principles of moral, political, and theological truth. Then the inevitable reaction, involving strong, repressive measures, and dividing society into angry sections. And then the long and costly wars of the Allies, and the exciting career of the first Napoleon. All these movements in English thought, attended as they were by the corrupt demoralization of the court, and example of the last of the Georges, was reflected in English literature as it presents itself in the first 30 years of the present century. This is the period of Scott and Burns, of Byron and Shelley, of Coleridge and Southey, of Wordsworth and Wilson, of Macaulay and Hallam, of Jeffrey and Mackintosh. Literature is sharply divided into opposing schools, expressing the divided sentiment and opinion of the English nation. Foremost among them is that Catholic and comprehensive school which dared to free itself from the fashion of the day in both thought and diction, and to go back to the English writers of the earlier periods, and to vindicate Shakespeare and Milton and Hooker and Bacon from the neglect into which they had fallen. More than all, this school dared to vindicate for itself the liberty to use all the resources of the English language, as well as to sound all the depths of English thought and feeling after the ancient ways. While in one direction, as with Byron, literature is passionate and satanic, and in another, as with Shelley, it is blasphemous and atheistic. While in Scott it is brilliantly romantic, while with Hallam and Mackintosh it is solidly earnest. With Coleridge, Wordsworth, Southey, and Wilson, it is more thoughtful and affectionate. It is mindful of nature and of God, and above all it dares to be true to whatever is best in human character and aspiration. With this school and its awakened interest in all the older literature, there arose also the spirit of historical and philosophical criticism, which has very largely contributed to the many-sided and in general the elevated literature of the present generation. Of this recent literature we need not write, for to attempt to characterize it would lead us beyond our limits. This English literature is our heritage, and to study it should be our delight and occupation. That it may be a delight, it must be, in some sense, an occupation. If we are to judge of it in a truly critical spirit, if we are to understand historically its authors and the times in which they lived, if we are to judge of it philosophically and to read intelligently its graver writers of the past, or the more novel and fresher of the present, we must read it earnestly and comprehensively. We must make it our study, not a study that is painful or repulsive, but one that is patient, systematic, and earnest. English literature, when once it has become a familiar field of intelligent study, brings this advantage, that it is a field which the student will never be able and never will desire to desert. To him who has learned to read aright, every week will bring some fresh tale or poem or essay or history. Every season will introduce some fresh author, summoning the reader to a new feast of delight, which will be none the less keenly enjoyed because it is enjoyed with a chastened taste, and is judged with critical appreciation. All the life long, amid its cares and its sorrows, its employments and its leisure, there will be at hand a capacity and a taste for those satisfying and elevating pleasures, which instruct while they delight, which lead us upwards to heaven, while they make us content with the earth. No class of habits that are purely intellectual can possibly enter so largely into our happiness for life as those habits of reading with discrimination and with ardour, which are formed by abundant studies in the history and criticism of English literature. The appliances for such studies are ample and accessible, and they are likely constantly to increase. We have R. Chambers' Cyclopedia of English Literature, which is furnished with separate biographical sketches of the leading English authors, and sufficiently copious extracts from their works. This may serve as a convenient guide and reference book, after which to mark and map out one's journey. Dr. G. L. Craik's compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language from the Norman Conquest is more learned and critical, while it is unequal in its character, some portions being skilfully and carefully written, and others being hastily and superficially sketched. Its estimates of authors and its tone are in general very candid and judicious. Abraham Mill's Literature and Literary Men of Great Britain and Ireland is a well-considered and trustworthy book. H. Morley's 2 volumes, English Writers Before Chaucer, From Chaucer to Dunbar, are far more learned, and the work, when complete, bids fair to be an encyclopedia of learned criticism in the literature of England. S. A. Allebone's Critical Dictionary of English Literature and British and American Authors is at once the most extensive and complete reference book for facts and dates and critical estimates that can be found in any language. Special editions of the earlier poets, as Chaucer and Spenser, are now accessible, also of single poems and plays of the earlier writers, which are designed for school purposes and for the general reader. Cheap reprints of the best single works of the older writers, as Arber's reprints and the Bayard series, promise to diffuse more extensively a taste for reading of this kind, by making it possible for everyone to gratify it. The publications of the early English Text Society are doing the same service for scholars. B. Tauchnitz's 5 Centuries of English Literature is a very instructive selection. J. P. Collier's Early English Literature is critical and able. E. A. and S. L. Ducknick's Encyclopedia of American Literature is carefully and faithfully prepared, and is a classical work of reference and authority. C. D. Cleveland's manuals, entitled A Compendium of English Literature, English Literature of the 19th Century, and A Compendium of American Literature, as well as his edition of Milton's poetical works with a verbal index, are very convenient and useful books, which are wisely used in many seminaries, and are good substitutes for the more bulky works of reference which we have cited. Thomas B. Shaw's Complete Manual of English Literature, with a volume of selections from English authors, may be confidently recommended as compact and well-prepared volumes. Also William Spalding's History of English Literature. The same is true of Angus's Handbook of English Literature and Specimens of English Literature. Professor Henry N. Day's Introduction to English Literature may be safely trusted as scholarly and ingenious. Thomas Arnold's Manual of English Literature, Historical and Critical, is a solid and judicious history, such as we should expect from a son of the genial and loving critic who was once master of Rugby. H. Hallam's Introduction to the Literature of Europe is always judicious and often full in its notices of English authors. In all the general encyclopedias, the biography and bibliography and criticism of English and American authors is usually copiously given. In what is called the higher criticism of literature, as has already been intimated, our own language is in some respects deficient. In others it is abundantly supplied. Sir Philip Sidney's Defence of Poesy is worthy of a writer who had a poet's fantasy and a critic's delicacy of discrimination. With the exception of Sidney, Dryden is the earliest critic who rose above the mere techniques of form and aimed to be at once just and genial. but Dryden's criticisms are too brief and limited to render any satisfactory service. Addison's papers in The Spectator upon Milton's Paradise Lost are examples of a well-intended attempt to attain to something higher in criticism than could easily be achieved in those times. Samuel Johnson was an omnivorous as well as an appreciative reader and a discriminating critic. His Lives of the Poets, his remarks upon writers in the Rambler, and his familiar talks concerning them, which are recorded by Boswell, are fraught with good sense and not wanting in discrimination. But his comprehension of the aims of criticism was limited, and his standard was in many respects conventional. The so-called British essayists contain more or less of criticism upon standard and current writers, which certainly did not rise above that of Johnson and Addison. The Gentleman's Magazine and the other monthlies, with Dodsley's Annual Register, neither aimed at nor attained to anything better. The establishment of the quarterly reviews within the present century gave a powerful impulse to the critical examination of books and the critical study of literature, opening as they did an opportunity for some of the ablest critics of their time to express their opinions upon the leading authors of the day. The time of the establishment of the first was nearly coincident with the awakening in Great Britain of the new and greater criticism, and these reviews were at once the cause and the effect of this awakened spirit. Sir Francis Jeffrey, Sidney Smith, Sir James Mackintosh, Lord Brougham, Lord Macaulay, Robert Southey, and Sir Walter Scott, Sir James Stephen, and many others have contributed critical papers of surpassing ability to some one of the leading British reviews. But most of these reviews were conducted in a political as well as a literary spirit, and many of their best critical papers are written in a tone that is ambitious of smartness and effect in the forms of expression, rather than of justice and candour in their estimates of authors and their works. In later years this partisan feeling has been greatly softened, and many of the critical papers in these reviews have been composed in the spirit of eminent fairness and honour. A general feeling of homage to public justice has gained a strong hold of many of the leading minds in England and America, and the trenchant and slashing character of a review does not always save its injustice and partiality from general reprobation. Much less does it command, as formerly, almost universal praise. While it is true that at present the leading English quarterlies do not maintain that exclusive prominence in the field of criticism which they formerly held, they are still very ably conducted, and contain many papers of masterly superiority from the foremost men of the present time. The better criticism of England and America, as we have already explained, was either inspired from Germany, or it grew up with that interest in German literature which forced the English critics to confess that in some things England might learn from the continent. The writings of the Schlegels were early translated and read in the English language. Previous to this time, however, Wordsworth had written the profound and in many respects just criticisms upon poetry which are found in his prefaces, appendix, and postscript to the earlier editions of his lyrical ballads. Coleridge also soon began to astonish the literary world by his public lectures upon Shakespeare, and by the bold and comprehensive criticisms which are to be found in his Biographia Literaria, and his occasional contributions to periodical literature. His conversations with many of the leading writers and critics of his time were stimulating and attractive, and did much to create a new school of sympathetic and enlightened admirers for the best, until then, much neglected older English writers. The Retrospective Review, a quarterly devoted exclusively to the criticism and history of the earlier English writers, exercised a powerful influence for good. The series is an invaluable acquisition to English critical literature. Walter Savage Landor, in his Imaginary Conversations, taught a few select but admiring readers what it is to seek to put oneself in the place of a great writer and a great mind of another nation and of other times. Professor John Wilson, better known as Christopher North, invested criticism itself with the dignity and interest of original creation, by filling his Noctes Ambrosiani and other papers in Blackwood's magazine with the most enthusiastic and genial criticisms that ever proceeded from an English pen. W. Hazlitt, in spite of his prejudices, gave many examples of a discriminating appreciation of the older and of contemporaneous writers. Leigh Hunt did the same with a far more loving spirit. Mrs. Jameson wrote a whole theory of the varieties of female character in her criticisms of the female personages of Shakespeare, entitled Characteristics of Women. Thomas Carlyle almost began his literary life by a delightful article on Burns in the Edinburgh Review, in which, for once, he wrote English as other people do. Thomas de Quincey, through his multitudinous papers of a critical and gossiping character, has done much to stimulate and to gratify interest and curiosity in the literary men of his times. Hartley Coleridge has, if possible, surpassed his father in the sagacious and well-balanced, yet warm and hearty judgments of his favourite authors. Thackeray's Lectures on the English Humourists has the double merit of opening a new vein and working it successfully. The elder Disraeli has done not a little to interest the public in literature and in authors by the miscellaneous contributions contained in his Curiosities of Literature, his Amenities of Literature, and his more methodical essay on the literary character. N. Drake's essays, Memorials of Shakespeare, and Shakespeare and His Times, are worth consulting, at least as showing one step in the transition to a better style of criticism. Meanwhile, the excellent work upon Shakespeare of the estimable and industrious Hermann Ulrichi has been made known to the English people. Goethe has been extensively read by English littérateurs who have imbibed his spirit and have been taught by his example. The extensive school of German historians and critics of their native literature has also become familiar to not a few English and Americans, and inspired them with a laudable desire to imitate their example in dealing with their own writers. The French have also taught something in respect to criticism. The comprehensive work of H. Taine upon English literature and his other works of art criticism are genial and almost recreative. The appreciative and subtle, the acute yet always civilized Sainte-Beuve has enforced by abundant and attractive examples the impression of what criticism may and ought to become. Matthew Arnold has inculcated these same lessons in his essay in Criticism, Culture and Anarchy, on the study of Celtic literature, better sometimes by his precepts than by his own practice. Interesting examples of what criticism may and ought to be are to be found in the Hours with the Mystics by the lamented R.A. Vaughan, in the prefaces and notes of Henry Taylor, as well as in his Notes on Books, and in the Dublin Afternoon Lectures upon Literature and Art, which have now reached their 5th annual volume. Indeed, there are few volumes in the English language which are better fitted to inspire and instruct the student of literature and of criticism than the volumes of this series, or which deserve to be more generally known. Professor David Masson is deserving of special notice for his excellent volume, The British Novelists, etc., to which we have previously referred. His Life of Milton, of which one volume only has been published, is a mine of critical and historical research on its illustrious subject and his times. His Recent British Philosophy is a contribution to literary as well as philosophical criticism. Professor J.C. Sharp's studies in poetry and philosophy are genial and discriminating. E.S. Dallas, under the enigmatical title of The Gay Science, has published a work which, though it contains many caprices and oddities, is yet of rare interest so far as it treats of the principles which are fundamental to the critical enjoyment of literature. F. W. Newman on Homeric translation, and Matthew Arnold's papers on the same topic, are instructive and stimulating. F. W. Newman's Miscellanies contains a series of lectures on poetry to which we have referred. Guesses at Truth, the Oxford, Cambridge and Edinburgh Essays, Peter's Letters to His Kinsfolk, Dr. J. Brown's Horæ Subsecvevi, better known among us as Spare Hours, contain much that is suggestive and inspiring to the critic. To a very large extent, the biographies of literary men include criticisms on their works and those of their contemporaries, and some of the most interesting criticisms in the language are found in the familiar letters of distinguished persons concerning the works and authors of the season and the week, while each was the novelty of the hour. In the United States, literary activity has to a large extent taken the form of literary criticism. We have had critics of the old school and of the new. Among those of the old are the prominent contributors to the North American Review, as Alexander and Edward Everett, the brothers W.B.O. and O.W.B. Peabody, also Reverend Professor A.P. Peabody, Prescott the historian, George Ellis, Francis Bowen, and scores of others. Of the new or modern school, the following are prominent: Henry Reed, Horace Binney Wallace, Orestes A. Brownson, Margaret Fuller Ossoli, George Ripley, H.T. Tuckerman, E.P. Whipple, Richard Grant White, Henry N. Hudson, and James Russell Lowell. Mr. Reed is conspicuous for his labours on Wordsworth and Shakespeare, Mr. Wallace for his spirited criticisms upon art and philosophy, Mr. Ripley for the very elaborate and genial literary notices which have formed so conspicuous a feature in the New York Tribune for so many years, Mr. Brownson for the trenchant and aggressive review which was for so many years sustained by his name, Margaret Fuller Ossoli for an enthusiasm which was almost genius, Mr. Tuckerman for the faithful and patient labour which has been bestowed on so many literary and art topics, Mr. Whipple for the careful research and elaboration of his analyses and delineations, especially those in his lectures on the literature of the Age of Elizabeth, Mr. Hudson for his knowledge of and his enthusiasm for Shakespeare and his vigorous way of putting his thoughts, Mr. White for his many explorations into curious literary facts and his nice discriminations, Mr. Lowell for his masterly though personal fable for critics, as also for his discriminating and kindling literary papers. We have by no means named all who deserve notice, but these may suffice. The reader who has followed us thus far will have learned still farther to seek and find for himself, and to judge what he requires better than we can judge for him. We ought not in this connection to omit all notice of the history and criticism of the fine arts, inasmuch as a critical interest in art is nearly allied to a taste for literature. The standard English authors in English literature before the days of Ruskin and the Germans were Alison on taste, Burke on the sublime and beautiful, Price on the picturesque, Sir Joshua Reynolds' discourses, Horace Walpole's Anecdotes of Painting, Lancey's History of Painting, Vasari's Lives of the Painters, Fuseli's Sculptures and Architects, and Hogarth's Analysis of Beauty. But since the German criticism began to make itself felt in art as well as literature, we have J. Winckelmann's History of Ancient Art, C.O. Müller's Ancient Art and Its Remains, F.T. Kugler's Handbook of Painting, German, Flemish, and Dutch schools, also Handbook of Painting in Italy. More recently, W. Lübke's History of the Arts, J. Ferguson's Illustrated History of Architecture, J. H. Parker's Glossary of Terms of Architecture, all the last four being abundantly illustrated. Following in the footsteps of the Germans, we have A. W. Lindsay's Sketches of Christian Art, Mrs. Jameson's Memoirs of Early Italian Painters, Sacred and Legendary Art, History of Our Lord and Works of Art, C. L. Eastlake's Contributions to the Literature of the Fine Arts, and other kindred works. We ought not to omit the name Dunlap's History of the Arts of Design in the United States, and H. T. Tuckerman's Book of the Artists, nor G. W. Sampson's Art Criticism and S. Spooner's Art Dictionary. Since John Ruskin first took the modern world by storm in his Modern Painters, and began to follow the first impression by a succession of stimulating volumes, the subject of art and criticism generally has been invested with new interest to a multitude of readers who never thought before earnestly concerning either. There is little danger that a very considerable number of Ruskin's readers will adopt his theories in full, would be injured by them if they should. The exciting and at the same time elevating character of all his writings, has been acknowledged with enthusiastic appreciation by the great number of readers who feel that they have been wisely taught by him many valuable lessons in the observation of nature, as well as in their judgments of art and literature. His works, or selections from them, cannot be too warmly recommended for their moral, as well as their aesthetic excellence. Now and then a young person may be overborne and swallowed up by Ruskin, but there are very few who have read him with ardour who have not been greatly benefited. Books on the English language, and on language in general, deserve a passing notice in this place, inasmuch as reading on these subjects comes legitimately within the scope of the general title of this chapter. The number of school grammars is well nigh boundless, and among them there is a great variety in respect of excellence. Of philosophical grammars of the English language there is a lamentable deficiency. It is in the German language only that we find those which are at all satisfactory and truly scientific. The works of R.G. Latham and the grammar of W.C. Fowler are perhaps the best. George P. Marsh's Lectures on the English Language and Origin and History of the English Language should stand prominent as treatises adapted for general reading. R.C. Trench on the Study of Words, English Past and Present, and Select Glossary of English Words are instructive and popular books. W. Swinton's Rambles Among Words and Scheller de Vere's Studies in English are books which excite and gratify curiosity. The attention which has everywhere been given to the study of Anglo-Saxon and of the early English promises to yield large contributions to this class of works. In general philology, which is a subject that interests very many general readers, the following books may be named: Max Müller's Lectures on Language, Chips from a German Workshop, W. D. Whitney's Language and the Study of Language, F. W. Farrar On the Origin of Language, B. W. Dwight's Modern Philology, and J. Stoddart's Glossology. The study of words and their general aspects and of language is nearly akin to literary criticism, and careful and critical attention to the style of the authors we read is itself a most important means of culture, as well as a source of high enjoyment. For this reason, such works as Dean Alford's The Queen's English, G. W. Moon's Bad English and The Dean's English, and E. S. Gould's Good English are well worth reading. The habit of consulting an English dictionary in reading is not maintained as commonly as it should be by intelligent persons. No single habit is at once so eminently the cause and the indication of careful attention to the language which we use, and an efficient training to the best kind of culture. It involves daily and hourly criticism of the use of an instrument which cannot be correctly and felicitously applied without accurate and careful thinking, and active and refined sensibility. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. Books of Science and Duty. Philosophical and ethical reading next claim our attention, and those books which aim to enlarge or confirm our convictions of truth, or to convince and incite us with respect to duty. We use the words philosophical and ethical in a very liberal sense to define all those works, whether longer or shorter, whether graver or less serious, which have for their direct object conviction or action in the light of permanent principles, in contradistinction from those books which narrate facts or address the imagination. We do not include theological and religious reading, but reserve those for a separate chapter. We exclude all books and reading in technical or special science, because our design contemplates only a general course of reading, and because, for obvious reasons, the teachers and manuals of the several sciences may be relied on to direct to courses of special and technical study. We begin with the sciences of nature, i.e., physical nature, for we hold that the universe of nature includes the spiritual as truly as the material.
and that it is inaccurate to restrict the word nature to matter, whether it be hard matter or soft matter, whether it be solid and fixed as adamant, or as impalpable and evanescent as the most diffused and diffusible of the gases. Most of the books upon these sciences, which are of the highest authority, are necessarily technical. They require careful study and exact knowledge. Of these standard treatises, there is a very large number, and they are constantly displacing one another, with the very progress of science itself. A few books only come within the range and scope of our discussions, but these few should not be omitted. For the general reader, Alexander von Humboldt's Cosmos is the best single book which gives what was known concerning the physical universe, or was regarded as established by scientific methods and scientific evidence at the time when the illustrious author finished the work which was so splendid a finale to his laborious life. This work is concisely written, and is often abstract and technical, but it will well repay slow and careful reading. The history of the progress of the sciences of nature to the man of philosophical tastes is in the highest degree exciting and instructive, especially when followed in the more recent stages of their rapid and brilliant development. William Whewell's History of the Inductive Sciences from the earliest to the present time is the best, if not the only, compendious work upon this general topic which is accessible. It meets all the wants of the general reader up to the time when it was written. J. F. W. Herschel's Preliminary Discourse on the Study of Natural Philosophy is a clear and popular position of the methods of studying nature and of the grounds of our confidence in the processes of induction. W. Whewell's Philosophy of the Inductive Sciences, afterwards rewrought and published under the title of History of Scientific Ideas, etc., is much more ambitiously metaphysical and entirely beyond the reach of the general reader. John Stuart Mill's System of Logic Ratiocinative and Inductive treats in Book 3rd of the processes and laws of induction more carefully and exhaustively than any other work. The defective philosophical system taught in it diminishes very little from its practical value. The substance of Mill's work may be found in abridgments, as W. Stebbing's Analysis of Mill's Logic and T. Fowler's Elements of Inductive Logic. L. Agassiz's Essay on Classification is a treatise often referred to in respect to the philosophy of the inductive processes. His methods of study in natural history and geological sketches are at once popular and scientific. Arnold Guyot's Earth and Man comes within our rule, for though it treats in special of physical geography, it discusses it very largely in its general relations to the history and development of the race. Many of the writings of the lamented Hugh Miller are very attractive to the unscientific reader, even when they are strictly technical, for the interest with which they invest physical research and the light they throw upon its processes. The same is true of many of the writings of Sir Humphrey Davy, Sir Charles Bell, of Richard Owen, Michael Faraday, and of J. Tyndall. It is to be borne in mind that the press is literally oppressed by the number of superficial books in which the attempt is made to popularize science and to set forth its relations to the imagination and to faith. To uninstructed minds, and to those who have only a smattering of knowledge, many of these writings are attractive, just in proportion to their superficialness and pretension. The style in which they are written is often vicious and inflated, and overloaded with tawdry ornaments. It is not wise either to trust the science taught in such books, or to follow the imaginative flights to which they would exalt and inspire, unless their authors are known among scientific men to be men of requisite knowledge and of sound judgment. Although the physical sciences are in their nature severe, and in their requisitions exacting, they afford the amplest room for all grades of sciolists and pretenders, as well as the widest range for every species of imaginative romancing. Science run mad is the maddest, and the most uncontrollable of all forms of madness, as the steadiest and most trustworthy of horses is the most stiff-headed and unmanageable when he goes off in a fright, or indulges in an escapade. It is a safe rule not to waste one's time or money on any of these pretentious travesties of scientific truth, or works of science poetically treated. Among standard books of science in general and on some of the special sciences may be named Mary Somerville's The Connection of the Physical Sciences, The Mechanism of the Heavens, and Physical Geography, L. Euler's Letters on Natural Philosophy, D. Olmsted's Letters on Astronomy, E. Loomis's Progress of Astronomy, J. Liebig's Familiar Letters on Chemistry, J. P. Cook's Religion and Chemistry, G. P. Marsh's Man and Nature, also J. Tyndall's Heat as a Mode of Motion, Sound, H. F. Roscoe's Spectrum Analysis, E. L. Youngman's EDR, Correlation and Conservation of Forces, E. F. Burr's Ecce Coelum. Natural history differs from natural science in that it is limited to descriptive classifications of living things and beings, and excludes reasoned theories of the laws and principles of the inorganic agencies and elements of the physical universe. The readings of works of this description is usually fascinating to children and youth, and should be cultivated assiduously in order to stimulate to the careful study of botany and zoology as the powers of observation are matured. In all these branches of study, as in geology, we have manuals and authors of the highest rank and trustworthiness, as L. Agassiz, J. D. Dana, A. Gray, and A. A. Gould, and many others. That observation of nature which is within the reach of every person of active mind and curious tastes may be greatly stimulated by reading such books as Gilbert White's Natural History of Selborne, W. Hewitt's Book of the Seasons, G. B. Emerson's Forests and Shrubs of Massachusetts, Samuel's Birds of New England, T. W. Harris's Insects of Massachusetts, L. H. Morgan's The American Beaver, J. G. Wood's Illustrated Natural History, etc., all which are attractive and trustworthy. Such works as those of J. L. Michelet, The Bird, and the many prepared by L. Fouguier, this published in the Library of Wonders from the French, The Universe by L. A. Pouchet, never cease to attract and reward the reader, whether young or old, and they render a most important service when they stimulate a family of children, especially if they have a home in the country to use their eyes and ears in the observation of nature. If rightly used, they furnish the happiest illustration of the remarks which we have made, that reading becomes most interesting and instructive when it is interpreted by, as well as when it directs, the employments and amusements of the daily life. We are reminded by this of the important use which may be made of books and reading by those who cultivate the soil. The old and stupid prejudice against book farming has almost entirely passed away. No person who reads this volume will be likely to retain the least remnant of it. The sense of the value of agricultural books and periodicals is now generally diffused throughout the community. It were difficult to decide what are the best books upon the many topics comprehended under this extensive department. Every part of the country has those which are thought to be the best. Every leading journal and newspaper is usually interested in certain favorite writers. Should we attempt to furnish a select list which might be approved for the present year, it would probably be soon displaced in part in the year following. The list which we subjoin has been carefully studied by a competent and discriminating authority who is endorsed by an author who stands high in favor with the farming as well as with the literary world. S. W. Johnson, How Crops Grow, How Crops Feed. G. E. Waring, Draining for Profit. J. J. Thomas, Farm Implements. A. Gray, Field, Garden, and Forest Botany. W. Darlington, American Weeds and Useful Plants. C. L. Flint, Grasses and Forage Plants. F. Burr, Field and Garden, Vegetables of America. P. Henderson, Gardening for Profit. J. J. Thomas, Fruit Culturist. J. Hussman, Grapes and Wine Making. A. S. Fuller, Small Fruit Culturist. J. A. Hoops, Forest Tree Culturist, Book of Evergreens. F. Parkman, Book of Roses. E. S. Rand, Jr., Bulbs, 75 Flowers. S. Tenney, Natural History. R. L. Allen, Domestic Animals. C. L. Flint, Milk Cows and Dairy Farming. H. W. Herbert, Hints to Horsekeepers. W. Youatt, The Horse. Harris on the Pig. H. S. Randall, The Practical Shepherd. T. W. Harris, Insects of Massachusetts. A. J. Downing, Landscape Gardening. L. L. Langstroth, The Hive and Honeybee. D. G. Mitchell, My Farm at Edgewood, Wet Days at Edgewood. From agriculture to psychology and speculative philosophy seems a long stride. It is a wide leap which carries us from the most concrete to the most abstract of topics. And yet the stride is by no means so long, nor the leap so wide, as would appear at first view. The culture of the earth forces us to consider life in the plant and the animal, and we find ourselves, before we know it, ascending from the soil and the clod into the fascination and mystery of that life which nature sustains by the earth and from the air. The study of life carries us up to finer and more subtle processes and powers, so that before we are aware we are confronted by the presence of spirit with its wondrous capacities and gifts, and its still more wonderful intuitions and beliefs. The analysis of these implicates us in psychological inquiries and metaphysical researches. Ethical principles spring out of the soul's inner being, and conscience and duty are seen to be clothed with authority by the soul, and to be enforced by all the indications and utterances of the universe. God himself looks out upon us from all the windows of heaven, and is felt by us to be the strength and stability of the fabric of nature and the institutions of human society. The mental and moral sciences are often abstruse, but they are not technical and special as are the so-called sciences of nature, for the reason that the principles and facts with which they have to do are more within the reach of common minds, and have a nearer relation to many of the higher interests and feelings of the race. They require less technical preparation in special studies, and hence are more accessible to the judgment and interest of any thoughtful and studious person. An intelligent reader, it is true, is not likely to be destitute of curiosity respecting mechanics or astronomy, but he is still less likely to be devoid of interest in those speculations which concern the nature of the soul, the sanctions of conscience, the rights and duties of men, the limitations of government, and the destiny of the race. All men, as soon as they begin to reflect, begin a course of metaphysical activity, whether they know or not. And many a plain man whose reading is very limited is ready to be aroused to excited interest in speculative studies, and in the history of such inquiries as conducted by others. Wherever men have been made earnest thinkers by theological discussions, political excitements, or moral revolutions, there has it been uniformly true that the subject matter of speculative and moral philosophy has awakened a profound and excited interest in the minds of the common men of the community. A great social convulsion, like the so-called Great Rebellion of 1640, the English Revolution of 1688, the American Revolution of 1776, the French Revolution of 1789 and 1848, or our own Civil War of 1861, forces even the ignorant and unthinking to fall back upon the ultimate principles of political and social obligation, and to discuss them with excited interest. It turns a nation of farmers and artisans into a school of acute and disputatious philosophers. The din of preparation for physical conflict in the field is usually interspersed with the hum of excited, if not angry, discussion and debate. The questions of the suffrage of women, of blacks and whites, of natives and foreigners, cannot be settled without an intelligent reference to the principles of ethical and political philosophy. The occurrence of strikes, the organization of trade unions, the demands of the laborer, and the retorts of the employer force all parties to examine the doctrines and definitions of political and social science. Earnest religious excitements and controversies, whether they end in faith or in unbelief, compel every man who is interested to a profound philosophical inquiry. All men who think earnestly upon fundamental questions must so far be philosophers. In this way is the fact to be explained, that plain and even unlettered men are so often acute philosophical reasoners, and are interested so profoundly in books and readings of a speculative character. This is especially true in a country like ours, so receptive of ideas, and so quick to transmit them all over, which so many persons of active minds are profoundly interested in great practical questions, and are finding themselves as constantly forced to decide these by a reference to fundamental principles. Hence we explain the fact that there are multitudes of men, making no pretense to extensive literary culture, who not only take a strong interest in books on these subjects, but are qualified to read and judge them with intelligence and discrimination. We do not consult the wants of the learned class, but provide for the occasions of the general reader when we suggest a course of reading in philosophy. We begin with the history of philosophy. While there is no general history in the English language which meets all the wants of the general reader, there are several which deserve to be named as worthy of perusal. F. G. Maurice's History of Moral and Metaphysical Philosophy is perhaps the most readable of any. A. Schwegler's History of Philosophy, translated from the German by Professor J. H. Seeley, and a later edition with large additions by J. H. Sterling, is a very good brief manual. An epitome of the History of Philosophy, from a French manual translated by Professor C. S. Henry, which is published in Harper's Family Library, is a convenient but rather dry book of reference. Mr. G. H. Lewes' History of Philosophy is in some respects more erudite and acute than the work of Mr. Maurice, but it is written too decidedly in the negative spirit of the positive school to inspire entire confidence, especially as it is a cardinal doctrine of this school that philosophical speculation is vain and profitless. A translation from the very learned and comprehensive manual of F. Uberwig is now in course of publication, from which much may be expected of accurate statement and intelligible information. For modern philosophy, J. D. Morell's Historical and Critical View of the Speculative Philosophy of Europe in the 19th Century is a very comprehensive and convenient, though not always satisfactory treatise. For the history of the modern German philosophy, H. M. Chalibau's History Survey of Speculative Philosophy from Kant to Hegel is perhaps as good, that is, as intelligible, an account as could be expected from a German historian, of the progress of a series of speculations which are confessedly dark and abstruse. In ancient philosophy, in particular, W. A. Butler's Lectures on the History of Ancient Philosophy are the most satisfactory, as they are the most eloquent history which the language can show. Mr. George Grote, in his History of Greece, gives a very attractive sketch of Socrates and the Socratic school, while in his very elaborate work on Plato and the other companions of Socrates, he has drawn out a careful outline of each of his works. Mr. Grote is in many cases unjust to Plato, so far at least as he interprets and judges him by the tenets of the narrow and superficial school of philosophy to which he himself belongs. Mr. G. H. Lewes has devoted a special volume to the contributions of Aristotle to physical science. B. F. Cocker's Christianity and Greek Philosophy is a valuable discussion of the themes and the achievements of ancient speculation, and a comparison of both with those of modern thought and the positive teachings of Christianity. For the history of speculative philosophy in Great Britain, nothing better can be named than Dugald Stewart's General View of the Progress of Metaphysical, Ethical, and Political Philosophy, which, as was natural, is especially devoted to British metaphysicians, and Sir James Mackintosh's General View of the Progress of Ethical Philosophy. Both of these works are very incomplete and imperfect, though containing much valuable history and criticism. All mere histories of philosophy are necessarily unsatisfactory, by reason of the narrow limits within which the writer is confined. It is not unfrequently happens that these defects are supplemented by articles in encyclopedias, or by special treatises of a biographical or critical character. Leaving the history of philosophy, and proceeding to philosophy itself, The general reader will find translations of the following works ample for the direct knowledge which they give of the teachings and modes of thinking of the most distinguished of the ancient philosophers. W. Whewell's Select Platonic Dialogues, R. W. Brown, Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, T. Hobbes and T. Buckley's Rhetoric and Poetics, Cicero's Offices, Letters, Tusculan Disputations, and De Finibus, translated by different writers. Also the writings of Seneca, Epictetus, Antoninus, and the poet Lucretius. Coming to modern times, we name the following works as preeminently worthy to be read: R. Descartes, Meditations and Essay on Method; J. Locke's Essay on the Human Understanding, with V. Cousin's Letters on Locke, known in one translation as Cousin's Psychology; T. E. Webb, The Intellectualism of Locke; D. Hume, Philosophical Treatises; G. Berkeley, The Minute Philosopher; The Principle of Human Knowledge; T. Reed, Inquiry and Essays; T. Brown, Lectures on the Philosophy of the Human Mind; Dugald Stewart, Philosophical Works; I. Coate, Critique of Pure Reason, translated by Meiklejohn; J. G. Fichte, The Science of Knowledge; The Destination of Man; Sir William Hamilton, Lectures on Metaphysics and Logic, also discussions on philosophy and literature; H. Calderwood, Philosophy of the Infinite; H. L. Mansell, Limits of Religious Thought; The Philosophy of the Conditioned; Prolegomena Logica; Goldwin Smith, Letter to H. L. Mansell; J. H. Stirling, The Secret of Hegel; David Hartley's Observations on Man; J. Mill, Analysis of the Human Mind; J. S. Mill, A System of Logical Ratiocinative and Inductive; Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy; J. M. Koch, Examination of Mr. J. S. Mill's Philosophy being a Defense of Fundamental Truth; The Intuitions of the Human Mind, etc. J. F. Ferrier, Institutions of Metaphysics; Herbert Spencer, First Principles and Principles of Psychology; A. Bain, The Senses and the Intellect; The Emotions and the Will; Mental and Moral Science; A Compendium of Psychology and Ethics; Logic Inductive and Deductive; Dr. Mason, Recent British Philosophy; F. Bowen, Essays; J. Martineau, Essays Philosophical and Theological. These works, with the histories of philosophy and the numerous critical papers which many of them have occasioned, would give the reader a reasonable knowledge of the various schools of opinion which have prevailed in modern philosophy. Of manuals of psychology, we name as in more or less extensive use those of T. C. Upham, F. Wayland, L. P. Hickok, Dugald Stewart, Thomas Brown, Sir William Hamilton, J. Haven, A. Mahan, J. T. Champlin, N. Porter, J. Bascom, and A. Bain. To psychology, physiology has close relations because of the intimate connection between the human body and the human soul. The interest in the science has also of late been greatly increased as the result of materialistic views in respect to life and spirit. The study of life in any of its forms is indeed the best introduction to the study of spirit in any of its manifestations. W. B. Carpenter's General Physiology and Human Physiology are very generally accepted as of the highest authority. They are characterized by their encyclopedic character, more than by acuteness of discrimination, force of reasoning, or comprehensiveness of thought. J. Miller's Human Physiology is in all these respects incomparably the superior. Very able manuals have been produced by E. C. Dalton, W. Draper, and T. H. Huxley. A more comprehensive treatise is in process of publication by A. Flint. A brief and plausible argument for materialistic views may be found in a tract by T. H. Huxley, The Physical Basis of Life, and a reply of great ability as regards protoplasm by J. H. Stirling. Vegetable physiology is usually treated in works upon botany. A. Gray's How Plants Grow, L. H. Grindon's Phenomena of Plant Life, H. von Moll, The Vegetable Cell, J. Marseille's Vegetable Physiology, J. M. Schleiden's The Plant a Biography, C. Darwin's Origin of Species, P. W. Roget's Animals and Vegetable Physiology are all works of authority. In ethics, the contributions to English literature are very numerous, but are almost universally deficient in precision, method, and philosophical completeness. We name the most significant writers, and they may be advantageously read in connection with the following critical histories: J. Mackintosh's Progress of Ethical Philosophy, W. Whewell's History of Moral Philosophy in England, R. Blakey's History of Moral Science, T. Geoffroy's Introduction to Ethics. The leading writers are T. Hobbes' The Leviathan, R. Cudworth's Treatise Concerning Eternal and Immutable Morality, R. Cumberland's De Legibus Naturae, F. Hutcheson's Inquiry into the Origin of Our Ideas of Beauty and Virtue, Moral Philosophy, D. Hume, Inquiry into the Principles of Morality, Jonathan Edwards' A Treatise on the Nature of True Virtue, R. Price's Review of the Principal Questions in Morals, A. Smith's Theory of Moral Sentiments, W. Paley's Manual of Moral and Political Philosophy, J. Bentham's Principles of Morals and Legislation, Deontology, J. S. Mill's Essay on Utilitarianism, Alex Smith's On the Philosophy of Morals, I. Kant's Metaphysics of Ethics, translated from the German, F. P. Cobb's Essay on Intuitive Morals, an eloquent exposition of the Kantian system, W. Adams' Elements of Christian Science, S. S. Laurie's On the Philosophy of Ethics, M. Hopkins' Lowell Lectures, also Law of Love and Love as Law, D. Metcalfe's Nature, Foundation, and Extent of Moral Obligation, A. Bain's Compendium of Ethics. Of manuals of the theory and practice of ethics, we name W. Whewell's Elements of Morality, including Polity, W. Fleming's Manual of Moral Philosophy, F. Wayland's Moral Philosophy, L. P. Hickok's System of Moral Science, J. Haven's Moral Philosophy, J. H. Fairchild's Moral Philosophy or the Science of Obligation, A. Alexander's Moral Philosophy. Politics and jurisprudence are akin to ethics, and the principles of both these sciences are generally discussed in manuals of duty. The principles of the science of government should be thoroughly considered by every reading man in a republican government. The attempt has been made to introduce the study of the elements of this science into our public schools, but with no flattering success, for the reason that the study in its own nature is too abstract and requires too much reflection to be suited for very young persons. The Political Class book by W. Sullivan, a very clear-headed writer, was prepared for use in schools. Blackstone's Commentaries is the textbook which introduces every student to the common law of England. It is eminently instructive to every general reader who is not repelled by its length and terminology. J. Kent's Commentaries on American Law, in its extended or its abridged form, is a work of the highest authority. H. S. Maine's History of Ancient Law is a work of a decidedly philosophical character and traces many of the principles and rules of positive legislation back to their first beginnings, so to speak, to their rudimental germs. J. Austen's Lectures on Jurisprudence is a work of eminent interest and value. J. N. Pomeroy's Introduction to Municipal Law is a popular and thorough treatise. Of works in political science, the following are worth attention. F. Lieber's Civil Liberty and Self-Government is a comprehensive and trustworthy manual which ought to be mastered by every intelligent reader. J. Mackintosh on the Law of Nature and of Nations, J. S. Mill on Liberty and on Representative Government, J. C. Calhoun on Government, J. Locke on Government, S. Nash, Morality and the State, E. Mulford, The Nation, are works of greater or less interest and authority. A. de Tocqueville's Democracy in America is universally acknowledged to be the most sagacious and profound work on American institutions and American society that has ever been produced. The Federalist is a classical work upon the nature and origin of our general government, as are the so-called Madison Papers, which contain a sketch of the debates in the convention which formed the Constitution. With this should be connected J. Eliot's Debates on the Adoption of the Federal Constitution in the Several State Conventions. Also Geo. T. Curtis's Origin of the Constitution of the United States. Also Marshall's decisions of cases which concern the interpretation of the same. T. Jefferson's Memoirs, Correspondence, and Miscellanies, with his Life by S. Randall, are invaluable to a right understanding and a just estimate of parties in this country. The life and works of Alexander Hamilton give the views of a leader on the opposite side. W. Sullivan's Letters on Public Characters, T. Dwight's The Character of Jefferson as shown by his writings, and History of the Hartford Convention may be consulted with great profit. The writings and speeches of John C. Calhoun and Daniel Webster, which relate to the doctrine of nullification and succession, are also of the first importance. M. Van Buren's History of Parties in the United States, J. A. Hamilton's Reminiscences, T. H. Benton's 30 Years' View of the United States Government, J. Buchanan's President Buchanan's Administration, are all instructive concerning our more recent political history. The treatises and speeches elicited by the recent Civil War on both sides are too recent and too well known to require to be named, if indeed a selection from such a multitude could easily be made. The publications of the National Loyal League Association represent the national view with great force and varied ability. Of treatises upon the English government and Constitution, W. Bagehot's The English Constitution is foremost in thoroughness and authority. E. S. Creasy's Rise and Progress of the English Constitution, Lord John Russell's English Government and Constitution, I. L. Delhome's Constitution of England are all good books. The histories of H. Hallam and E. May have been already noticed. E. Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France and other writings, J. Mackintosh's Vindictia Gallici, Guizot's History of the English Revolution and Causes of Success of the English Revolution of 1640 and 1688 are publications of the first rank. The reader, moreover, who aspires to pursue an extended course of reading in political science or political history will find no difficulty in selecting the best works upon every topic in either of these departments. In international law, H. Wheaton's History of International Law and Elements of International Law are of the highest authority. T. D. Woolsey's manual and textbook on this topic is universally commended and is brought down to the latest decisions. G. Bemis's Precedents of American Neutrality and Hasty Recognition of Rebel Belligerency, Letters on International Law by Historicus, and M. Bernard's British Neutrality should be consulted on this much vexed topic. Political economy is a science much attended to in our country, and indeed in all civilized countries. The science of wealth and questions of exchange and finance must necessarily be thought of by every intelligent man. The newspapers abound in discussions upon these topics, and the destinies of great political parties hinge upon them. Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations is the first in time and almost first in importance. J. S. Mill's Principles of Political Economy is a more modern authority. J. Ricardo, N. W. Senior, R. Whately, H. Fawcett, J. R. McCulloch, among others, are all very able writers. H. C. Carey, in essays and his other writings, is the able and indomitable advocate of a decided protective system, while F. Bastiat, in Popular Fallacies, etc., Sophisms, etc., is its scientific foe. F. Bowen, Political Economy and American Political Economy, is the moderate defender of protection, and A. Perry, Elements of Political Economy, is its ingenious and apt opponent. Sociology is a new name for a so-called science which proposes to investigate those social conditions and arrangements, whether natural or artificial, which affect the well-being of the community as a whole and that of the individual through the community. It treats of questions of the public health, the public morality, and popular education. Active and efficient societies are formed for the furtherance of these objects, and the reports and treatises which they will produce must soon become an important part of our literature. Treatises upon education, both special and popular, are very abundant in our country, and are brought before the notice of all readers of newspapers. There remains to be considered a very large class of work of a more or less decidedly practical character, which in the language of Bacon come home to men's business and bosoms. Many of these works are more or less ethical in their influence and character, and may be classed under treatises or suggestions relating to the minor morals. They must almost of necessity be ethical, for all those writings which propose to teach men how they ought to think and act in respect to any matter whatever must recognize more or less distinctly some standard of duty or some obligation enforced by duty. But these works treat of the minor rather than of the greater morals, of the lesser interest and ends of life rather than of those commanding objects and aims which are universally and seriously enforced by morality and religion. Lord Bacon's Essays, Civil and Moral, stands confessedly at the head of all works of this class in English literature. It is in a sense properly taken as a model for all, and is one of the wisest and most thoughtful books for men, and of every condition and every age. It has been edited by Archbishop Whately, with abundant comments, all of a solid and interesting character. Whately's edition may be fitly called Bacon adapted to modern times by a writer of marked good sense. Whately's comments are never unworthy of Bacon. Of books of the class we have in mind, there are hundreds, if not thousands, in the English language. They are in the sense the legitimate and most characteristic product of the practical tendencies of the English people. They reflect that freedom in criticism and discussion which for so many ages has been asserted by English writers, enforced by public opinion, and secured by the laws. We can only set down a few of the best, somewhat after the order of time, and shall doubtless omit scores, if not hundreds, of great value. Roger Ascham, the schoolmaster, Toxophilus. T. Fuller, Holy and Profane State, Good Thoughts in Bad Times. Sir T. Brown, Religio Medici. O. Feltham, Resolves, Moral and Political, etc. Earl of Shaftesbury, Characteristics. Daniel Defoe, The Family Instructor, Political and Other Tracts. De Hume, Essays. The British Essayist from Addison to V. Knox. M. Montaigne, Essays. I. Watts, On the Improvement of the Mind. B. Franklin, Essays. William Cobbett, Miscellaneous Works. W. Irving, The Sketchbook, etc., etc. J. Denny, The Lay Preacher. E. Sampson, The Brief Remarker. S. T. Coleridge, The Friend and Other Works. J. Wilson, Noctis Ambrosiani and Other Works. C. Lamb, Essays of Elia. Leigh Hunt, The Indicator and Other Works. T. Hood, Whims and Oddities and Other Works. W. Hazlitt, Essays and Criticisms. T. De Quincey, Confessions of an Opium Eater, and a score of works besides. T. Carlyle, Critical and Miscellaneous Essays. Sartor Resartus, etc. J. Foster, Essays. Isaac Taylor, Home Education and Other Works. W. Channing, On Self-Culture and Other Writings. Anonymous, Self-Formation or History of the Growth of an Individual Mind. H. Taylor, The Statesman and Other Writings. Arthur Helps, Friends in Council and Other Works. Mrs. Ellis, Women of England, etc. Anonymous, Small Books on Great Subjects. John Ruskin's Writings. C. J. and A. Hare, Guesses at Truth. C. C. Colton, Lacon. H. Davy, Consolations in Travel, Salmonia. L. Withington, The Puritan. H. Coleridge, Essays and Marginalia. John Brown, Hori Subsessivi, or Spare Hours. H. B. Wallace, Papers in Art and Criticism. F. Saunders, Salad for the Solitary, etc. G. Mugridge, Old Humphrey, Various Works. D. M. Mullock, A Woman's Thoughts About Woman. M. Fuller Ossoli, Papers on Literature and Art, etc. N. P. Willis, Various Works. W. Leggett, Writings. P. Bain, Essays. H. Bushnell, Work and Play. H. W. Beecher, Life Thoughts, Star Papers. R. W. Emerson, Conduct of Life and Other Works. E. P. Whipple, Essays and Reviews. D. G. Mitchell, I. K. Marvel, Reveries of a Bachelor and Other Writings. J. A. Froude, Short Studies on Great Subjects. A. R. Hope, Books about Dominies, Books about Boys. De Ray Thompson, Daydreams of a Schoolmaster and Other Works. A.H. Boyd, The Country Parson, miscellaneous volumes, William Smith, Thorndale, or The Conflict of Opinions, Gravenhurst, J.G. Holland, Letters of Timothy Titcomb, etc. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. Religious Books and Sunday Reading. We approach both these topics with some hesitation. We do not expect that what we write will be understood by all our readers, or will be accepted by all who understand it. Very many persons who are intelligent upon a variety of other subjects never think or read with earnestness upon religion, although, in the words of Daniel Webster, the noblest theme that can occupy the intellect of man is man's relations to God. Lord Bacon also says in sober earnestness that theology is the haven and Sabbath of all man's contemplations. Religion and its truths, its theologies and its ethics, its histories and its biographies, its poetry and its criticism, are despised by many otherwise well and even highly cultured persons as the offspring of a fond imagination, a credulous superstition, or a timid traditionalism. Or all these are disliked as imposing unwelcome restraints upon the pursuits and passions by which too many are controlled. Perhaps they are scorned with passionate contempt from some inherited or conventional associations. There are not a few skeptics or rejectors of Christianity who, if honest, would be forced to confess with Hume that they had never read the New Testament through with intelligent attention. On the other hand, there are not a few earnestly and actively religious people who rarely read earnestly upon the very subject which occupies their best emotions and inspires their best activities, either because they never read upon any subject with intelligence and effect, or because they have been trained to conceive that the exercise of a very active intelligence upon religious topics is inconsistent with warm emotion or a confiding faith. Hence, the religious reading which they allow themselves is below their intelligence, and done rather for the purpose of exciting devotional feelings or spending a half-hour over a quantum of religious phraseology than for the ends of intelligent conviction and reasonable emotion. They read history, biography, novels, poetry, and criticism on the most liberal scale and with excited wakefulness, but their religious reading is limited to 1 or 2 books of devotion or a few second-rate biographies of second-rate and goodish people. Others perhaps never care or never dare to read any religious book unless it has the imprimatur of their own religious communion. The Romanist is by necessity almost precluded from any other than Catholic literature. If the reader is a Methodist, he is likely to read only such books as are issued by the book concern. If a Presbyterian, to believe only in the blue-backed volumes of the Board of Publication. If an Episcopalian, he ignores all works except those written or sanctioned by churchmen. Or if he is a liberal Christian, he may have a traditional and very illiberal contempt for every literary production that proceeds from the so-called orthodox. A very large class of Christians are so intensely practical or evangelical as to be conscientiously jealous of the exercise of earnest thinking upon religious truth or duty, and are offended by every book which would either awaken or stimulate the intelligence or requires its vigorous exercise in order to be understood. It must be confessed that religious emotion as such, like every other description of emotion, is not of itself friendly to or promotive of the exercise of intellectual energy. The fact has been noticed by Coleridge that the fond indulgence of religious feeling has often brought a species of dry rot into a noble intellect by the force of simple stagnation. We hold that this is unnatural and abnormal, nay more, that this happens not only by error but by sin, and that as a consequence, the religious character itself becomes one-sided and degenerate. We contend that if a man dwarfs or blinds or stupefies his intellect in order to attain to earnest and sustained religious feeling, especially if he uses vigorous thinking and earnest reading upon other topics and dares not to do it or is disinclined to do it upon religious themes, he will sooner or later suffer lamentably in his religious faith and fervour. We assert that it is the duty of everyone who reads with zest and curiosity upon other subjects to read with earnestness and with freedom upon religious themes. We would even go farther and assert that the cause of the decline in the fervour of very many persons of active and imaginative minds is that they do not give to religious subjects the same activity which they bestow upon subjects of inferior interest. The injunction, give attention to reading, has a wider reach and is supported by a greater variety of reasons than is usually thought. If what we have said should have disturbed the feelings of any, we hasten to relieve them by adding that we do not propose to discuss any questions which relate directly to special theological creeds or to ecclesiastical or denominational divisions. We assume indeed, as we have already explained, that the Christian history is true and that Christ is the proper object of confidence, reverence, and gratitude. This being premised, we proceed to speak respecting the selection and reading of religious, that is, Christian books. Religious books may be divided into 4 classes: good books, that is, books which are very good; goodish books, books which are good for nothing; books which are worse than nothing. Good books are such as are positive and conspicuous for one or all of 3 merits of thought, feeling, and diction. Every good book can show a raison d'etre. There is some occasion for its being produced and read. Good books invariably bear marks of having originated in a gifted mind, in a mind set apart by nature or called of God to speak to one's fellow men by reason of the gift of genius or of earnestness. They show the signs of this calling and these gifts, and awaken a response in the ear and the hearts of the truly earnest or the truly cultured of those who hear them, and thus prove there was an occasion for their being written. Goodish books are books of second-hand goodness, books that are consciously or unconsciously imitated from good books, books that repeat old thoughts by stupid and servile copying, or with such original variations as despoil them of their freshness and life. Books which seek to express simple and familiar emotions without just or real feeling. Books which strain out affected conceits or extravagant imagery with some empty ambition of originality. Books whose authors are willing to gain the admiration of the uncultured and the half-cultured by any extravagance of thought or diction. Above all, they are books which utter the words of religious feeling when the writer does not really possess it, or possessing it, describes the objects of his excited emotion in borrowed or stereotyped phraseology. Such books are deformed by more or less of cant in the strict and proper acceptation of that term, as characterizing an unsuccessful attempt to sing what another sings heartily and sings well. Goodish books may have more or less positive merit, with all their strained and factitious untruth. They may be eminently useful to readers who do not observe their defects or are not offended by them, who do not require anything better, or who may have a taste so perverted as to prefer them to good books, even though good books would be far better for them. There is, unhappily, in the religious world, a very large class of books of whom the remark of a shrewd observer will hold, men who are simply and earnestly good I like exceedingly, but goodish men or those who put on airs of goodness, not at all. Religious books which are good for nothing are such as are stupid in thought, feeble in emotion, false in imagery, vulgar in illustration, or uncouth and illiterate in diction, and which are so deficient in all these particulars as to be incapable of doing good to any one, which might not be done far more efficiently by books that are better or those less open to objection. Books of this description are very numerous. They are produced by the ton. They thrust themselves in your face in every bookseller's shop. They are obtruded upon your notice by weak but well-meaning people at every corner. That they serve some useful purpose to very many people does not disprove that they are good for nothing, provided we can show that a good or a goodish book would have answered the same purpose better or equally well. Religious books that are worse than nothing are such as are positively offensive from defects so gross as to be obvious to people of very moderate cultivation. All books belong to this class which are false in sentiment, fraudulent by overstatement or by suppression, wooden or scholastic in phraseology and conception, dishonest in the caricature or misrepresentation of opponents, whether infidel or fellow Christian, unsound in reasoning, hysterical in emotion, doggerel in verse, or sensational and extravagant in prose. These all dishonor true religion, either by conspicuous errors, a bad spirit, bad taste, bad manners, or bad English. Whatever partial or occasional good they may seem to effect among people who are not aware of their falsehood or are not offended by their extravagance, would be done more effectually by other books, while the positive evil they occasion to the bigoted, the undevout, and the scoffer is fearful to think of. Two questions here suggest themselves as worth the asking. Why is the number of inferior religious books proportionately so great? And why are such books treated with greater consideration than inferior books upon other subjects? The first of these questions is easily answered. The reasons which explain the production and use of inferior books of any description explain with especial significance the demand for religious books. The demand accounts for the supply. Incompetent men will write mean books on religious topics, as they do upon all topics, with the best intentions and with intentions which are none of the best, and incompetent judges will read such books without being aware of their inferiority, and may even prefer the inferior to the superior. The goodness of the aim often hides from the well-intentioned author and reader the essential inferiority of the author and critic. The public teachers of religion are also, by the necessities of their profession, more or less practiced in literary composition. Very many are surrounded by circles of kindly disposed and even admiring friends who feel a special interest in everything which comes from them. Many a preacher becomes an author who has no other call to this vocation than the call of an admiring congregation for a volume of discourses or of sermons turned into lectures or essays. He yields to the call, either because he mistakes it for the call of a wider circle, or because he desires to gratify the kindly preferences of his friends, or because he knows that they will read with especial interest a tract or book written by himself. The reasons why inferior books upon religious topics are treated with especial forbearance are the following. First of all, there is the general disposition to consider the goodness of the end which every such book contemplates, and to overlook the question whether the book in hand is fitted to promote the end. Even though the book is painfully weak or commonplace, or bristles with shocking extravagances of style and conception, it is charitably said of it, perhaps it may do good with some people, and therefore is it exempt from the criticism which it deserves. Those who see its weakness allow it to pass, if they sympathize with its aims, from charity, if they despise its ends, from simple disdain. Many fail to see that the book is weak because of their interest in or their contempt for these ends. In view of such considerations, criticism is either unconsciously disarmed or distinctly repressed when it is called for. It is in place here to notice that motives which are far from being worthy often present themselves under the guise of an appeal to the religious feelings. A book that is written in the interest of a religious sect or party, a book that is published by our favorite publishing society, or which is in any way identified with our church or denomination, may lead the critic and the public for whom he writes to be tolerant of defects which in the books of another party or society or church he would be sharp-sighted to observe and foremost to expose. It is also to be observed that not a few good or goodish people, in their conceptions and judgments of religious literature, seem conscientiously and even religiously to disregard the relation of means to ends. They reason that because now and then a weak book or a weak and offensive passage in a book has caught the attention or wakened a response of feeling in some person who was without religious thought or feeling, therefore no relation is recognizable between argument and conviction, persuasion and assent, eloquence and impression, or genius and edification. Some religionists seem to labor under the impression that too great a measure of logic, eloquence, or genius is not to be desired, lest they should usurp the place of mysterious and undiscerned agencies of a high character. For this reason, though they, in all cases, somewhat inconsistently require that the English should be grammatical, they contend that the diction should not be too fine or too eloquent, though they would think it well that there should be a certain degree of logical coherence and eloquent exposition. They are religiously offended if these excellencies are too conspicuous. That such an attitude is purely sanctimonious and insofar irreligious, we shall waste no words to prove. The conditions of success are as truly observed in the sphere of religious thought and feeling as in any other, although they are at times dispensed with or overborne by special interpositions. Such interpositions are not furnished to sanction intellectual laziness or careless English or inapt logic, much less to justify those enormities of platitudinous commonplace and sensational inflation which are so largely represented in some departments of religious literature. For man to crown his indolence or unculture with the aureole of superior spiritual sanctity is to dishonor his Creator in the most sacred of operations, as well to dishonor his own human powers by one of the most debasing of untruths. If there is no connection between uncleanliness and godliness, there can be none between careless diction, blundering logic, and humid eloquence, and the special power or presence of the divine Spirit. So far is it from being true that earnest feeling requires or tends to promote an inferior literature, it may be shown that the quality of religious literature degenerates in connection with the decay of religious earnestness. While it must be conceded that the ends immediately proposed by religious orators, poets, and essayists are practical rather than literary, it is also as true that it is only when faith is earnest and zeal is ardent that eloquence is overpowering, poetry sublime, and argument irresistible, because it is only at such times that the noblest human energies are strongly aroused by the highest objects. It is only by men thoroughly aroused and inspired that the great works of religious literature have been produced. But when faith and fervour decline, then twaddle and cant take their place. Religious books abound in imitated thoughts, in solemn formalisms, in sanctimonious utterances, and tiresome platitudes. It is at such times that books are manufactured to order, not produced by inspiration. They are brought into being because godliness tends to reputation or to gain, not because the writer believes and therefore speaks. No mistake can be more serious than to suppose that the production of shoals of inferior religious books is a sign of religious progress. The exact opposite may be true. But enough of this fault-finding. It were wiser and more useful to notice some of the signs or tests by which good religious books can be distinguished from those which are inferior or worthless. Good religious books should have the stamp of individuality. They should express the writer's individual thoughts and feelings. They should come from a person who has something to say which is his own, and is neither the affected nor the unconscious repetition of the thoughts of another. This is the true conception of what we call originality and freshness, which are closely allied to genius. An author may be defective in respect to literary culture and range of knowledge, and yet if he has these, he is usually worth reading. The sources of fresh and individual thoughts on religious themes are more universally accessible to all men than in respect to any other, because they are all found in God and nature, in Christ and the Scriptures, and in the soul of man as moved by each and all of these objects. A devout thought, if it is a writer's own, is often a stroke of genius. Hence the power of such writers as Bunyan and Defoe. But real originals should be distinguished from the factitious and imitated. As real originality in religion is always fresh and dewy, and is always greatly to be desired, so the factitious is to be avoided and rejected. The sensational, the strained, and the bizarre are often present in religious writing, for the reason that many authors seek to shun the commonplace by running into a variety of unnatural extravagances and excesses. Hence the intellectual antics and vulgarities of every description which infest the pulpit and degrade religious books in newspapers. A fresh writer like Coleridge, Carlyle, Emerson, Robertson, or Ruskin cannot appear without exciting a host of imitators in style and illustration. Many in almost every religious congregation are agape for what they call or conceive to be originality in a preacher. It should ever be remembered that while in all departments of writing, sincerity, and therefore simplicity, is a sign of genius, this is emphatically true in religious writing. Another sign of a good religious book is its freedom from phraseology that is needlessly technical and stereotyped. Theology and religion must certainly have their appropriate terms. Truths and emotions that are so marked and uniform must necessarily shape for themselves certain words with a fixed and definite import. To those persons to whom this import is unfamiliar or distasteful, these terms must seem strange. As the terms that are necessary in music or art or any of the sciences are strange and even uncouth to those who concern themselves with neither, as the language of the lover is an unknown speech to those who have never felt his emotions, so must the language of the humble and devout be offensive to the proud and the godless. The incubus upon religious literature is not the use of such terms when they do express thought and feeling, but when they fail to express either. The same evil ensues when terms of thought are used simply to manifest feeling with little or no intelligence, and when customary phrases are repeated with little or no significance. The repetition of stock phrases, such as are taken from the Scriptures out of all proper connection, or are borrowed from the current private dialect of any religious communion, is what we have already noticed as the offence of multitudes of religious books to men of culture and good sense. The sensitive and sensible John Foster was so painfully affected by this feature of much of the religious literature of his time that he made it the theme of one of the ablest of his essays. An important point will be gained when this conventional and factitious religious dialect is discarded by all good writers. This result will be hastened if buyers and readers make it a test of a good religious book that it is free from technical or canting phraseology. A good religious book is always stimulating to thought and elevating to the imagination. A book that does not make us think and feel and aspire, that does not exalt us by the grandeur of its objects and ennoble us by the aspirations of duty, that does not aid us to soar upwards towards God, is not a good religious book, however pious its tone or pretentious its phraseology. It is the appropriate function of a good religious book to accomplish all these objects, and whatever book fails of these ends cannot be good of its kind. When we say that a good book should stimulate thought, we do not mean that it should be scholastic or theological or obtrusively intellectual, least of all that it should swell with the meretricious airs of what is called originality. But we do intend that it should offer thoughts which are fitted to stir and quicken while they overawe and sober the intellect. We do not mean that these thoughts should be other than practical, for truths of practice and duty, especially when they search the heart and purify the motives, are of all truths the most quickening. But we do intend that they should take hold of the mind with a strong and definite grasp. When we say a good book should elevate the imagination, We do not intend that it should make man proud, but that it should make him humble. This it will do most effectually if it confronts him with ideas that take away the thoughts of self, that subdue him to repentance while they encourage him to faith. It is also eminently fitting that a good religious book should have all the accessories which are found in a pure and elevated diction, that it should suggest no offensive or degrading associations, that it should be free from all suggestions of coarseness, egoism, or vulgarity. It is natural to add that a book may be a good book for one man which is not good for another, and that no man is bound by religious duty to make a book seem good to himself which reasonably offends his judgment, his taste, or his imagination. Of the few classes of religious books of which we may venture to speak, we name first those which relate to theism and the Christian history. With subjects of this class, every reader should be more or less conversant, and inasmuch as the methods of discussing them have materially changed within the present century, there is occasion for careful selection if we would read the books which are best fitted for the present generation. While in one sense it cannot be conceded that scientific atheism, pantheism, or infidelity are more formidable at present than formerly, inasmuch as true science and a thoroughly scientific spirit are favourable to neither, it cannot be denied that not a few are shaken in their faith in both theism and Christianity by what they regard as the teachings and deductions of science. Upon the existence and moral government of a personal God may be consulted the so-called Burnett Prize essays of 1854, that is, R. A. Thompson's Christian Theism and J. Tulloch's Theism. To these may be added J. Buchanan's Modern Atheism. The so-called Bridgewater treatises are all very able works of their kind, although their science is a little antiquated. C. Babbage, 9th Bridgewater Treatise, F. Wharton, Theism and Skepticism, W. Whewell, Indications of a Creator, McCosh and Dickey, Typical Forms and Special Ends in Creation, W. Paley, Natural Theology, Lord Brougham, Discourses on Natural Theology, G. Berkeley, The Minute Philosopher, F. Bowen, Lowell Lectures, I. Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, T. Chalmers, Natural Theology, B. Pascal, Thoughts on Religion, F. Burr, Ecce Caelum, J. Butler, Analogy of Natural and Revealed Religion, N. W. Taylor, On the Moral Government of God, J. McCosh, On the Method of the Divine Government, H. L. Mansell, The Limits of Religious Thought, F. D. Maurice, What is Revelation, Goldwin Smith, Rational Religion, H. Calderwood, Philosophy of the Infinite, A. T. Bledsoe, Theodicy, J. Young, Evil Not from God, A. S. Farrar, Science and Theology, the Duke of Argyll, The Reign of Law, J. D. Morell, The Philosophy of Religion, S. T. Coleridge, Aids to Reflection, are all worth reading. Upon the evidences of Christianity may be named W. Paley, The Evidences of Christianity, T. Chalmers, Christianity, from the Ed Encyclopedia, W. L. Alexander, Christ and Christianity, Ecce Homo, J. R. Beard, Voices of the Church in Reply to D. F. Strauss, G. Ullhorn, Modern Representations of the Life of Jesus, T. Erskine, Remarks on the Internal Evidence of Revealed Religion, very good, G. P. Fisher, Essays upon Supernatural Christianity, good on modern critical objections, J. Young, The Christ of History, very good, C. Tischendorf, When Were Our Gospels Written, R. Whately, Historic Doubts, J. B. Walker, Philosophy of the Plan of Salvation, Philosophy of Skepticism, A. Norton, The Genuineness of the Gospels, clear and solid, W. E. Channing, The Evidences of Christianity, A. P. Peabody, Christianity of the Religion of Nature, J. Freeman Clarke, Steps of Belief, J. B. Moseley, Lectures on Miracles, R. C. Trench, Notes on Miracles, Aids to Faith, Tracts for Priests and People, H. Bushnell, Nature and the Supernatural, Eloquent and Elevating. B. F. Westcott, The Gospel of the Resurrection. O. Gregory, Evidences of Revealed Religion. D. Wilson, Evidences of the Christian Religion. M. Hopkins, Evidences of Christianity. W. Paley, Horae Paulinae. J. J. Blunt, Undesigned Coincidences. H. Rogers, Eclipse of Faith. Defense of Do, against F. W. Newman. Albert Barnes, Evidences of Christianity in the 19th Century. E. Dodge, Evidences of Christianity. Isaac Taylor, The Restoration of Belief. R. Vaughan, The Way of Rest. C. Walworth, The Gentle Skeptic. N. Wiseman, Lectures on Science and Revealed Religion. J. Leland, Deistical Writers. A. S. Farrar, Critical History of Free Thought, The Boston Lectures on Christianity and Skepticism. Christian believers of all sects and all shades of opinion agree in recommending the critical and historical study of the Scriptures as of the highest interest and importance. Indeed, many, not to say most of those even who reject the claims of the Scriptures to a supernatural origin and authority, do not hesitate to accord the highest significance to these books as literature and as movers of opinion and feeling in all ages. Whatever in books or reading promises to cast any light upon the history and antiquities, the sentiments and opinions, the facts and characters which we find in these books, is generally acknowledged to be of the highest significance and interest. This estimate is neither vague nor superficial, nor is it held as a tradition or a truism. It is not the result of a blind or fond preference, but of enlightened and rational judgment. The attacks of unbelief upon the Christian history, the movements of a negative anti-supernaturalism against the positive acceptance of the supernatural and the miraculous, have involved the sharpest historical criticism of every point pertaining to the Scripture narratives, and have invested with deep interest every discussion and every treatise that relate to subjects of this sort. Who was Moses? Whence came the Jewish economy? Who was David? How did it happen that he wrote such wonderful poetry and anticipated so great a successor in his own lineage? Who were the prophets? Whence came their insight into the moral and religious import of passing events and their capacity to exhort and rebuke with such penetrating truth and startling energy? Whence their foresight into the future and their rapt anticipations of the emergence and the triumphs of a spiritual kingdom of God? Again, who was Jesus? What were his estimates and his assertions concerning himself? How did he justify and enforce these claims? At what points did he touch, and how did he adapt himself to the great movements that preceded his own times? By what means did he lay hold of the thought and feeling of all succeeding generations? These questions are not to be set aside by the intelligent reader as the hackneyed themes of pulpit harangues, nor as truisms that are become familiar to every Sunday school child, nor as convenient topics for shallow platitudes, or the croaking jeremiads of morbid or one-sided devotees, but they are inquiries which are fitted to arouse the curiosity and to hold the attention of every manly thinker and reader. 'Tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true, that multitudes who read intelligently and thoughtfully upon other subjects thrust aside these questions with contemptuous disdain, or accept with a grateful and silly confidence the oracular dicta of extemporizing dogmatists. It is also true that many who believe in a supernatural Christ do not appreciate the intellectual reach and import of their faith. The Scriptures are perused by multitudes in a negligent, mechanical, and traditional spirit which involves little intelligence and less curiosity. Even the great mass of those who aspire to interpret them to others have limited conceptions of the historical and intellectual wealth of the wonderful writings which they attempt to expound. Of books relating to the Scriptures, it is emphatically true that there are a few which are books, and multitudes which are no books, but mere copies and dilutions of those which are books indeed. Of the best of them, it may be said that they require a more awakened intelligence and a more vivid imagination than often accompany their use, however diligent and well-intended this may be. The following may be named as useful aids for the English reader in the general study of the Scriptures. We omit the notice of commentaries of every kind for the reasons already given. W. Smith's Bible Dictionary, 4 volumes, is a work which stands foremost as an encyclopedia of biblical history and criticism. The edition by H. B. Hackett and E. A. Abbott is the best. S. W. Barnum's Comprehensive Dictionary of the Bible is an extensive and excellent dictionary founded on Smith with many valuable additions. Either of these works may take the place of many separate treatises on the separate books of the Scriptures, as well as upon scriptural geography, history, and antiquities. J. McClintock and J. Strong's Encyclopedia of Biblical Literature, when complete, will be an excellent book of reference. P. Fairbairn's Imperial Bible Dictionary and J. Kitto's Cyclopedia of Biblical Literature, edited by W. L. Alexander, are of the highest authority. We have named already the histories by Ewald and Stanley, also Helon's Pilgrimage and Herder's Spirit of Hebrew Poetry, all of which are as relevant to the student of the Scriptures as to the reader of history. Robinson's Biblical Geography, Stanley's Sinai and Palestine, and Thompson's The Land and the Book should be named also in this connection. H. C. Conant's History of the English Bible and B. F. Westcott's History of the English Bible are books of authority. G. F. Townsend's The Bible in Chronological Order, H. Alford's How to Study the New Testament, B. F. Westcott's Study of the Gospels, S. J. Andrews' Life of Our Lord, A. Neander's Life of Christ, and Planting and Training of the Church, W. J. Conybeare's and J. T. Housen's Life and Epistles of St. Paul, E. H. Plumpter's Christ in Christendom, E. D. Prezonsi's Jesus Christ and the Religions Before Christ, C. Hardwick's Christ and Other Masters, T. Lewis, The Divine Human in the Scriptures, are all works of interest and authority. The Psalms chronologically arranged by 4 friends, J. Murdoch's The New Testament from the Syriac, the translations of the Psalms and other books of the Old Testament and of the whole of the New by G. R. Noyes are valuable auxiliaries in the study of the Bible. In respect to books of edification and devotion, a few hints may be allowed without overstepping the rules which we have prescribed to ourselves or offending the prepossessions of any religious communion. No man need, we would almost say no man should, read books which contain few clear and definite thoughts or whose thoughts are not elevating and quickening. There is nothing more deadening to the religious sensibilities or more depressing to the whole character than the attempt to arouse spiritual feeling by a devotional book which is stupid, weak, or belittling. It is difficult enough for the soul, when it is aided by every accessory, to rise in spiritual flights or to keep those heights which it is competent to gain. It is doubly foolish for it to encumber or degrade itself by any superfluous hindrances. A devotional and practical manual should have an intellectual as well as a spiritual tone, for in order to gain edification and elevation for the feelings, the intellect must be quickened and refreshed. Next, devotional works should not only be stimulating to thought, but they should be elevating in style and imagery. This is eminently true of hymns and sacred poetry. Roundell Palmer's Book of Praise and many choice collections from Latin and German hymns have brought within reach of every earnest Christian the means of satisfying his taste while they cultivate the spiritual feelings or express them in acts of worship. Watts, Doddridge, Ken, Cowper, and Heber, C. Wesley, Bonar, C. Eliot, R. Palmer, and many others have given us too many pure and high-toned hymns to make it necessary now to resort to religious doggerel. The most elevated moods and attitudes of the soul should be honored as well as sustained by the choicest accessories of language and rhythm. Good religious poetry and biography usually serve most effectually the purposes of edification and devotion. The Confessions of St. Augustine, The Imitation of Christ, Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, Bishop Wilson's Sacra Privata, and Maxims of Piety and Christianity, The Whole Duty of Man, Baxter's Saints' Rest, Howe's Blessedness of the Righteous, and W. Law's Serious Call have stood the test of time. Arnold's Sermons on the Christian Life, Bushnell's Sermons for the New Life, C. J. Vaughan's well-known volumes Christ the Light, etc., Hopkins' Lessons from the Cross, Taylor's Christian Aspects of Faith and Duty are specimens of varied types of modern practical works. A word or two may be added touching reading for Sundays. We trust we shall offend none of the advocates for the strictest religious use of the Lord's Day when we suggest that every reader should make a business and a conscience of having his Sunday reading intellectually profitable and stimulating, as well as spiritually devout. Laziness and dawdling have no affinity with true worship, or the girding up of the inner man for the moral and religious conflicts of the succeeding weekdays. Mysticism, pietism, and asceticism all weaken the manhood and so bring insidious poison into the ethical and religious life. The exercise of the intellect on some question in theology, some scriptural exposition or Christian history, some quickening biography or Christian poem, and doing this earnestly and systematically is greatly to be recommended in place of the desultory meditation, the reading of goodish books, and the sometimes not even goodish religious newspapers, or the meaningless religious gossip which use up and degrade so many bright hours of so many Sundays. The mechanic and labourer, the clerk and the apprentice, the merchant and the professional man, everyone who is so far subjected to task work as to find little time for continuous reading on weekdays, ought to make his Sundays as available as possible for intellectual excitement and enlarged information upon religious themes, as well as for simple edification. Let such seek in their religious reading on Sundays for invigorating thoughts, for valuable information, for elevating impressions of character, for lofty sentiments of resolve and aspiration, with which to store the mind for the week of conflict and worldliness, of temptation and meanness to which they will certainly be exposed. No classes of subjects are so suitable for Sunday reading in combining rest and refreshment with elevating and stimulating influences as good religious biography, enlightened and liberal church history, and superior religious poetry. No subject needs attention so much from the more gifted and best cultured minds as the preparation of religious books for Sunday use, that the day may be set apart from other days, not only by its appropriately religious duties, but may become more effectually a day for spiritual culture in its more enlarged and highest signification. An attempt has been made to provide a Sunday library on this theory by the publishers Macmillan, which may enable the reader to understand our ideal. This ideal other publishers and writers may more perfectly realize. These hints are all that we dare allow ourselves upon a subject in regard to which opinions differ so widely and suspicions and offence may be so easily aroused. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. Newspapers and Periodicals. The rapid growth and the enormous increase of newspapers and periodical journals make it necessary to discuss them separately, freely, and at some length. With very many persons they have very largely taken the place of books, and have induced peculiar habits of reading and of thinking, which modify the estimate and the use that are accorded to the books which continue to be read. There are many persons now living who were bred in the wealthiest and most accessible country towns, even of New England, who can remember when the most intelligent families were content with a single weekly newspaper, issued from the nearest city or shire town. Perhaps a religious weekly was added after religious newspapers began to be published. One or two households besides that of the clergyman or lawyer might take a monthly as the Analectic Magazine, or possibly a quarterly as the newly initiated North American Review, or perhaps one family read the London Quarterly and another the Edinburgh, which were then reproduced, the one in drab and the other in blue and yellow. A daily newspaper, except in the large commercial cities, was unknown and unthought of, and a copy rarely found its way into the most accessible towns of the largest size. A semi-weekly New York or Boston Advertiser or a Philadelphia Gazette was the height of luxury in the country towns. But all this is now bravely changed in England and America, so far as newspapers are concerned, more emphatically in America than in England. The United States is the paradise of newspapers, if a rank and rapid growth indicates a paradise. A daily newspaper has become a necessity of life to every city and every extemporized village on the extreme frontiers of civilization. As a medium for learning and telling news, and for the manufacture and the retail of gossip, the newspaper has taken the place of the fountain and the marketplace of olden times, and in times more recent of the town pump, the grocery, and the exchange, as well as of the courthouse and the crossroads of a more scattered population. We cannot finish our breakfast without the local daily, whether it be metropolitan or provincial. If we do business in the city and sleep in the country, we must dispatch 2 or 3 dailies on our way to the office or the counting room, and we consider and review the day by a glance at the evening journals. Instead of reading books, many read reviews of books. Instead of patiently perusing history, many cram from summaries or digests in the form of partisan or critical articles. Every leading monthly has its serial novel with which to tantalize the reader and to prolong the tale, which frequently breaks off at an exciting crisis in order to hold the tale and the periodical prominently before the minds of the greatest number of readers. Brilliant poems are secured to sell a single number. Telling articles on politics, finance, and theology are no longer published in pamphlets as formerly, but they are sought for to give character to a quarterly. Editors' book tables, easy chairs, quarterly or monthly summaries are relied upon to indicate or regulate the current of public opinion, as well as for the circulation of a variety of gossip and the discharge of any redundant editorial humor, which is various in the quality of its effervescence and pungency. The shy girl of the country and the bold girl of the town, the fast girl of the period and the brassy girl of the promenade, all study the fashions in some newspaper or magazine, to which are appended a flashy poem, a sensational tale, and a flaunting essay. To meet the wants of those whose intellectual digestion is weak, but whose moral sense is scrupulous, newspapers of a very light pabulum are furnished, strongly flavored with a tremendously exciting story and several highly exalted essays and extracts of wonderful adventures. And these papers penetrate all parts of the country by the force of enterprise and effrontery. The fast life which we are rightly accused of living is rendered trebly fast by the number of newspapers and journals, which allow us no repose when we seem to be at leisure either for a cheerful conversation with our fellows or for a quiet chat with ourselves, or with quiet and elevating books. The home library has become a place in which to read newspapers and periodicals, and sometimes its shelves contain little more than the bound volumes of the quarterlies or monthlies which a few years have accumulated. Inasmuch as people will read newspapers and journals as well as books, and often in the place of books, it seems worth the while and almost necessary to offer some hints in respect to their value and the best or least harmful way in which they can be used. We begin with the quarterly and monthly journals. The modern quarterlies, when they came into being, were an inevitable necessity. The Edinburgh Review appeared as the organ of a liberal and progressive literary and political party, and it fitly ushered in the present century. The zeal and boldness of the Edinburgh as the organ of the Whigs called forth from the Conservatives the London Quarterly and Blackwood's Magazine. Then followed the quarterlies and monthlies, which were made the organs of religious parties and denominations, and also of special philosophical and theological opinions. The primary object of the most of these magazines was to furnish thorough criticisms of books of current literature, and well-considered articles upon the various topics of politics and reform in which the public were interested. In process of time, the scope of these reviews was somewhat enlarged, and they received papers of a general character upon any subjects to which certain writers had devoted special attention. In this way they became in part nothing more than a periodical vehicle for the issue of pamphlets or brief treatises. In consequence, many a writer who in earlier times would have published his book, which might be longer or shorter, now publishes a labored article. The convenience and the regularity of the review stimulates to the production of many treatises which would not otherwise have been written. Its limits and its popular character requires that the article should be condensed and spirited. This has created a peculiar style of writing, bold, trenchant, and antithetic, often eloquent and able, but always positive and unqualified. Condensed summaries take the place of long disquisitions, brief and pithy statements, of expanded arguments, and bold and square assertions, of guarded and qualified inductions. In the Edinburgh Review, Sydney Smith, Jeffrey, and Macaulay were representative writers. In the London Quarterly, Gifford, Southey, and Croker. In Blackwood, Lockhart and Wilson were master spirits. The North American Review aspired at a purely literary character and influence, with no pronounced political sympathies. The Peabodys, Ticknor, Sparks, and the Everetts were its characteristic writers. The influence of these reviews upon the intellectual habits of their readers, especially of those who have read them from their youth, has been not inconsiderable. With many they have displaced not a few of the books which had previously been considered essential in the reading of every well-informed man. Instead of reading a history with care and in detail, many have been content to learn from a review its chief positions, its general aims, and some of its more striking passages. In place of reading the original papers or documents on both sides of a controversy on politics or finance, it has been found more expeditious and convenient to read the summing up of a reviewer, even though it was notorious that he wrote in the spirit of an advocate. The mastery of a distinguished author, which by the old-fashioned method could only be achieved by long and laborious processes, is now seemingly achieved at a few hours' sitting, by the aid of the able and exhaustive critic who has condensed the chief results and principles into a brief essay. Instead of going to original sources of evidence, or hearing both sides of a contested question, it is more convenient to take the impressions of a writer who has volunteered to perform the labor for the reader. If the reader is not satisfied with reading a single article, he can find two or more on opposite sides, of nearly equal ability and research, and in this way form his own conclusions with comparative facility. It must be acknowledged that periodicals are in many respects a great intellectual convenience. They abbreviate labor and place the results of the research of a few at the service and disposal of the many. They sometimes facilitate the research of the student by directing him to the original sources of which he may desire to avail himself. Oftentimes an article is better than a book. Especially is this the case when the subject is out of our line and we have time neither to look up authorities nor to study them. Many of the most intelligent of readers are remote from libraries and are unable to borrow or to purchase the books which furnish the information or the estimates which they desire. In a multitude of instances similar to these, the modern review or journal serves the most important purposes. It has greatly diffused information, abbreviated labor, and quickened thought. No man of sense would think of dispensing with its aid, or of depriving himself of the gratification and stimulus which it furnishes. On the other hand, the excessive or even the constant reading of the best reviews exposes to certain special dangers. First of all, it tends to make the reader superficial, so far at least as it accustoms him to take up with second-hand information and authorities. In respect to history and argument, whether testimony concerning facts or reasoning to conclusions are required, the man who does not go to original sources is liable in spite of himself to receive inadequate or one-sided impressions. The habit of taking one's knowledge or opinions at second hand induces the feeling of submission and dependence, which can neither be hindered nor disguised by the excessive confidence, not to say effrontery, with which the habit is usually accompanied. It tends to make a man a partisan in his opinions and feelings. The attitude of the writers whom he reads is more frequently a partisan attitude, and it is natural that it should be. The habitual reader of one-sided arguments, especially if he be himself devoted to the general views of the journal in which he most confides, will be likely to be formed and fixed insensibly to partisan ways of looking at every subject. It can hardly fail to be true that one should be molded to partisan habits who is familiar with one-sided and partisan literature. Again, the exclusive reading of this species of literature may expose to skepticism or indifference concerning truth of every kind. To avoid narrowness and bigotry, the reader seeks to study a subject on every side. By doing this, he incurs the opposite danger of losing his confidence in positive truth and earnestness in his own convictions. No evil should be more earnestly deprecated than the evils of intellectual libertinism or skepticism in respect to the great principles of moral, political, and religious truth. But to none is the quick-minded and susceptible reader more exposed who runs rapidly over the arguments on both sides of great questions, all of which are second-hand so far as authorities are concerned, all of which are partisan, all of which are contemptuous of their opponents, while all are equally confident and pronounced. The reader who begins the study of all sides through the medium of opposing periodicals may at first be ingenuous, simple, and earnest, reading rapidly as he may because the articles are brief, passing quickly to the counter-article without having given to the first sufficient reflection, and so to the next. He finds himself dazed, confused, and uncertain. If he goes no farther, he will at least be in danger of concluding that no truth can be an established truth, on both sides of which so much can be said, and may finally rest in the desperate and despicable attitude of having no opinions whatever in respect to the most important questions. Meanwhile, he baptizes his weakness with the name of strength. He calls that liberality which is truly libertinism. No single agency has been more efficient in the present century in diffusing this spirit among reading circles than the habits induced by the extensive and many-sided reading of second-hand literature. Men who are quick-witted and curious withal, and who desire to know all sides, rush through reviews and books, which are nothing better than extended journalistic articles, books which are written in the bold, unfair, and declamatory style which review writing has bred, and the habit of review reading demands, and return with a report. We have gone everywhere with the inquiry, "What is truth?" and have not yet found an answer. There is no truth, except perhaps in some blind instincts or scanty intuitions which are as blind. The structures which lawgivers and priests and teachers bid us receive, and which the experience of other generations had confirmed, are all built upon the sand. The flippant dogmatism of most of the sophists of our time, who so freely, so confidently, and apparently so learnedly dispose of the old philosophies, the old religions, the old laws, the old educations, the old manners, and even the old decencies of life, finds its readiest converts in the littérateurs who have been inflated with conceit or paled with skepticism from feeding exclusively on the second-hand literature which the modern review has engendered. The influence of the style and diction which the modern review has required and cultivated should not be passed over. This diction is shaped too exclusively for immediate effectiveness to be altogether salutary in its influence. The pungent and pithy antitheses, the slashing and unqualified assertions, the biting satire, and the caustic humor, no less than the laudatory panegyrics, the ambitious rhetoric, and the studied periods, which many very successful reviewers have employed, are all bad examples of style, even if they are not positively offensive to any one who seeks to retain his intellectual integrity or a candid and truth-loving spirit. Any community or generation of readers must be in a bad way which gives itself up exclusively to a school of writers who value effectiveness more highly than truth. It would not be difficult to show that no little demoralization of thought has come in as the indirect result of the demoralization of style which the review has effected, that it has infected books of history, philosophy, and physics with a vicious rhetoric that is essentially superficial and sophistical, glazing not merely the forms of expression with a false brilliancy, but making the matter rotten to the core. If it is not wise to allow our grave reading to be given exclusively or in large proportion to the reviews, it follows that too much of our lighter reading should not be devoted to the less solid magazines. With all the ability by which they are distinguished and the variety of excellence which they have achieved, they cannot be the staple of one's reading without serious evil. Brilliant and various as they are, often profound and sagacious, abounding as they do with the choicest productions of the most gifted writers, they are too desultory, their subjects are treated too briefly and superficially, their tone is often too flippant and sensational, their judgments are too uncertain and unsound to furnish the principal reading of any person, least of all of any young person. The young man or the young lady whose solid reading is limited to the very best of these magazines will doubtless find in them much intellectual excitement and no little good, but not without attendant evil. The knowledge and education may be varied and useful, but the school remains superficial and narrow. If, on the other hand, they find their best reading in the magazine of a lower grade, their reading must be poor indeed. Little better than a showy flippancy can come of it, if nothing worse. But what shall be said of the newspapers? First, that they vary widely, from the very good down to those which are contemptibly poor. Among these various grades there is ample room for selection, from the leading metropolitan or provincial newspaper, which is characterized by more or less of ability and principle, down to the sheet, whether in city or country, which reflects the vulgar illiteracy of a low or uncultured community, as well as flatters its self-conceit and panders to its interests, from the high-toned religious or literary journal down to one that is desperately partisan in either of these spheres. Second, newspapers are not only a great convenience, but an absolute necessity of modern life and civilization. The overwrought and jaded brain may compel its possessor to escape from the news and their excitements by a voyage that parts him from the mail and the carrier, or he may plunge into the wild retreat into which neither penetrate, but the call for the last newspaper is the first symptom that the brain is slightly refreshed by its rest. The comprehensive survey which the morning news gives us of what happened yesterday in every part of the world enlarges immensely our intellectual vision, training us to the habit of thinking habitually of the concerns of all the world besides, and not only to the habit of thinking of them, but of comparing and adjusting one with another. It sends the imagination round the world in less than 40 minutes, bringing before it Englishman and Arab, French and Tartar, Prussian and Chinese, with their varieties of interests and civilization. This frequent and comprehensive review of the whole world stimulates the intelligence to discriminate and compare, as well as to search for principles and laws. It induces tolerance for the principles and ways that differ from our own, charity towards the whole family of man, despite of intellectual differences, conflicting interests, and hostile passions. Third, the newspaper, wherever it is free, is at present very largely the educator and controller of public sentiment, and hence has become a most potent instrument and depositary of power. The editor is at this moment apparently more influential than preachers, judges, or legislators. He is mightier than all these united. The confiding reader of a favorite newspaper often tests the sermons of Sunday by the chapter and verse of the leading articles of the week. He tries his elected rulers and judges before the bar of the newspapers. He accepts and rejects his lawmakers and the laws which they make according to the revision of the editorial court of appeals. The newspaper press makes war and peace, writes up and down the value of property, and destroys or defends reputation. It may be said indeed that this power is not unlimited, because the press can regulate public opinion only so far as it reflects it and adapts itself to it. It may be urged that the editor controls and directs the great agencies of modern life only as he skillfully anticipates and interprets them, that he can command these only as man commands the laws of nature, by first understanding and then obeying them. This to a certain extent is true, but it is also true that the press can inflame and excite agencies which but for its influence would have slumbered forever, that it can unite and concentrate forces which would have been feeble so long as they were scattered, that it can give courage and boldness to men and to causes which but for its inspiriting influence would have been perpetually cowed and repressed. It may also be said that whenever the press is free it cannot mislead, for falsehood can be met by truth, sophistry can be refuted by sound reasoning, party tricks can be exposed, dishonesty can be made public, and in the long run the truth and the right will prevail. This may be true in the long run, but the time required may be too long for the public good. Meanwhile, so far as the individual and a single generation are concerned, the press has ample room to delude, to degrade, and to destroy. It can deliberately and persistently flatter the vile and hoodwink honest men. It can act the part of the demagogue and the seducer and the venal advocate. It can suppress the truth by conscious villainy, and it can set off error in false colors and with factitious rhetoric. It can lower education and debauch public and private morals. It can dishonor the noblest characters among the dead and the living. It can induce skepticism in whatever is sacred or venerable by sneering and sophistry, and can adroitly conceal both. In the name of science and taste and progress, it can vulgarize and degrade and put back all these for a century. Fourth, many newspapers whose influence is not inconsiderable are low in their intellectual tone. While there is room in the editorial profession for the exercise of the most consummate power and the most varied qualifications, it is possible to be what is called a successful editor with scanty knowledge and limited abilities. Application is necessary and a certain energy of endurance in small work. If to this be added the tact at knowing what will please, and what is called the knack of writing an editorial, success is certain under circumstances ordinarily favorable. That a multitude of newspapers do not exhibit any considerable intellectual power or knowledge is too obvious to require proof. Their readers recognize the indications of dullness and incompetency, feebleness of judgment, and the want of discrimination and intellectual force betray themselves in every column. Silliness and bad taste sometimes break out in oppressive manifestations, and general impotency are everywhere exhibited. And yet for all these weaknesses, industry, business talent, and tact in understanding the demands of the public and skill in supplying these demands may so far compensate for these glaring defects as to gain for the paper an extensive circulation and no little influence. Fifth, many newspapers are animated by a spirit that is more or less insincere. Their editors and leading writers have few convictions, i.e., few opinions which they hold with earnestness and regard as of preeminent importance. They profess to hold the principles of their party, whether political or religious, but all they mean by this is that their paper is pledged as the organ of the party or its platform, and is thereby committed to the duty of publishing those facts and arguments which favor these opinions, and of suppressing or skillfully managing those which make against them. Public opinion is to a large extent regarded as an effect which can be molded and manipulated. The influence of a paper is cast in favor of a particular movement or is thrown against it by arts which are perfectly well understood in the editor's closet. The habit of thus manipulating public opinion, if it never leads to trading in it, the consciousness of laying plans and of executing them to arouse public sentiment in a given direction or to give it a dexterous turn in favor of a measure or a man, is not over friendly to that solidity and ardor of sentiment which usually characterizes strong convictions or earnest principles. The necessity of writing upon many subjects in which the writer cannot feel a special interest induces the habits and temper of the advocate with his factitious simulations and artificial excitements. The discerning reader finds only now and then a leader which bespeaks the solid convictions of a high-toned and earnest man, which is written because these cannot be repressed, and which seizes hold of the mind with that power which earnestness always excites. In other articles there may be ability, research, and strength. The subjects may be fairly treated and exhaustively presented, but the impression is not of a strong nature thoroughly aroused. This insincerity is manifested in its extremest form when it produces the modern bohemian, or the soldier of fortune in the service of the newspaper press, who is ready for an engagement whenever it offers, provided the pay is sure and good, and sometimes when it is neither, provided the provant, as the famous Dugald Dalgetty, an illustrious member of the fraternity, termed it, is ample and well moistened. He is a person of no mean qualifications, but smart rather than solid, and apt rather than trustworthy. He has received an education more or less accomplished from the finished classical culture of the English university down to the scanty but stimulating curriculum of the printing and editorial room. He has a facile command of the pen, a good memory, a ready wit, and infinite volubility. His assurance is unbounded, and his principles and his sense of consistency never stand in the way of any engagement. He does not hesitate to write leaders at the same time in the organs of two opposing parties, for and against protection or national banking, or whatever doctrine divides the parties of the day. He is ready to applaud and to defame any man for hire, and to extol and depress the same man in 2 successive weeks, according to his engagement. He is a regular swashbuckler. The instrument of his power is what is called a trenchant style, with ready command of images, allusions, and historic parallels, and a capacity for blatherskite, which is inexhaustible. He is, of course, thoroughly insincere. He has no convictions except upon a single point, and that is that those who pretend to have any are either weakly self-deceived or self-conscious knaves. And yet no class of writers use the vocabulary of earnestness and honesty more fervently and impressively than he. The Bohemian whom we have described is one of the extremest type. There may be few examples of one who is so thoroughly consistent, but so far as the modern newspaper is insincere, so far is it animated by his spirit. We do not assert that all newspapers are insincere. On the contrary, there are not a few in which earnest convictions and positive opinions are everywhere conspicuous. The tone of such journals is unmistakable. One feels the presence of real, not pretended sincerity the moment he takes up such a sheet. Sincerity not only rings through the editorials, but it controls the selection and is apparent in the very arrangement of its articles. Sixth, the modern newspaper, so far as it is insincere, is immoral and demoralizing. There are other reasons why it is exposed to this charge. It is confessed that newspapers are often unscrupulous in their statements of fact, that they suppress the truth when it makes against them, and overstate that which would be in their favor. It is notorious that the partisan temper and partisan tactics very largely regulate the conduct of many so-called organs, not only of political but of religious parties. The newspaper descends to inexcusable personalities, both the pure and indecent and the trivial and belittling. It often delights in vituperation. It even makes this to be its duty. No sooner is a man conspicuous by holding a public position, or is named as a candidate for it, than his private character and affairs are made matters of public comment, either to flatter his vanity or to gratify the insane passion for gossip which rules the public taste, or to excite the prejudice and contempt of his opponents. Vituperation of one's antagonist in politics or religion is esteemed one of the cardinal virtues, if we may judge from the practice of many journals. The more freely it is indulged, the more satisfactorily is the writer thought to discharge his duty, and the more completely is homage paid to public justice. If a newspaper is devoted to some public reform in the service of morality or freedom, or in vindication of the rights of some class which is thought to be oppressed, it takes the largest liberty of vituperation and discharges its energetic denunciations in the manner of a brawling prophet. The end sanctifies the means. Are not the enemies of the proposed reform enemies of all truth, and does not fidelity to our cause require us to denounce them as such? Of not a few of these self-asserted and conspicuous champions of reform, it is eminently true that their habit of deliberately and persistently denouncing their opponents in terms of unlicensed vituperation has become so much a second nature as to vitiate all their other excellences, and to make the very organs of moral and political reform to be instruments of private and public demoralization. Of many of these advocates and organs it is not easy to decide whether the devil has in fact taken orders among the reformers, or whether the reformers have taken to serving the Lord as if the devil were in them. It is not an unheard of thing that a paper edited with consummate ability, and that promised to be of high tone in respect of manners and morals, has with apparently cool and deliberate resolve given itself to the project of forcing itself into notoriety by a variety of sensational devices, and preeminently by dragging before the public scandalous rumors and more scandalous transactions, as well as by grossly assailing the characters of public men and following them and their friends with persistent slander. The influence of a newspaper cannot but be demoralizing, however able its correspondents, or prompt and trustworthy its news, if the presiding genius of its editorial sanctum be a grinning, sneering Mephistopheles, and the tone of the articles composed under this inspiration be that of persistent banter of everything which honest men, reverence, and brave men are ready to die for. The audacious drollery of which moves the whole community to laughter, even when it moves honest men to virtuous wrath. A harlequin may be allowed in his place, but we cannot welcome him in our churches or our oratories, to sneer when we desire to worship, or find him congenial to those sober moments when life at least is real and earnest, even if conscience and God are not. Seventh, that some newspapers conspicuously rejoice in bad examples of English style need hardly be added. This might be inferred if it were not so notorious. Where there is insincerity, untruth, and defect of principle, there must be more or less of bad English. While a few are models of clear, unpretending, direct, and nervous English, not a few are representatives of every description of excess and overdoing, of carelessness and pretension, of extravagance and blatherskite, which are an offense to the lovers of a pure and simple diction. From these facts the following may be derived as rules in respect to the use of newspapers. First, it is worse than unwise to allow newspapers to be one's sole reading. The temptation to do this is very strong, and many yield to it. Men immersed in business seem often shut up to this by necessity. Even professional men who read or consult not a few books in the way of duty allow the newspapers to take the place of other reading. The merchant reads the money articles of the newspaper, but rarely if ever a book upon banking or political economy. The farmer reads his agricultural journal but never a treatise. As to the politicians, both small and great, it is enough for them to consult the current histories of domestic campaigns and foreign entanglements which the papers furnish, without looking into books for the history of the remoter past which has prepared the way for the present and alone can explain it. Even if the leader is more instructive and more to the point than any book could be, the book may be better because it opens a wider range of considerations and so tends to enlarge the mind. The newspaper is written more in the spirit of an advocate than even a very one-sided book. The writer for the newspaper usually dogmatizes more and is more positive than the author. The standard of manners and of temper is usually far lower in the one than in the other. The style of the book is ordinarily better. The best newspaper style suffers under the necessity of compression, or it abuses the liberty of indefinite expansion and verbiage. The newspaper deals with the present and is hurried, narrow, confident, and bustling. The book has had to do with all times, the past, the present, and the future, and is in so far more calm, elevated, and sagacious. For these and other reasons it is observed that the reader of newspapers only is more usually positive, conceited, and flippant than the man who is also a reader of books. Second, one should read good newspapers in preference. We mean not only those which are able in thought and pure in style, but those whose principles are pronounced and whose manners are elevating. Many say and think, it is only a newspaper. Of what consequence is it? We only glance at it for a moment, or run through it for an hour and then lay it aside. If its bad logic, its unsound doctrines, its vile insinuations, and its profane banter were in a book, we would not tolerate the book for a moment. But I and my children know it is only the so or so, and we let its unwisdom and its foulness pass for what they are worth. Mr. A. would not tolerate slander or mean personalities for a moment in conversation at his table, and yet Mr. A. takes a paper for himself and his children which distribute both as freely and as maliciously as an audacious villain ejects vitriol into the eyes or upon the apparel of passers-by. He would not allow his family to read a book that should gravely attack or sneeringly scoff at his faith, lest it should leave some unfavorable impressions. But he allows the daily slime of an insinuating newspaper to hold their thoughts and to possess their imagination by a daily lesson, and for a much longer time than the lessons of scriptures which are allotted to the morning and evening devotions of his household. Third, one should use the newspaper as a servant and not as a master. Many confiding souls believe all that the newspaper tells them, and think it their duty to justify and defend all its statements, because forsooth it is the paper which they subscribe for, or which is the organ of their party. In like manner some go so far as to feel bound to read every paper through. Neither is wise nor even safe. No obligation rests upon any man to read or to believe the whole of what any, even the best of newspapers may contain. The haste with which its news is gathered and its opinions are expressed, the very great extent to which the most honest and best qualified managers are dependent upon the fidelity of others, to say nothing of the force of the passions and prejudices of the hour, and the demands of the party or the public whose good will the paper is desirous to secure, all these constitute it an unsafe guide to be implicitly believed or followed. If it is often wise to regard our books with a kind of suspicion and to guard against their excessive influence, much more should we do the same with respect to our newspapers, even if they are the best. We have questioned whether the saying were altogether true that no man is the wiser for his books until he is above them. We cannot question that it is true of newspapers. Fourth, every one should remember that he is to some degree responsible for the character of the issues from the newspaper press. The newspapers of a country, it should never be forgotten, are no worse or better than the people would have them to be. They are a reflex of the knowledge and tastes of the majority of their readers. We cannot resist this inference, however humiliating at times it may be. More than one intelligent defender of our country in Europe has been arrested and disturbed in his argument by the question, how do you explain the fact that such and such a newspaper has so extensive a circulation among your people? It would be well if every man who buys or reads a newspaper would think of this question and of the lessons of duty and honor which it suggests. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Books and Reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. Books and Reading by Noah Porter. The Library. Readers of books desire to become the owners of books. The pleasure and advantage which are derived from the use of a volume prompt to the wish that it may be constantly within reach. Hence, books, like everything else which is desirable, come to be sought for and valued as property. The child is not satisfied with using a picture book. He must call the book his own. The persistent litterateur and the veteran scholar value no purchase or gift so highly as a rare or elegant volume. The enthusiastic and devoted reader, if he has the means and the spirit of independence, usually becomes the buyer and owner of books. Every reader gathers about himself something of a library. Every community, so soon as it rises above the most pressing and immediate wants, feels the need for a collection of books which may supply its higher necessities. We cannot, therefore, properly dismiss our theme of books and reading without also considering the library. We begin with a personal or private library. The thought which first suggests itself is the very obvious one, that the size of a library when collected by a single person for his private use depends on his means, his liberality, his feeling of independence, his duties and relations to others, and the comparative estimate which he places upon books. Not upon any one of these, but upon all united. A man comparatively poor may contrive to acquire a larger collection of books than a man who is rich, simply because he cares more for them, and in order that he may possess them is willing to forego many other possessions and enjoyments. On the other hand, a man of ample means and of decided literary tastes may deny himself the convenience and luxury of a library for such reasons of duty as would lead him to forego other conveniences or luxuries. It is the quality, not the size, of the private library in which we are most nearly interested. Some persons buy books chiefly for use, and the library which they collect is conspicuously professional. The physician must at least have his treatises on physiology, surgery, and the materia medica. The lawyer cannot dispense with a copy of the statutes, or with a book of legal forms. The clergyman, provided he can read, must own a Bible, a commentary, and a concordance. These indispensables naturally expand into those formidable libraries which are strictly professional, libraries which are caviar to the general, but which to the individual worker with the brain are literally his tools of trade. However unintelligible and uninteresting such a library is to a layman, it is full of interest and importance to the artist, the mechanic, or any other professional worker. Often persons collect books for enjoyment. It is to them a luxury and a delight to read the history and biography, fiction and poetry, eloquence and criticism. To have a large collection of books of all these descriptions constantly within their reach is to have at hand treasuries and luxuries with which nothing else deserves to be compared. They say with another, "I no sooner come into the library, but I bolt the door to me, excluding lust, ambition, avarice, and melancholy herself, and in the very lap of eternity, amongst so many divine souls, I take my seat with so lofty a spirit and sweet content, that I pity all our great ones and rich men that know not this happiness." Still other persons buy books for show. They like the sight of elegant books in substantial and costly bindings. The show itself is pretty to the eye, and the associations are grateful to the mind that knows enough of the use and value of books to be flattered by the company with which the possession of books connects the owner. It is gratifying to gaze upon the stately folios as they support the elegant yet substantial octavos, and these the compact and genteel duodecimos, and these the daintier sizes, to behold some in polished calf, skilfully tooled in figures of arabesque, others in Levantine Turkey, rich with its deeply grained colours, others in the gayer hues of the French chagrin, bright with red and green and blue, and others still in the many varieties of German finish, and others distinguished by the Roman vellum, delicately set off with its tracery of gilt. It is a proud act for the owner of such an expensive collection to introduce a friend or a guest to his treasures, with their appropriate accessories of illustrated works, choice engravings, illuminated missals, etc., and to count up his expenditure in honour of letters and art. Still others buy for curiosity and for rareness. Learned and sharp-cut Elzevirs, elegant Aldines, much sought incunabula, editiones principes, books with autographs or annotations of former owners famous in literature, books made up by mosaic handcraft of illustrations collected far and near, tall paper copies, survivors of scanty or exhausted editions. All these are bought with princely liberality, and are exhibited with natural pride to the select few who can judge and estimate them as only diamond fanciers estimate diamonds. Others buy a library for the convenience of their families or friends, being themselves too busy to have much to do with books, or having no decided taste for books, but desiring to cultivate their tastes or enlarge their knowledge and usefulness. The personal library is often, in a sense, the embodiment of the spirit of its collector and owner. It certainly is a striking manifestation of his taste, habits, character, and pursuits. This is always true if the library is collected with any special zeal, and the owner is free to indulge his special proclivities. We can usually interpret the tastes and principles of a man. Often we can discover his crotchets and prejudices by simply inspecting his library. The mass of his collection may be such books as no gentleman's library should be without, but the discerning eye will spy out here and there a volume or a series, perhaps in some private corner, which reveal his peculiar tastes and his inmost feelings. Very often the indications are so obvious as to need no special sagacity for their interpretation. Even if the library is not prevailingly professional, it will reveal to the hasty observer of its shelves whether its owner is mathematician, physicist, or linguist, and in what speciality of each. And this, whether he is a proficient or amateur. If he is devoted to history, his library will show it, and will also make known the kind of history in which he delights. The lover of poetry, or fiction, or literary criticism, and the man of many-sided and universal tastes will be as distinctly revealed. The dominant tastes, the ruling aims, the controlling principles can often be gathered from the presence or absence of certain classes of books. With equal distinctness, the fact is proclaimed whether he is a believer in God or in nature, in Christ or in humanity. If he is a Christian believer, his theological creed and his religious earnestness may be conjectured with similar confidence. By the same rule, the growth of a library, when it is unconstrained by hindrances or influences from without, is a record and memorial of the growth and changes of the owner's intellect and tastes, and perhaps of sudden or gradual transformations in his aims and principles. If he has retained his early school books, and with them the tales and lies which delighted his childhood, these well-thumbed and tattered volumes will tell to him at least a story of the delight with which he read and reread Robinson Crusoe, the Arabian Nights, the Adventures of Philip Quarles, or the memoirs of Baron Trenck. Or perhaps the ardent zeal for knowledge which led him to labour with his own hands that he might buy his first Greek grammar, or a better Greek lexicon. It is often a wonder to the fastidious observer, or the careful housekeeper, who look at books with the bodily eye, why in an expensive and luxurious library there is often carefully preserved some shelf of these worthless and battered volumes which they would consign to the paper-maker or the flames. They little know what precious memories are stored upon that shelf, and gather about each of those soiled and damaged books. For the books which most vividly bring back to the owner his youthful self will be those few favourite authors which he longed so earnestly to possess when he first conceived the idea of forming a library of his own. How often did he ponder the questions? What book or books did he care most to possess? Or which could he afford to buy? How often did he go into the bookshop and gaze upon and handle the much-coveted volume? It may have been some work of a poet, like Byron or Scott, who had first waked in his soul the feeling for poetry, or an old philosopher like Butler or Berkeley, or a new philosopher like Coleridge, or a newer sage like Carlyle or Emerson. What fresh and fervid associations awakened within him as the identical volumes are taken in hand, which 20 or 40 years before he carried home without weariness and installed upon his empty shelves with such positive delight. Upon these shelves they still remain. Though they have been almost crowded out by other favourites, they never can be thrust wholly aside, for they hold their place as witnesses and memorials of tastes and moods which can never be forgotten, though they may have been long outgrown. Other shelves testify to later passages in his life's progress, one to an awakened passion for history, another to a newly kindled zeal for literary criticism. In one division stand the sophists who weakened the faith of the owner in the fixed principles and the severe moralities of his childhood's faith. In another, the wise teachers who recovered him from these sophistries and bewilderments. The field of the intellectual activities and the objects of the prevailing tastes of one decade of his life are here. Those of another are there. One group of books was purchased in the excitement of a zeal and of ardent purposes which were soon dissipated into irresolution and sloth. As the eye of the industrious reader runs along the shelves of his library in an hour of musing, it can read upon them the successive passages that make up the history of his life. In view of facts like these, it is not in the least surprising that so many have cleaved to their libraries with so strong an affection, and have learned to conceive of them as parts of themselves, as in a sense visible and tangible embodiments of their own being, or that they part from their beloved books with especial tenderness when they part from their lives. Many a student will understand and appreciate the desire of Prescott the historian that when arrayed for the grave he might be left alone in the library which had been so long the scene of his labours and the object of his zealous care. The transmission of a library to another generation, especially if it was carefully selected or was the object of its owner's special affection, is to many a matter of no little importance, with no less reason surely than the preservation of silver or other heirlooms which belong to a parent or near relative. The latter witness to the taste of the owner as to material form or workmanship, or perhaps are interesting memorials of the arts of another generation. The other is a memorial of the intellectual and moral tastes of the spirit, as well as an image of the culture and the products of the generation in which he lived. The haste and apparent heartlessness with which the libraries of students and literary men are often broken up after their death is something surprising and offensive. To know that the library of Scott still stands in Abbotsford, that the library of Daniel Webster remains unsold in Marshfield, that the library of Theodore Parker is kept intact and unbroken in the Boston City collection, that the library of Charles Julius Hare stands by itself in the library of Trinity College at Cambridge, is far more satisfactory to our feelings than it is to hear that the libraries of Thackeray and Dickens were sold and distributed within a few months after the death of each. The extravagant prices at which many of their books were sold must have been more than satisfactory to their heirs, than the fact that they were willing to sell the books at all, is pleasing to the admirers of their former owners. It would seem, at least, that the disintegration of a beloved library which has been the outgrowth of a reading life, and is itself a transcript of its history, might sometimes be delayed a few months longer, out of decent respect to the associations with which it is hallowed. It not unfrequently happens that it passes unbroken into the library of some public institution, and remain as an honoured memorial of the individual and his times, of his own liberality or that of his family. The library of a reading clergyman, which has been consecrated alike by his love of books and his love of his people, if he dies among them, should never be disposed of, except to become the permanent possession of the parish. Thoughts of the personal library suggest those of its natural enemies, the book borrower, who delays or forgets to return the books which he borrows, and the book stealer, who never intends to restore the books which have come into his possession by accident or design. Wide lacunae, gaping for months or years, testify to the carelessness of the book borrower, and the impatient and sometimes indignant reflections of the owner, as these unfilled places and broken sets meet his eye, testify to a sense of abused kindness and confidence. May the shadow of the book borrower very soon be less, or may his habits speedily be reformed. May the succession speedily be broken, and his lineage be altogether cut off. As to the book stealer, the enormity of his offence cannot be expressed in language. Words would fail altogether to set forth his ill desert and infamy. The book collector and the bibliomaniac have been too often commemorated to receive more than a passing tribute of respect. We honour their zeal and admire their eccentricities, for we see in their excesses only the luxuriance of noble impulses and worthy aspirations. They are the anchorets of literature, the devotees whose very excesses reproves and puts to shame the coldness and negligence of ordinary worshippers. From the library of the individual we pass to the library of the household, from the private to the home library. Every home should have its library, even if it does not comprise a score of volumes. A house without books, says H.W. Beecher, is like a room without windows. No man has a right to bring up his children without surrounding them with books, if he has the means to buy them. A library is not a luxury, but one of the necessaries of life. A book is better for weariness than sleep, better for cheerfulness than wine. It is often a better physician than the doctor, a better preacher than the minister, a better sanctuary than the drowsy church. The presence of good books in any house is a sign of elevation and a perpetual reminder of the wants and aspirations of the higher nature. Books lay hold of the intellect and character in ways that can neither be anticipated nor traced. The child that grows up in the presence of books will feel their power almost before he is allowed to open them. If books are provided in a house, someone, at least of the family, will develop a taste for reading them. The entire household will, by degrees, form the habit of consulting books, and of answering from books the many questions suggested by conversation or the newspapers. The irrepressible zeal for reading manifested by a single member of the family will excite the envy or the emulation of the remainder. Leisure hours which might have been wasted in indolence, or worse, wasted in sin, will be beguiled by the tale or instructed by the history. The conversation of the household will concern more profitable themes than the gossip of the hour. Higher aims and ideals will be proposed. Contentment, industry, and frugality may be learned from books. The lessons of duty are taught, and the aspirations of piety evoked by a good home library. Such a library will stimulate and direct the desire to embellish the house and decorate the grounds. It will encourage intelligent skill in the management of one's trade or profession, and even in regulating the economies of the household. By its presence and influence, the family will rise to a higher plane of true culture and realization of a more intelligent moral and Christian life. There is no good economy in dispensing with a library. It is almost better to dispense with a carpet. It is certainly cheaper to do without a new set of fashionable furniture. I should like, of all things, to spend from $300 to $500 in a library, said a gentleman in active business with some thousands of capital at his command, but I cannot afford the interest of the investment. He did not reflect that the house, the furniture, and the equipage which he could not forego were all an investment of capital, returning no rents in money, but manifold in comfort and civilization. It may not be wise to spend a large amount of money at once upon a library, but it is wise to regard books among the necessaries of life, and to allow the library to come in for its share of the outfit of the household, as well as for its portion of the yearly expenses. A few books, at least, should be found in every home, and be kept constantly within reach, however ample the facilities furnished by the public library. These books no family should be content to be without for a day. They are, so to speak, the foundation stones of the library. An English dictionary, a good atlas, an encyclopedia of some sort are among these books. We assume that the house will have a Bible and some kind of commentary or Bible dictionary. Beyond these, no directions can be given in respect to the home library, which cannot be gathered from the discussions of the several topics of which we have treated. Brief Suggestions for Household Libraries is the title of a useful tract issued in 1867 by G.P. Putnam and Son, to which are appended specimen catalogues of libraries of different sizes. The first of 350 volumes, the second of 500 additional volumes, and the third of 450 more, to which are appended the titles of a collection of 50 volumes of useful and desirable books in economical and compact editions for a young man's bookshelves. This tract was a useful guide for the time when it was published, and with additions from books since published may do good service. The home library should have a place for its contents, even if it no more than fills a candle box or occupies only a single shelf. The light of the house should stand upon a candlestick. The household penates should be honoured with a shrine, whether the home be hired apartments, a rude cabin, or a contracted cottage. The foundation of intelligence and refinement should be found in a place that is convenient, neat, and tasteful, whether this place is a tidy corner of the kitchen, a tasteful recess in the sitting room, or a separate apartment. If the library has a room by itself, this should be suitably furnished and decorated, not too daintily for common and comfortable use, but cheerfully and attractively to the eye and the mind. It should at all times be the resort of the children, and the gathering place of chosen friends, that books and the use of books may be associated with innocent pleasures and common duties. The books of the home library should be choice books, and in general select and standard volumes. The books of one house, whether there is a score or 1,000, often reveal the fact that they have been picked up by chance, either at the solicitations of the persistent book agent or the suggestions of a vagrant fancy. Those of another indicate at a glance that they were chosen with definite purposes and by a discriminating judgment. If the home remains to the second or third generation, let not the library be scattered, but let the books of the preceding generation testify to the intelligence and the refinement of those whose spirits are gathered with the dead. With the portraits of the persons of parents and relatives, there should always be connected the books which represented their inner life. Manifold are the thoughts and instructed the musings which are suggested by the family library in the few homes in which it is retained in the ownership of successive generations. The home library suggests the library of the community, whether this community be a neighbourhood, a school, a parish, a village, a city, a college, or a state. The establishment of a neighbourhood or a village library is as natural and almost as necessary as the setting up of a grist mill or a town pump. When individuals and families sensibly feel the want of books and cannot supply them from their separate resources, they proceed to provide a common supply. The social library indicates an advanced civilization in respect of the development of wants and the capacity to supply them. It was an epoch in the history of certain of the older states when such libraries began to be common. This was not far from that awakening into life which terminated in the War of Independence. The new communities that went out from those of the older states, which had schoolhouses and social libraries, established both, long before their log houses disappeared. Daniel Webster's intellectual growth was nourished from the little library which his father started in the beginnings of the pioneer settlement, when books were few and costly. Dr. Franklin, contributed largely to the establishment of these social libraries. In 1731, he and some few of his friends in Philadelphia procured 50 subscribers of 40 shillings each as capital and 10 shillings a year for 40 years. In 1742, a charter was obtained and the number of subscribers was increased to 100. This was the mother of all North American subscription libraries, now so numerous. These libraries, Franklin adds, have improved the general conversation of the Americans, made the common tradesmen and farmers as intelligent as most gentlemen in other countries, and perhaps have contributed in some degree to the stand so generally made throughout the colonies in defence of their privileges. In 1786, Dr. Franklin made a present of 116 volumes to the town of Franklin in Massachusetts, which took his name. On occasion of which gift, the pastor preached a sermon upon the text, "Show thyself a man." 80 years ago, it was observed by a traveller of the people of this country, it is scarcely possible to conceive the number of readers with which every little town abounds. The common people are on a footing in point of literature with the middle ranks of Europe. Subscription or shareholders' libraries existed in almost all the towns of New England at the beginning of the present century. The consequences were that there was no little activity of thought, especially in regard to history, politics, and theology. The curiosity of the youth of both sexes was stimulated as well as their taste for imaginative literature. Those who were especially fond of reading had ample leisure. The books in these libraries were solid and substantial. Though their number was not great, and their contents not over-exciting, yet they awakened such a measure of solid and thoughtful intelligence as has been known in but few other communities in the world's history. One of these village libraries the writer has abundant occasion to remember. It was founded in 1795, and still survives, numbering with all its losses by use and sale and distribution nearly 2,000, among which are several of the original well-worn volumes. At the time referred to, it consisted of some 700 books, all bound in leather and carefully protected by an additional cover of brown sheepskin. The books were kept in substantial and locked cases in the front and rear halls of an old-fashioned square dwelling-house. The meetings for drawing and returning books were held on the first Sunday evening of every month. The shareholders or their representatives assembled in the ample kitchen, which was always made tidy and cheerful for this grave assembly of the chief personages of the village. As one and another dropped in, each with his monthly load of books, 3 was the quota, and saw them credited, he took his place in the circle, which speedily numbered some 20 or 30. Conversation had already started in knots, or in common, upon the topics of fresh interest at home or abroad, in which the freest interchange of opinion was indulged. This exchange was immeasurably superior to that of the modern newspaper for the vividness and interest of the impression. To boyish ears and minds, the revelations of character and the utterances of novel thoughts were most instructive and exciting. When the hour for receiving books arrived, the names were drawn by lot, and the person whose name was first had the choice from the library. The newest books were naturally preferred. Every book, as it was drawn, was set up for a bid, which rarely in those frugal times exceeded or reached 8 or 10 cents, after the sharpest competition, even for the last of the Waverley series. But all this has gone by. The library now stands in the office of the town clerk, is open at all hours. The excitements of the library meeting have vanished forever. In many of the cities, these subscription libraries have grown to very expensive and valuable collections. The Boston Athenaeum and the Society Library of New York are of this character. Some of these have been opened to the public on payment of annual subscriptions. More recently, public libraries in cities and large villages have been found by public-spirited individuals who have subscribed liberally for a building and the purchase of books, which have been made accessible to anyone by the payment of an annual fee. Young men's institutes and similar associations have formed libraries substantially upon this plan, with the addition of courses of lectures, at first for instruction and improvement, more recently for amusement and pecuniary gain. Circulating or lending libraries have usually been individual enterprises. Free public libraries, Suggestions on Their Foundation and Management, is a valuable pamphlet issued by the American Social Science Association. Book clubs are often a good substitute for a social library when none exists, or a supplement to it when a few neighbours wish to read a special class of books which the library cannot furnish, or cannot furnish readily. It is easy to organise a book club with no more than 5 persons if they will agree to pay an annual subscription and buy a few books. Attach to the flyleaf of each the following directions, with the names of the subscribers arranged in the order of their residence, with blank columns for entering the date when the book was received and when it was sent to the next neighbour. Books to be forwarded on Saturday. Books may be retained 14 days for the first reading, 28 days for the second reading. 5 cents fine for each day's detention over 14. When the book has gone the round, it should be sent to the librarian, and when the company please to order it, the books can be disposed of by lot or by sale. The volume from which these regulations were copied is numbered 1481, and the club has existed for some 30 years. An important impulse has been given to the establishment of libraries in connection with the increased interest awakened in our public schools. In some of the states, the effort has been made to provide every school district with a library, which should not only be adapted to the wants of those attending upon the schools, but to the necessities of the whole community. In the state of New York, particularly, considerable appropriations have been made by the legislature with the design of establishing libraries, not so much for the benefit of children attending school as for those who have completed their common school education. The main design was to throw into school districts, and to place within reach of all the inhabitants, a collection of good works on subjects calculated to enlarge their understandings and store their minds with useful knowledge. The suggestion was very natural, that the school system, which furnished elementary instruction for the young, might properly continue to minister light and knowledge with the advancing years of successive school generations. It was also believed that the money and organisation required for the sustentation of a school might be advantageously used for the support of a public library. The plan has been tried with varying success. The objections are obvious. School teachers and school committees are not necessarily the most suitable trustees for the management of a library for all classes of readers. They would naturally be tempted to devote too large a share of the library to books required by teachers and adapted to young persons. In ordinary school districts, says a competent witness, experience proves that it is impracticable to maintain libraries for general reading. They are usually too feeble to awaken popular interest, or claim proper care or protection. By uniting the interests and resources of a whole town, suitable cases, room or building, and a responsible librarian are secured. Among a dozen districts, each library grows diminutive, and at length the books are scattered beyond recall. Rev. B. G. Northrop, School Report for Connecticut, 1868. An experiment was made to establish public libraries in the state of Rhode Island as an auxiliary to, but not as a part of, the public school system. It was successful in every town except 4. It was backed by the liberal contributions of individuals, but its success was owing to the untiring zeal for 4 years, 1846 to 1849, of the then school commissioner, the Honourable Henry Barnard. Out of this movement for school libraries, another has grown into form, the establishment of free town libraries by the action of the towns themselves. Its history is not uninteresting. In 1847, the Reverend Francis Wayland, doubtless excited by the movement then in progress in Rhode Island, tendered $500 to the town in Massachusetts which bore his name, on condition that its citizens should secure an equal amount for a town library. More than the sum required was raised by subscription. But as doubts were raised about the right of a town to tax its inhabitants for a library building, Reverend John B. White, a representative from the town in 1851, procured the enactment of a law authorizing cities and towns to establish and maintain public libraries. This has led to the formation and enlargement of many libraries, some of which have been generously endowed by private munificence as well as by public taxation. In not a few cities and villages of several states, the library is established in the affections of the community. Not only is it generously supported, but the books which it contains are extensively used by a large number of the inhabitants. In Boston, the public library is pointed out to the visitor as the pride of the city. In Springfield, a handsome building has been erected containing a valuable library, which is maintained by the city and is free to all. In Stockbridge and Lenox, buildings appropriate and substantial contain the village libraries which private generosity and public taxation have provided and sustained. In not a few of the cities and large towns, the name of some public-spirited citizen or former resident is remembered by the library which is called after his name. The name of Logan is thus honoured in Philadelphia, the name of Astor in New York, the name of Watkinson in Hartford, of Bronson in Waterbury, of Otis in Norwich, and of Cheney in South Manchester, the names of Jackson and Goodrich in Stockbridge, and the name of Peabody in Danvers and Baltimore. There is scarcely a village in the older settlements from which some citizen has not gone forth who has acquired a fortune more or less ample. If he would be honourably remembered among the scenes of his childhood and youth, he can accomplish his desire in no way so usefully as by erecting a simple fireproof building and founding a village library. We have already observed how hard it is for the student to part from his books, and how painful the thought that his library must be scattered. This can be avoided by giving one's library to the collection of the parish or the town, or by depositing it in the care of some public institution. The learned library of the Mathers still remains in the Antiquarian Hall at Worcester, to testify to the learning of its collectors and the lore of their times. The library which Reverend Thomas Prince gathered with such pains and expense for 50 years was kept by the church of which he was pastor for more than 3/4 of a century, and is now committed to the Public Library of Boston. A choice library, carefully collected by a country clergyman in New England, was given by his widow to an infant university in Oregon. It will be thought, perhaps, that we ought not to overlook the Sunday school library. We had designed to speak of this and of juvenile literature in general, but the subjects are too important to be disposed of in a chapter. That children are overstimulated with reading we do not doubt. That the quality is often as objectionable as the quantity of their books is no less clear to our minds. We are equally well satisfied that the Sunday school and juvenile library, too, often take the place of the home and the public library, and indeed that children are pampered to so great an excess that their appetite for good reading is not infrequently ruined. It becomes of less consequence that the supply of wholesome books for such adults is often cut short by the expenditure required to still the imperious cries of the young Olivers for more. The college and university library must not be left without notice. We offer no argument for their utility. It is self-evident that without a complete library no institution of learning can attain the highest rank, or continue to attract or educate scholars of finished culture. We began these papers by introducing a savage to a public library. We cannot more appropriately conclude them than by imagining a thoughtful scholar to take his place. The same objects meet the bodily eye, but very different are the thoughts which the books awaken in the soul that has been refined and enriched by the culture which books impart. They recall the history and achievements of the forgotten past. Every volume suggests a living author who thought and toiled in history, or speculation, or experiment, in eloquence, or poetry, or fiction. At the reading of the titles, the scholar thinks of these men as still living, then of the generation of men among whom they laboured, then of their honourable fame or their deserved infamy, of their pure aspirations or their debasing passions, of their greatness or their meanness, of their precious legacy of solid truth and quickening emotions, or of pernicious sophistry and vile suggestions. The topic has often been treated of, but by no writer more briefly and effectively than by Southey, in the lines which a house filled with books, and life devoted to reading were fitted to inspire. My days among the dead are past. Around me I behold, where'er these casual eyes are cast, the mighty minds of old. My never-failing friends are they, with whom I converse day by day. With them I take delight and weal, and seek relief in woe, and while I understand and feel how much to them I owe, my cheeks have often been bedewed with tears of thoughtful gratitude. My thoughts are with the dead. With them I live in long past years. Their virtues love, their faults condemn, partake their hopes and fears, and from their lessons seek and find instruction with an humble mind. My hopes are with the dead. Anon my place with them will be, and I with them will travel on through all futurity, yet leaving here a name, I trust, that will not perish in the dust. End of chapter 22. End of Books and Reading by Noah Porter.